I'm Scott Allen Miller. It is Thursday night, and that means we are live in Sutiaba, Leon, Nicaragua. Welcome to the live stream on a Thursday night, and thanks to my daughter Luciana, who made the fish school thumbnail that we are using this evening. And boy, it's been a week. It really has, and the light and everything is so different today. We're on the TT Artisans orange 2.8. 23 millimeter. So just for future reference, so I know what we're using. And on the Fuji, of course, good evening, everyone. We're waiting for people to join and hop in and let us know what's going on. But it's great to be here. Always love to be on the live stream. Always fun to get a chance to connect with everybody. Looking forward to a good night tonight. How is everyone doing? We got one person on already. That's a good sign. It's getting started. And I've not sent out the announcements yet. So need to do that. Always gotta kick it off and then send them out, because I don't know why I do that. Well, it gives me time to send them out while people are getting started for the evening. And what's everybody up to? Hey, Michelle is on. Aloha. Scott Hossman is on. Hey, Scott, how's it going? Welcome, guys. Good to be on. Ready for another fun evening. A little chance to relax. All right, what have you guys been up to? Ooh, 5 people on already. Look at that. How's everybody's week been? What do you guys got going on this weekend? Anything? Doing something fun, something interesting? We've got Jimmy from the channel who did the episode out on the beach recently. He is moving down sometime in the next week or so. Barney13, hey Barney. My friend Devin says hi. Are you guys watching together? Make sure you stream on 2 devices so we get credit for both. Scott says, I have a video with a few questions, but how does one send it to you? Oh, excellent question. Let me grab that information for you. Where do I have it? Right here. Got it. Wrong one. That one. And so, Scott, I'm putting the note in right now. Yes. So that's the whole thing. Just go to wetransfer.com, and then and then you just upload it, and it'll ask you for a transfer email address, and it's scott@latinamericanliving.com, and then I can download it right away. And if you want to try it right now while we're doing this, I will let you know if I get the email, because I just brought up my email to keep an eye on it. Tom is, Eric is here. I can't see your video. Oh my gosh, we don't have the video on. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Eric. I can't believe no one mentioned that. I have multiple cameras on, and it was showing the feed for the laptop, which is not here. Wow, that's a first. Started with that. Hopefully it lets us edit that in some way later, but I don't think it will. I like how it looks this week, though. Like I've been seeing it in the viewer. It's I like the colors. Like the style coming off the TT Artisans is different than the Suri that we normally use. I like it. Michelle says we have some kind of storm headed our way, still a ways off. Well, good luck with that. Oh, Tom is here. Hey, Scott, thanks for the contrast between coastal and interior living. It is crazy as so many people would move so far just to have nothing change. It's true. I mean, let's be fair. Moving to Nicaragua almost always means a lot of change for everybody. There are very few places in Nicaragua that are not one way or another going to be a big change. It could be a change of safety. It could be a change of cost of living. It could be a change of weather. Something is likely to change. There's so much different. All right, Scott, perfect. Yeah, I'll be looking for that. But yeah, if you got it ready, just an easy upload. As far as I know, it works really well. I haven't had anyone not be able to do it yet. Larry, it just came on. My night is ruined. We'll have to watch Bears versus Chiefs tonight. Sorry, Larry. Yeah, I know the game's on. Can't be helped. I would have been on a little bit earlier, but I actually had dinner tonight. so I am not starving like I often am. And Renee's on. Hello. Hey, Renee. How you doing? Renee, I don't think I said, actually, I've got enough people on. I'll tell the story real quick. I was going to run out for you, Renee, to the beach yesterday. We had, so today's Thursday. Was it Tuesday night? Must have been Tuesday night. My wife and I were sitting outside. We're just sitting outside, right? We're on the patio. We're just, sitting out there talking. It's dark. And all of a sudden we hear a little bit of something, but not like an accident. We just heard something. Now we think it was a truck hitting a cable. So we're not sure what it was, but it was something to that effect. And suddenly we had an arc and an explosion, and the pole across the street blew up in flames, and it was exciting. So we hear all this and we see all this going on, and we're like, oh no. And so we ran out, and our cable, not just the power cable, but the one that goes to our house, was dangling in the street, so that there was no way for a car to get by. A car would like hit it and maybe do a lot of damage, but a motorcycle, it would cut them in half. Like, they'd be dead for sure. So Paul and I ran out into the street with flashlights and literally just jumped in front of all the traffic for like 30 minutes and just and stop everyone from driving through. And some of them were very insistent that they needed to come through anyway. And we're like, no, you have to go around. You have a live cable at, clothesline level. And then when people got closer, they'd be like, oh no, there's a cable there. We're like, yes, in the darkness, there's a cable at death height in the road, like the ultimate bad height. And if they hit it, it could have pulled things into the road. It could have lit up their car. It was all electrified. It was a mess. So that was us for a while dealing with that. Our power went out immediately, of course, because it ripped the cable out of our house. Like, it didn't just fry the thing, like it pulled it out of our house. That's why it was dangling in the road. It was a complete disaster. So then once the fire department got out and the police department got out, they were there. And about 11 o'clock, they told us, no, we're not fixing it tonight. Eventually, the power company got out there. Those guys were just there they had called in and gave them the authorization to shut off the neighborhood. So everything else went dark, and they're like, we can't fix it tonight. And we're like, ah. But the crew showed up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So when they said they can't fix it tonight, they meant they couldn't fix it by midnight. The crew was there at 3 a.m. and worked all morning, and our power came back on around about 7. But when they put our power back on, our fiber got cut. And it turns out they actually put in entirely new poles, moved to the other side of the street, all kinds of work. Like, they really took the opportunity to clean it all up and fix things. It was really impressive, both how quickly they managed to do things and how good of a job they did and how thorough it was and how much of an upgrade and everything. It really was good. But then they had to cut our cable, the fiber line, because they were moving the poles and everything, and Disnorte, the electric company, can't deal with the fiber. So once that got cut, within the hour, we called Teco, who does our internet, and they got our fiber back on by like noon, which sounds like a while, but it was only us that was out, and it was our cable cut, and they had to rerun the whole thing. They had to go up the poles, run new lines from not just the street, but from the other side of the street. So they had to go over the street, down. They had to rewire our house, everything. And so they had that done in just from the time we called them, like 4 hours. So very impressive. It's one of the reasons you go with Teco, is because they deal with that stuff. But that's why Tuesday I had to spend the whole day dealing with that. We couldn't go out and deal with stuff, Renee, on the beach. And then it was just exhausting today because of the live streaming stuff. Like, I have to be ready. So tomorrow morning, I have to go out to the beach, and I will get the stuff you need. All of that was for Renee, but hopefully a good story as to what we had going on here this week. E. Garcia says, saludes from Nica in Texas. Good to have you here. Michelle says, I really enjoy watching the new bus station market episodes. So cool for your area. It really is. I'm very excited about that. We're hoping to be able to put a shop in there. Nothing exciting that people will want to use, but we're hoping to do a little bit. It's so close and so nice. And I'm really, really excited, honestly, to see what they're going to do with it, right? Because it could just be moving what they have, which will be an upgrade for sure, but not crazy exciting. But if they may do anything with the airport, that'll be really exciting. If they do any transit across the city, it'll be really exciting. There's a lot of things that they can do that will make a really big difference for the area, and I think some of it will be pretty easy. Like if UCA ended up coming there, or they put some of the interlocales of some sort through there, that'd be fantastic. Or if they just had a really simple run that just goes between there and what we normally call Terminal de Autobus in the Northeast, would be fantastic. Or if they just took us to the Uno and had them stop there. We've got a number of things that they could pretty easily make it a massive upgrade. So I'm hopeful. We're all hopeful that it means good things. Tom says, yo, Scott from British Columbia. How you doing, Tom? And Renee says, thank you so much. Really appreciate you. My pleasure. Hopefully the pictures are good and everything. Our manager for the location on the beach just got back from Switzerland, so we're getting her back up to speed and lots going on. So we're going down to actually work there tomorrow. And I have to do a lot of recording the next few days and a lot of uploads because I only have until Tuesday. On Tuesday morning, I am heading out and I'm going to be gone for a few weeks. So I have so many videos uploaded for you guys. It's which you won't notice. It'll just seem the same. But I'm going to be gone and you're going to keep getting videos every day. But this is our last live stream for 2 weeks. There's going to be 2 weeks that we don't do a live stream. Patricia says the dog rescue near the Leon airport posted video of a dog that fell down a manhole left open by construction workers. Oh, the poor thing. Construction workers at there. I mean, that's really close. I think Fender Oros is the rescue. Oh, the poor dog. The poor doggies. My dog is right here at my feet. We had Marcella's son, who's very little, about 9, was attacked by pit bulls today. And Betty, the little tiny dog that has been on our show, attacked the pit bulls and got him time to be able to escape. She is a brave little dog. Maybe less brave now. But so what's everybody doing this weekend? I'm having some caffeine. It's been a long day. I turned the brightness down too. I've had a couple people mention that it was too bright on the show, so I actually told the camera to not be as bright. I think it looks better. Yeah, Betty is okay. As far as we can tell, everything's fine. No visible anything. She did get scared and managed to pee on the pit bulls, which I think surprised them and probably went in her favor dramatically. Sometimes it's good to be the dog that just wildly pees whenever anything happens. Oh no! So Jillian is not able to be on tonight because she has no electricity. This is a real problem in Nicaragua. It is they're really not diligent about giving you your bills. I mean, for all we know, she lost it, but I don't think that's the case. I know that they're constantly, if they do give me the bill, they're giving it to me at a time where like I can't deal with it. They hand it to you. It's not like you have the mail drop and they put it somewhere, but a lot of times they just shove it into your gate and then it blows away in the rain, gets ruined in the water, neighbors end up with it. They give you the wrong one all the time, and if you're not there, then no one knows what's going on. It's just there's so many things to go wrong, and there's no way to like look it up. Like, it's such a shoddy system. It's so much work to go door to door and hand them out, and then it's so goofy that they do it in such a way that you'd be like, I didn't get this bill. What are you talking about? So we've several times had them like show up and be like, we're cutting off your power, and we're like, what are you talking about? We always pay our bill. We've paid our bill for years. Why was it? Yes, the electric company, it's not even automatic payments. It's just being able to look up your account. Even if you couldn't make a payment online, if you could just look online and see if you owed something. Like, it's so dumb how easy it would be to at least fix the basics where it's like, oh, hey, I didn't get this bill. How much is it? And then you can stop by and pay it the same as you do now. You don't have to do anything differently. Just the thing they're printing out, put it online. And it's not like it's a secret, or I want to look at what my neighbor's paying. Who cares, right? I suppose, given how awkward the power bills are here, maybe they do care. But it's still like there's just give you accounts online, put in your code or whatever, and see your bill. Then if they can make it that you could pay online, wow, that would be fantastic. And then if you could make it automatic payments, even better, right? Like, but steps. But there's no steps. Paper in the gate. There are not a lot of pit bulls. We have one friend who brought one over one time and attacked our dogs. But they were okay. But it was a close thing. But they're relatively rare. You do see them, but you never see them wild. Like that's not really a thing. Is your due date always the same? I believe so. I think it's always like the 5th or the 10th or something like that. Do you overpay and operate a credit position? So we don't. Well, so right now we have that going on. We got mischarged because so they're very lackadaisical, right? Oh, I can't read the thing. It must be this, right? Well, if they overcharge you, it's going to catch up because the dial won't be moving, right? So in theory, it's no big deal, but we had someone misread ours and overcharge us by like $1,000 last month or something, and there's some back and forth going on about how they're going to absorb the credit. So we ended up, because we just paid it and didn't really think about it, not for this house, because this house is like $45-50. If it was 80, we wouldn't really notice, but if it was like 100, we'd be like, what's going on? But some of our big properties hit some ridiculous number. They used like 200 and they got billed 1,000, and it just got paid. And then it's like, so how do you want to do this? So they're working that out. And like, it's not a huge deal. We'll use the electric, and it's not like we paid years in advance. It's like a few months in advance. So we're getting that figured out. But you can do that, but I wouldn't. You don't want them holding your money because they're a little bit clueless at times, and you don't want your money disappearing because they're goofy. MJNC Nick says the app is also available for iPhone. Did I miss something? What app are we discussing? Sometimes the messages come out of order or some just disappear. I'm not sure. But MJ, whatever you had posted that led to that post didn't make it. So we're not sure what you had said. How big is the property with the electric bill? It's a restaurant. So we're running stuff all the time, right? We've got pools and multiple air-conditioned spaces and huge seating areas, and put on parties and have DJs and, commercial kitchen and construction. We have big properties. It's a quiet week. Come on, guys. I need caffeine. It's been kind of a long week, but I'm excited. I'm excited to travel on Tuesday. I can't believe I'm traveling on Tuesday. That's like really soon. It kept feeling like that was a long way away, and like, oh yeah, no, travel sometime in the distant future. Nope, it's a few days. I've been so unbelievably busy trying to get videos done ahead of time so that we'd have a backlog. Because I'm going to film a lot while we're traveling, but I don't want to be editing while we're traveling. And so I really want to make sure that there's continuous content, and we're doing pretty well. Like it's really close. As long as I stay anywhere near what I'm doing, we're going to be good. And I've got a weekend in there, right? So tomorrow, in theory, I can do 2. Saturday, I should be able to do 3, and then hopefully Sunday 2-ish. And then as long as I do 1 on Monday, I think we'll be okay. So. Doing all right. It's going to be busy, but then I'll have everything done. Michelle, I am heading to Argentina. As a secret, just for the live stream people. I'm going to be in Buenos Aires for 2 weeks. Might go see a few other things. We haven't decided on all of our itinerary while we're there, but we are heading down for a wedding. So we're going to go to the wedding, which is on, I want to say Saturday, and then other than that, my wife and I just have free time, and we never get to travel together. It's been for forever, except for like going to Texas for things. So we're gonna actually get to hang out and have a nice time and stuff. Victoria's on. Hey there. Thank you for your video answering my question about the budget. You're welcome. E. Garcia says, have you considered Starlink? It's an internet service provider based in the U.S. that works anywhere. So yes, I have videos on that. I was just looking for that for you. So it doesn't work anywhere. It doesn't work everywhere. It does not work here. So there's no Starlink service in Nicaragua. Starlink scammed everyone in Nicaragua. There's also no reason to use Starlink here because it costs twice as much better services here. It's neither as fast nor as latency free nor as reliable. And it's way more expensive, and it's illegal. So, yeah, it's not a good idea. But when we first came here, we bought Starlink to use here. Starlink completely just stole the money. Eventually, we got most of it back, but it was all a scam. Starlink never really was going to roll out service. They just took money from people. But at the time, we had been, I had lived here in 2015, back when the internet was And so Starlink made sense as a backup. But now, since 2017, Nicaragua is so advanced that Starlink has no value here. I mean, absolutely none. It's worthless. So it doesn't solve any problems. So yeah, we considered it way back when we were not aware of what the situation was here on the ground. I didn't realize that they had done, right, having lived in 2015, who would have guessed that Nicaragua would have become the infrastructure leader in the Western Hemisphere, but they did in those few years between, I guess in 2021, we could see them dredging for the fiber all over the place, and we're like, oh my gosh, they're going through fields, like they're going everywhere. They're like, yeah, fiber everywhere. So it's really fantastic. Renee says, how do eSIM cards work for our phone? I keep my Canadian number, or I'm terrible at these things. So eSIMs are like SIMs. It's just you don't have to have the card, and you keep adding them, so you can have as many as you want. So if you want to keep your Canadian number, you keep your Canadian eSIM. If you want to add a Nicaraguan number, you add a Nicaraguan eSIM. And it's just that easy, right? So if you want a Guatemalan number, add that eSIM. Now you can do prepay or postpay. So prepay is when here's your $20, I get a month of service, whatever. Postpay is when you have that monthly account and you get billed every month. So what I do, and I think it's a pretty good mix, but I have a high quality German service. There's no such thing as a quality Canadian cell phone. There just isn't. Canada is the absolute worst country for cell phone service that I'm aware of in the world, and I mean that literally. I'm sure North Korea is worse, but that is the category Canada is in. It is competing with North Korea and Cuba for the world's worst cell phone service. So you generally don't want to keep anything from Canada, but sometimes if you want to have that number, there's no other option. So you have to keep your Canadian eSIM. What I do for my American number from a German company, from T-Mobile, which is Deutsche Telekom, is I do post-pay with them, so I get the monthly service, because that's how the U.S. really generally works, although I'd consider switching. But I get the international calling with that. So I can go anywhere in the world, including Canada. So Americans and Nicaraguans and Mexicans and most everyone in the world actually get better service in Canada than Canadians get. That's how bad Canadian cell service is. But so I get that with T-Mobile. And so I can go anywhere in the world and I automatically have cell service. But I want to have high-speed, low-cost service in Nicaragua and a Nicaraguan number. So I do prepay with a Tigo card. T-Mobile uses Claro here, so that's why Tigo makes sense for me personally. If you're on like AT&T and they work with Tigo, I don't know if that's true, but they might, then Claro would make sense, right? Basically something like that. So that's what I do, and so I have two. My one in the US is a little bit more expensive, but you get a lot of benefits from it. And the Tigo, I only have to pay when I want to use it. So I own the number. That doesn't cost me anything to own the number. I do the one-time payment of like, I don't know, $3 to own the number. Then I get the SIM card, and now it's mine for forever. And all I do is pay when I want to be able to use it. So because it's a good deal, I pay 15 days at a time for $6, and it gives me more data than I've ever used, a bit of calling, texting, a whole bunch of stuff, and it just works. So I just hop on my app and go, I need, boop, 15 days, done, easy, and I'm able to use it. But if I'm traveling, right, like I'm going to be in Argentina, if I wanted to add an Argentina calling plan, which is totally reasonable, I can just add that while I'm there, get an Argentina number, and then just prepay for the 2 weeks that I'm there, and then I can use it, and it's local, and I get whatever services from Argentina. But my T-Mobile will work just fine in Argentina, so I don't need to do that. I just show up, I automatically have service. That's something that most of the world is shocked to talk to Canadians, because I don't know any other country that doesn't have that. Canada is literally the only country I know of, for sure, that doesn't have international calling as a standard. The U.S. has one company that does a terrible job and is similar to Canadian service, but I know of no country where you don't have those options. All of Europe, all of Latin America, they get global calling options the same as I do. I just get mine from the U.S. Victoria says, I posted some comments clarifying some things. Oh, I haven't seen those yet, sorry. Dale says, hola, Scott. Hey, Dale, how's it going? Victoria says, how fun. Garcia, good to know that, Scott. I'm moving in the next few years. Yeah, like our service, like this is Nicaragua. Everything's better than the U.S., like infrastructure-wise. So, like, there's just no need for those, like, bringing solutions from abroad. Things work here, like, for real. So like I was talking about our fiber. I live not in the rural area, but I'm not in the city, and a truck took out our pole and they replaced the entire fiber line in 4 hours. Like, like it's crazy. TJ says, hey Scott. Hey TJ, how's it going? MJ Nick, you can request the energy company to send the bill to your email. What? There's also an app where you can see your balance and previous bill. It's called Oficina Virtual. Is that for Dis Norte? Scott says we call it roaming. No, so the roaming is a little bit different. There is roaming. Wait, Scott, are you in Canada? There's roaming, but roaming refers to your minutes, not to the internet service. Our service is worse than anywhere I've traveled. Thanks for explaining the eSIM. Yeah, eSIMs are nice. If you have an iPhone or something else that's modern with eSIMs, they can hold like an unlimited number of SIMs. So you just keep adding whatever you want. Anytime you get something, just take an eSIM for that. Then you can have numbers for things. That would be very handy to have. Yes, Canada. Yeah, we have roaming as well. Although with T-Mobile, Canada is not roaming for me, which is cool because they're part of North America. So I have a North American calling plan. So Mexico, US, and Canada are all one thing. So our regular phones are in Canada as well, as if we're in the United States. So I never go to Canada anymore. I'm kind of scared of it. But back when I used to all the time, because I grew up on the border, you know, it was nice that our phones just worked and we didn't have to worry about anything. But Mexico, when I'm in Mexico, my phone just works fantastic. I don't need to do anything. But here in Nicaragua, yeah, it works when I need it, but mostly I just use it if I'm out for a walk and I don't need, like, whatever, I just use my T-Mobile. If I'm, you know, I don't worry about turning on my Tigo until I need it, and I know I can turn it on using my T-Mobile. And it's only $12 a month if I pay for it every day, so like it's so cheap. But why bother? I easily go 1 or 2 weeks every month without service and have no need for it whatsoever. So it's just very easy to deal with. Hey, Dad. Renee, roaming is so expensive. Yes, roaming is expensive. That's the nice thing, is that like T-Mobile, it's not roaming. It's everywhere in the world. It's just part of your plan. I know Claro and Tigo offer like all American plans, all Europe plans, a lot of things. They have a lot of flexibility. TJ says, I tried to buy an eSIM before I came, so it would be active, but you have to go get a regular SIM and convert it to an eSIM on Tigo. Yeah, and I'm not sure. If you go to the main Tigo office, I'm not sure you have to do that. I don't know how it works. Well, but they hand it to you, so maybe they do have to do that and then destroy the physical one. I'm not sure. Roam Like Home is $15 a day on top of my plan. That is per day more than service costs in Nicaragua. But T-Mobile with global non-roaming just works is like $40 a month, but that's the whole plan. Like that's for everything. I'm looking up like Roam Like Home. Is that Rogers? Yep, it's Rogers. A simple and affordable plan for traveling to the U.S. and throughout the world. Only $7 per day in the U.S., $12 per day everywhere else. Wow. What are my rights while roaming? None. You're on Canadian service. You have no rights. Beware, flights and cruises. Flights and cruises are awesome, but you might find yourself with hundreds of dollars in overage fees if you're not careful. Turn off data roaming before hopping on a plane or ship. The things that Canadians have to worry about, my gosh. Vacation plans, only $105. Wow. My dad got an eSIM today. Wow. Mo Money Don. I have an iPhone and my eSIM work perfectly in Nicaragua. Yeah, they have no way to. They can't tell if it's a SIM or an eSIM. It's just a code. Does Rogers even list what countries they work in? Oh, Eralo. How much does that cost? I've seen a few of those that people are there's, and Olafly is another one. Oh my gosh, that Eralo has so many pop-ups trying to take care of your computer. Like, that is not great. And their search function is broken. Let's see. What do they got for Latin America? Oh, I think I looked at them at one point. LATAM Link. 7 days for $15. So, Mo Money Don, what's the benefit to Eralo? Oh, I guess that's Latin American regional. Oh, okay. I'm seeing it. 7 days, $8.50. Okay, they're not. I mean, we're 15 days. So Nicaragua is normally 15 days for $3. They're 15 days for $15.50. We get basically unlimited data, and they give you 2 gig. Which 2 gig is normally plenty, but what's the upside to that? other than you have an app to control it, like it's good if you're going, because I've looked at like Olafly, like they're interesting. It's good if you're going somewhere for the weekend. Oh, I should look at that for Argentina. Okay, that's interesting. I will check that out. But if you're moving, if you're going to be somewhere for any amount of time, they seem really expensive. Latin American plans from Olafly. Where is it? 15 days, unlimited. It's like $60. Nope, don't need that. Already have. So Mo Money Don, if you use Airalo, what kind of number do you get when you're in Nicaragua? Like, do you actually get a Nicaragua number and you can order from Pedidos Ya? Because that's the reason to get the local number, is that a lot of the services require a 505. It's my first time ever using an eSIM, but I couldn't believe how fast it was. I was video chatting on WhatsApp. If you have iPhones, we're all on eSIMs always. It's the only thing they have anymore. Victoria says, question, what, if anything, are Nicaraguenses saying about our elections in November or the political atmosphere in the U.S.? Pretty much nothing. Like, the world doesn't care that much about the U.S. elections. Like, it's not really a thing. I get more questions from people in Romania than I do from people in Nicaragua. It's I think Nicaraguans really see it as just all more of the same. And a big circus. Dust the Ripper, good evening. Dale says, I have Nord phone that doesn't have eSIM capability. If I do physical SIMs, would text I miss on my US number show up when I swap back to the US SIM, or are those gone forever? To the best of my knowledge, okay, so the problem you have, Dale, is that you only have a single SIM slot and it's physical. I believe they're gone forever. Text messaging should never be used by anyone who wants to get a message to someone. Right, it's fundamentally, so I work in the messaging space. Text messaging was designed to be unreliable and insecure. There's no good part of it. It's just awful. And when it became popular, it was not universal. It actually was like a huge thing. I didn't get a number. I still had a 313. What the heck's the purpose of it, Don? What's the reason for that? Is it because you're on Verizon and have to get an alternative? Just get a Tigo SIM. It'll save you a bunch of money, and then you'll have a 505 number, so you get way more data. It's essentially unlimited, because it's like Netflix and YouTube and all that stuff. You can stream for forever. They're literally unlimited. Anything like WhatsApp, all the Meta, all the Google, all the Twitter. There's several social media vendors, and they give you unlimited service. So it's only when you're doing like your email and a few really limited things that you have to use your data, and you get a lot of data, like, I don't know, 6 gigs or something. Yeah, Dale, there's no good answer. You're gonna have to be on roaming text. Like, the bottom line is, Dale, they don't care about reaching anybody. It is what it is. T-Mobile informed me that they would cut my service after 3 months. Well, first of all, don't ask them. But I've been on T-Mobile for 10 years, living outside the U.S. Like, what would they cut your service over? And also, keep in mind that you shouldn't be on your T-Mobile anytime that you have your Tigo or anything. And so what did you ask them, right? Normally when these things get said, it's because someone said something to them that doesn't actually mean to them what they think it means, and they give you bad answers. Gigi says, can you go into info about what suburban neighborhoods are in Nicaragua that you know of, and which ones are close to activities or places to go as a family? Oh my gosh. Well, there's suburban neighborhoods in basically all the cities, but they're not suburban like Americans think, right? They're more like residential developments attached to the outer ring of a city. So they're a little bit more urban than Americans normally perceive them. But they're everywhere. Now, Managua will have the most by far, and also the most activities. So basically, if you're looking outside Managua, they're just everywhere. And the Carretera Messiah is full of them. Ciudad Sandino is full of them, but they're also mixed into like communities that would feel kind of suburban are mixed into Managua as well. But the idea of suburbs as we know them in America do not exist basically outside of America. They're uniquely American and new, right? Even the United States, who invented the suburb, and they did, right? It's not even an air quote thing, was basically designed in Rye, New York. Is that right? It's a spot in Westchester County, and it was promoted by the Dick Van Dyke Show in the 1960s, and they didn't exist prior to that. They were starting to the whole thing came out of New York City in the Hudson Valley in the 1960s, promoted by television, and it's brand new. The rest of the world hasn't had time to even think about them yet. So what Americans have everywhere, that seems like the norm, everyone else is like, what is that? Right? That is the weirdest setup, and no one likes it, so no one's trying to replicate it. What you end up getting, so if you're in Managua, for example, the Pista Suburbana, which in theory is the ring road for the suburbs, is just part of the city. It's just farther out. The yards are a little bit bigger. There's a little bit greener and so forth. So that's more what it's like. And what you end up in is like gated communities a little bit farther out, or bigger lots that you put your own wall around a little bit farther out. But you're still like right in the city. So getting to activities is generally really easy from anywhere. But you could be in Managua. You could be in Ciudad Sandino. You could be here in Leon. You could be, right, whatever. If you watch my videos on like Fatima, that's kind of that sort of Residencia Fatima is a really good example of that here in Leon. That exist today, or look at the Reparto Veracruz walkarounds. They'll give you a little bit of an idea of kind of what our closest equivalent would be in a small city like this. E. Garcia, I see you drink from a can. Have you tried Rojita? It's similar to Big Red. Of course I've had Rojita. Like, I've lived here for a long time. I've been in and out for 9 years, so I'm very familiar with Rojita. Dale says, yeah, I know texts are crap, but we already said that. T-Mobile will cut you off. Brian says, hey, Scott, any must-see events and things around Christmas and New Year's in the Leon or Managua areas? In Leon, I don't know of anything, but I'd like to do in Managua is the Avenida Bolivar, right? So the Avenue of Simon Bolivar, the main one that goes down to the Plaza Nicaragua. From way up above Rotunda Chavez, right? Even south of that, so south is up. In this case, up because it goes up the hill. So up past Chavez, and if anyone's wondering why it's the Plaza Chavez, there is an enormous bust of Hugo Chavez in the middle of the rotunda. So you come down, and that whole stretch is just Christmas lights the whole way down. And not Christmas lights. It is enormous life-size nativity scenes put on by different companies and individuals and churches and stuff, and it's just this enormous like Christmas display to go see. That's the thing that I know of to do. There's like Christmassy stuff all over and Christmas shopping, and it's not like American Christmas. It's not that crazy, but the big stuff like that is big. Yeah, Victoria, WhatsApp is the one thing to use here, right? It is it's the world's telephone system today. Patricia says, text messages are held by U.S. cellular carriers for 5 days. When you switch back to American SIM, you should get your last 5 days of messages. They'll just have to think I ghosted. Thanks for the info. Yeah. You said you'd be in Nicaragua for at least 6 months. I mean, yeah, they don't actually cut anyone off for that. And I mean, that's what you're paying for. Right, but those aren't questions. That's one of those. So many times when people are traveling, like you're going to be a digital nomad or whatever, there's this, I call up companies and I create a problem. Everyone does this. Just don't tell anyone, right? You have a plan from T-Mobile that says you can roam all over the world. You go on vacation. At no point did they tell you, your vacation can only be this long. don't call them and volunteer that your vacation is going to be really long. Is that a problem? Right? Because then they have an opportunity to create a problem. But under normal circumstances, they're never going to say anything. Right? Because one, they don't track that. Two, they don't know. Every time you go on Wi-Fi, they don't know you're not back in the US. They have no way to know. So unless you tell them, they literally can't know. And if you get like Tigo when you're here, right? I turn off my T-Mobile all the time. Now, obviously, like I said, I also keep it on from time to time. Actually, that's a good point. I don't get text messages quite often because if anyone who texts me, I intend to cut off. Like I let everyone know. Like that's if you text me and I see it, I'll respond, but don't hold your breath. Patricia says carriers have in the fine print that if over a certain amount of your usage is not on their network, your service can be terminated. That is correct. That's different, and that's why you do Wi-Fi calling. You just make sure your Wi-Fi is on, because when you use Wi-Fi calling, it looks like their network, and you switch to, and that's why I would consider having Tigo or Claro once you're here. Just go get the service and use that most of the time, and then it's really no issue at all. Renee says, sorry, I'm totally off topic, but can we register the kids in school, public or private, without a cedula? Private, for sure. You could register them now without even being here. Is it difficult to register in school? No, I'm pretty sure when you whip out the cash that they're like, I'm sure there's some school that's going to be hard, but for the most part, it's you're not going to have a lot of problems. Renee, was it Renee that asked? Yeah, Renee. I know we're about to do some pricing because Marcella is coming up tomorrow evening, and part of her thing while she's here, she's looking at schools because she's moving her kids to schools here in Leon. But I think we just saw, I'm pretty sure that, oh, now I can't remember. Calisans is like $130 or $180 per month, and that's regarded by some the best private school in Western Nicaragua. So that gives you kind of a, could there be a school pushing up towards 250? Maybe. Can you get ones way under that? Yes. I do know that currently her kids go to a private school in Managua for quite a bit less than Calisans. So, and La Salle, I think is similar. I think Pureza is less. And I'll find out at some point the prices of, there's another one, I can't think of the name, right in Sutiava as well. So Renee, the public school, no. To the best of my knowledge, you have no ability to go to public school. You can't just be a resident, you have to be a permanent resident. It's like a huge deal that my kids are allowed to go to public school. They're not going to public school, but they're allowed to. They have the right to. They carry a cedula that says they are a national student, so they have absolute access to the public school system or the private. But private schools, yeah, absolutely anyone can go. Patricia says this also applies to areas in the U.S. where your carrier doesn't have towers. So that's the thing that they probably are doing, is when you're on roaming and they're paying high prices. That's the whole thing. Be a good customer. Put with minimal effort. Why would they cut you off? They're making money on you, right? They have that for these kinds of cases. Like Patricia's saying, there are situations where you can end up costing them a bunch of money. Just don't do that, right? Problem solved. Noel Cass says, hey Scott, I thought it was Hicksville, Long Island, the first one. The first what? There's a delay on the thing. I'm not sure what we were talking about. Phil Pott says, if I drive my own car down there from Canada, a 2011 Volkswagen gas, can I drive it in all 4 countries? I'm thinking of going there for 6 months and checking things out. So, in theory, yes. When you say all 4 countries, I assume you mean the CA4, the 4 that we're a member of. The only problem that you're going to run into is the regular logistics of a car. But if it's really 6 months and you're really moving country to country and you're truly on vacation and it's just a long driving around vacation, then yeah, I don't know anyone who's had a problem doing that. We're having a bandwidth issue. I'm going to switch over to that just to give it a little bit of time to buffer. Right, we often say don't drive a car down if you're coming down to relocate, because you end up with just all this headache that isn't worth it. Guys, let me know if you can still hear me because I can't tell. It's frozen on my monitoring. It looks like it cleared up. I'm waiting for the bandwidth rate to... Oh yeah, it's having a problem. I can see the cache rebuilding, but we're rebuilding the cache really slow on a slow data rate, so I'm worried about putting the image back. Apparently we're having a problem. Or maybe YouTube's having a problem. Phil, how difficult to get parts for car? 2011 Volkswagen, it will border on the impossible. There's no way you could get parts in 6 months. That would be your biggest problem. You'd have to be here for an outrageous amount of time. I highly recommend not driving older exotic cars that are not available in the region to the region unless it's truly, you know, for a really good purpose, right? Like if you're a car collector and you got to bring it down and it just has to be a thing, like, yeah, that can make sense. But if you're just thinking it's going to be fun or whatever, it's going to ruin your trip. If anything happens, right? We don't sell Volkswagens in Nicaragua. They probably sell them in neighboring countries, but you're going to be dealing with like broken down cars that are not allowed to stay in country, that are now being forced to import because you can't move them, because you can't get parts, and it will be a nightmare. If you're moving down, we always say, don't drive a car down, even if you have a 2020 Toyota that's exactly the Corolla like you would get here. Don't drive it down. Sell it and then buy one here because they'll have different parts and you want parts availability. Like that's a big thing. Boink 800 says you'll need a carnet for the car. Check the CAA, they can help you with that. Parts aren't the problem, he says. They are definitely a problem. Get the car paperwork and insurance, that's the priority. It's definitely the priority, but parts will be all but impossible. Hopefully you don't need parts, so you could get lucky, but 2011, I'd be a little bit worried, especially as accidents and stuff are big here, right? Rough roads. E. Garcia says, I went to La Salle, near where you are, best school in the area. A lot of my friends' kids go to La Salle, and they like it a lot. I live really close to La Salle University, which is obviously the same place, but it's the uni portion, not the Colegio. The Colegio, for those who watch my videos, is directly in front of La Colonia. Desmond and Sierra, hey Scott, are you still offering assistance through Relocate Nicaragua? Not technically, no. Is there someone that could go with us to look at rental properties in Leon? No. It is a legal thing here. We cannot do that. We finally will be in Nicaragua in 2 weeks. So looking at rental properties, it's very complex and it's such a thing. Like there's so many legal problems with doing that it's not viable. We can't do that, unfortunately. We've had problems in the past where someone came down and then caused problems, and because we were there and speak Spanish and live here, they tried to sue us because of a renter problem, and it was all we were doing is translating. Like, we didn't know the person, we didn't, we weren't paid for it. Like, it was just, oh, hey, yeah, no, we'll help explain things. And then they're like, oh, you helped explain things, so you're on the hook for the apartment. We're like, oh my gosh, our lawyer is like, you can never do this in Nicaragua. So unfortunately, that's not a thing we can do. Real estate agents have a little bit of protection about that because they have, in theory, with the new real estate law, and they have all these contracts and all these fees, and those things indemnify them with, like, I think they have to do certain things. Like, they have to go up and say, we are an agent. We don't know this person. We don't, and it's unfortunately, can't do it. Dale says here, fine. Janet says, what we can do is drive you around and show you neighborhoods and stuff. We can point at houses and be like, you might like this house. This neighborhood's nice. Like that. We can be like, that's a good price. That's a bet. But we can't do house showings with you. We can go look at houses as long as we're on our own. Like it's a bit of weirdness. It really is. Dale says here, fine. Janet says, yes, it's a bit slow. I have to go to another class. Oh, VW is huge in Mexico. Yep. A carnet is a passport for your car. Yep. For example, in Mexico, you must use Mexico car insurance for your own car. Yeah, there's a bit you have to do at every border. It's the same in Europe. Every country you pass into, suddenly it's a huge thing with your car. It's like, hate dealing with that. We rented a car that was supposed to be able to go all over Europe. It could go nowhere. I want to drive around and look for property, but after watching videos, I'm under the impression I cannot buy a car there. So it's all technicalities, right? So you can't buy a car here, but you can just form a company, and the company can buy a car here. So it all depends on your semantics, right? Depends what you want to do, but it's... Gigi says, do your live watch hours go towards your long-form video watch hours? It does, yes. It's not really a caveat to that. Yes, they absolutely do. Boeing says it's much cheaper and less of a headache to hire a driver. That is true. If you're looking at property in 4 countries and you want to drive around absolutely everywhere in 4 countries, having a driver is going to be complex. Like, I totally understand why you want a car. Like, yeah, and driving down from, I think you said Canada, that sounds like fun. Long, but fun. Like, I'm totally that guy. I would do that. That would be fun. I get it. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that there are things to consider that may be a headache, right? Just be prepared for those things. I mean, like, I have a car, right? But I have to do it through my company. Now I don't, but I did at the time that I have it. So I have a car, and it's bought through the company. So it's easy to buy things. It's just, most people are like, I'm not willing to form a company. And you're like, it's just as easy as buying a car, right? It's not a big deal. So, but a lot of people are very averse to those things. And there are things that, it can cause problems or complications or something with taxes or something. So there's times it's like, okay, I can see why you don't want to do that. But in general, loads and loads and loads and loads of expats around the world standardly form companies to buy their cars. Even when they have the right to buy cars or property on their own, loads of people form companies to hold them for them anyway, because it can make property transfers between family easier, all kinds of things. So a lot of times that's done even if you had your cedula and you could totally go buy a car. Like, I can go buy a car, right? I know lots of people that can buy cars, but I don't know very many that do, but some do. So, Gigi says, do you think Colombia is as dangerous as people say, kidnapping of tourists and murders and such? No, it's definitely not that dangerous. Eric, who's on, is actually in Colombia right now. Eric, pop in and give us your assessment on safety in Colombia. Eric Peterson, are you listening? Colombia is definitely a lot more dangerous than Nicaragua. I'm not saying that Colombia is like crazy safe. There are warnings, but you have to look at Colombia Colombia is a giant country. Right, physically it's pretty big, but population-wise it's very big, right? So it's a big place. Has a tourist been kidnapped there? Yes. Has someone been murdered there? Yes. But are the numbers really scary? No. Right? Like, is it Mexico scary? I don't think so. Is it Costa Rica scary? It's probably in the Costa Rica range, right? So would you be scared going to Costa Rica? That's kind of a good gauge. Very few places are as dangerous for tourists as Costa Rica. Should you be scared of going to Costa Rica? No. So, right, but if you are, then legitimately several other places might also be things you want to be wary of, right? Colombia might fall into that Costa Rica kind of space. Mexico falls into that Costa Rica kind of space. So, Gigi says, how much do you think it would be to have a full-time driver that drives you every day anywhere you want? We did this recently, and we're guessing that it's about $80 a day for a tourist. Now, if you're hiring someone full-time, obviously much less, like if they're a salaried employee all the time. But if they're providing a car and you're just paying their day plus gas, it's like you might get lucky and be like 70, but I think 80 is a really safe number. If you're doing it for like one day and it's a specialty thing, could easily still be under 100. Boink says Colombia is very safe. Yep. And how do I know? I have been there myself. Phil Potts says, to be honest, I'm looking at moving to El Salvador, but your channel popped up in my feed 2 days ago, and Nicaragua looks like a viable option. Well, awesome. Hey, Phil. Welcome to the live feed. And thank you. I just noticed the great channel bit at the bottom. Nicaragua is a great option. El Salvador is also a great option, right? Those of us who live down in this region, we kind of think of the two of us as kind of together now. And I get it's funny because El Salvador has gone way off to the right politically, and Nicaragua has always been way off to the left politically. But they're both very much, and this is what's really unique, I think, is that they're both great examples of countries with low corruption rates where the government is like passionate about helping the people. And of course, there's still things that go bad. But it really shows when you have a government that isn't super corrupt and actually wants to do good things for the people, they seem way more similar than they seem different. The things that we get in other places from being really far left or really far right, when they're good or they're bad, has nothing to do with them being to the left or to the right. It has to do with corruption and governments that are just out to steal and cheat and ruin the lives of everybody. So because Nicaragua and El Salvador are completely different places with the same goal, they align really well and get along really well, and they have a lot of alignment and stuff. So generally, if you're looking at one, the other will be on your radar because they're both relatively cheap. They're both incredibly safe. They're both really vibrant, up-and-coming economies with a lot going for them. Nicaragua has a lot more run time than El Salvador. El Salvador is a flash right now, and we're waiting to see if they can sustain it. We're really, really hoping they can sustain it because we need a good, solid, safe Salvador on our border. But they're this fantastic example of what can be done quickly in the region, and we're just waiting for Honduras to do the same, and we're going to connect back together. Nicaragua has made it safe and stable for a really long time, so it's a very different path than El Salvador. They're just kind of holding on to good, whereas El Salvador is coming back from the brink of disaster. But there's so much of what you might like in one you will find reflected in the other, and we culturally are one place. Honduras and Guatemala were not part of that place with us. They were Mayan countries, and the northern portion of El Salvador was Mayan, so they're culturally the same up there. But southern El Salvador and Nicaragua and the northern portion of Costa Rica were the Nicaragua, and that region is culturally and culinarily and historically one place. So while there's the Gulf of Fonseca in between now, which we have a ferry going in between us, Nicaragua and El Salvador are really just two parts of the same traditional place, and you will see that reflected in the culture, in the way that people behave, in the types of food they eat. Yes, pupusas have developed in the north, and nacatamales have developed in the south. Like, we have our food differences, but the vibe, the feel, like it's very, very similar. And so if there's two places you're going to consider like that, yeah, those two work out really well, for sure. E. Garcia says, La Salle was turned into a university relatively recently speaking. It was a high school in my teenage years. Best time of my life. La Salle is a university up in Pennsylvania, near where I'm originally from. So that's what I know it as, is a major U.S. university. Phil says, how is the BTC adoption there? So we're completely BTC legal. I actually have an episode coming out about this. We're completely BTC legal. We have zero adoption because there's nothing to fix. BTC does really well in places like El Salvador in the U.S. because there's problems in the existing infrastructure that BTC is able to fill. And it's not because BTC is magic, it's because there's these gaps and it just does those things. It's great at that. In Nicaragua, there's this huge push. Every week someone comes on and is like, we're going to fix things with, crypto or BTC or whatever. And we're like, which things? What are you trying to fix? And then they're like, well, aren't there, and they start naming U.S. and El Salvador type problems, and we're like, nope, don't have any of that. And like, well, what about, like, nope, not a problem. Well, what about, nope, we don't have those problems. Like, our system works incredibly well, and so I think BTC is working moderately for El Salvador. They can't post it as a success. It's not, they're still on the dollar. They can't leave the dollar, but they're able to use it. It's functional. It's neat that they have it. It's getting them a lot of attention. A lot of people are looking at moving there because of it, even though it's not used. So people talk about it being used, but on the ground, like, you don't see it really. But in Nicaragua, you're able to use it anytime you want. Like, you're completely free. It's just everyone is like, but why? But in El Salvador, it's like, okay, I don't need it for this, but I could see using it for that. And people are pretty much okay with it. But here it's just like everything is so easy. We actually have a faster, more secure, lower cost, more anonymous ability to make transfers in country. And internationally, like it's so monitored that it's all the same. Gigi says, can you get into how to form a company there for the purposes of getting a car? How do you put the car under the company's name, and how do you report it? Is it feasible to buy a decent car for under $5,000 cash? I'm going to say probably not able to buy a car for under $5,000 cash that's any good. You might. It'll be tough. It'll be tough. We don't make cars here. So cars are more, the only way to get a car cheaper than you can get in the US, where they make cars, is by getting cars that you can't get in the US. So there are lots of Chinese cars here, and the quality is way above what you get in the US, and the price is way lower, because the US has an embargo to stop the flood of high quality, low cost cars coming into the US. So, and Canada is part of the US car market. So if you're looking at what they have up there, it's really bad. But like Chevy and Ford that are made in country, Toyota's made in country, Honda's made in country, they keep the prices really low. We don't make anything here. So we always pay a premium for cars. But we're able to get cars that you can't get in the US. So we have access to lower cost cars, but with the cost of having to ship them all in. So if you're looking at a Kia Sorento or whatever, right? It's not going to be super expensive compared to the US, but it's going to be always at least 5% more, if not 10% more. So getting into like a $5,000 car is super hard. But in theory, you can get a brand new BYD for $9,500. So it's all over the place. How do you form a company? Basically, you just call your attorney and say, hey, I'd like to have a car. I don't have a cedula, so I'd like to form a company to do this. Lawyers are very used to this, and they'll just do it. Desmond and Sierra, thank you. Trust me, completely understand. Have you heard of any issues with arriving at MGA after 5 with dogs? Yes. Yeah, we've definitely. Arriving at MGA with dogs is scary under all circumstances. It is not a thing I would want to do if I could help it. We've had friends who've had their dogs left on the tarmac to expire, and they were extorted for them because what are you going to do? It's at a moment when you have not yet entered the country, so you don't have the protections of the police. Yes, if your dogs die on the tarmac, yes, you could take action later. They don't want your dogs to die because they'll never get their money and they could get in trouble, but they're going to take a risk because they could get thousands out of you in a panic. I flew in with my dogs on a private jet, so they were never in crates. They were always with me, and that worked really well. Of people, if you can fly with them in cabin, you're generally okay. But people putting them in cargo, I would be terrified to have that with my dogs. Consider driving them down, which is tough, right? But with 5 dogs, I think it would be easily worth it. Gigi says, for the full-time salaried employer driver estimate of price, for a driver that's good, you're probably looking at like $500 a month, right? If you're providing the car, you're providing the gas, all he has got to do is drive you around and run errands for you, $400 to $500. The reason that it's so much more than other people who have driver's licenses and are good enough that you would want them to drive you, are good enough to be taxi drivers. You don't need someone who has the hustle of a taxi driver. You don't need someone that's going to take on the risks of being a taxi driver. So a taxi driver can easily make $600 to $900 a month, right? So this is someone who will make less than a taxi driver, but they have a lot lower risk, and they know they're getting paid. They know you're not going to need them to drive every moment of the day, right? Like it's a pretty good job in general. So you can definitely pay a lot less, but it is still a premium. Not that many people can drive. Ernst moving back from USA after 35 years. Congratulations. Where are you heading to, and when are you coming? Phil says, yeah, Bukele is doing an amazing job. He definitely is. Everything looks so great up there. I haven't been up too recently, but I've been up since he had cleaned things up, and it's doing really well. I shouldn't say that. I have been there in the last several weeks, but I didn't spend very much time. Money down. I wish they had those Leon burgers in Granada. Sorry, tourist zone. You don't get the good food. It's just it is what it is. Brent, hey, seems like Nicaragua really deserves credit for keeping violent crime and gangs in check over the long term without having to resort to extreme measures seen in El Salvador right now. Yeah, I mean, they would have if they hadn't started from the beginning, but because they've always kept it out, they've managed to keep it out. But it is due diligence. My gosh, the news today, right? They show the photos of all the people that they picked up in the autonomous zones trying to smuggle drugs. They take it seriously and they advertise it. Brent says, not saying their crackdown didn't need to happen. No, it definitely did. Like, they got into a rough position. There was nothing they could do. Dale says, OMG, not another BTC discussion. La Marcelita is here. Hola todos. Phil says, after watching several of your videos, you seem extremely confident in the Nicaraguan government. What makes you so confident? Living here, right? Like, if you... So first of all, I've been 9 years, right? So I'm not like I just got here. And I'm a businessman here. So I've had homes and... hold on just a second. I have to read something from a potential employee. But can you... so I can give it to them full time. Sorry, So when you're here for a length of time, and it's similar to, right, to Bukele in El Salvador, right? People have all these theories, like, oh, it's like this, it's like that, it's like blah, blah, blah. When you go to El Salvador and see it, you're like, okay, so there is... sorry, I've got work stuff going on that I'm thinking about. When you actually get on the ground in El Salvador, right, you have this really obvious, like, people were terrified before, things were dangerous before, and now it's getting way, way better, right? And, like, people have better lives, and people have, like, all this, like, improvement, and suddenly there's a middle class able to go out, and there's just all this stuff able to happen, and it's like, wow, this is really working. And it's just an amazing thing. And you're like, this is, people couldn't live these lives before, and now they can, and it's a complete change of everything. And when you're looking at Nicaragua, right, when you're here and you actually spend time here, and you're like, oh gosh, so first of all, the things that other countries say, you just walk around and go, well, you can see that's not true, right? Oh, they're doing this. Are they? Nope. Right? Like, really obvious stuff. So you have this immediate, like, okay, the things I've been told are not true. And then it kind of forces you into it. Let me observe what's actually happening. And there's so much of what you observe that's happening is like, oh my gosh, there's so many good things happening all the time and have been for a long time. And you hear continuously these stories. Oh, did you hear such and such a place was seized by the government? And you're like, really? And you walk over to that building and there it is, not seized. And you're like, well, what are you talking about? Who fell for this story? Well, the American news said. I'm like, I'm standing at the building, right? And like, things happen, right? It's a small country with a lot of dynamicism because it is a small country. But when you're actually spending time in the country and see the roads being worked on, when you see the fiber internet going everywhere, when you see the new parks, the new stadiums, the new ports, the new railroad, the new airport, right? And you're like, wait a minute, there's more stuff going on than there could even be money for. Like, people, when they come down here, especially from like North America, you get this really, really, really strong, how are they doing this? And then it hits you how corrupt North America must be, because there's so much more tax revenue, and yet they're not doing anything. And then you come down here and you're like, wait, it's safer? I can feel confident going out at night? I can do all these things? Like, it's amazing. How are they doing this? And knowing that, obviously, no one's perfect, but the government's like really obviously constantly in your face, like trying to fix things. Oh, you need hospitals? Hospitals, new clinics, working on, just all kinds of stuff all the time. Then there's things we don't like. Oh, we got to go get this thing printed and you have to wait in a line and lines, right? But when people, and this is one of the best things, when locals complain about the government, they often complain about they don't like the decorations they put up. Say, what now? That's what you're complaining about? Do you hear that that's but they don't hear other countries. They don't realize that other countries are oh, this terrible thing happened, that terrible thing happened. Here they're I don't like this tree. Who put this tree here? This is such a waste of our money, right? And then you're what do you mean waste of your money? You're getting so much more for your money than anyone else does. But they don't realize how much other countries are paying in taxes and how little they get for it, right? And how much freedom they have compared to so many other places. So it's being here on the ground, I think, you get a very in-your-face, practical look at, these things work under amazing amounts of pressure, and it still works, and they're still able to hold things together, and it's a really wonderful place to live, and so it gives you a lot of confidence very quickly. It's a very different environment, right? You need to check it out and see what it's like. It is unique for sure, but confidence that the wheels in motion are trying to do the right thing is very easy to get. Michael Ruiz, do you plan to return to the United States someday? No, absolutely not. I left, I started trying to leave in about 2011, finally actually got out in 2015. I go back to see family and visit, but absolutely I'm not moving back to the U.S. Will I stay in Nicaragua forever? We certainly think so. But there's a lot of circumstances you can imagine where we'd be okay, no, we need to move on from Nicaragua. That's viable. But will we go back to the U.S.? No, that's not in any way realistic. There's so many places that we have lived that we would go before the U.S. and places that we can go quite easily. And there's so many places we haven't been to yet that we also would like to explore and consider going to some of those places. So there's just a lot of possibility out there. Mo Money Don, get your dog a service dog ID and training. That doesn't work for 5 dogs normally. Michelle says, yes, net jets are good for traveling with pets. Net jets, I don't know. Is it called Yes Nest Jets or just Nest Jets? I can buy a new car with AC for $10,000. How much is gas per gallon there today? So it's been the same for months. I don't know what it is by gallon. We don't use gallons here, so I rarely buy gas, so I can't remember what it is. We're not the highest that the U.S. has, but we're on the high side for the U.S. So we're not as high as California, but we're higher than most of the U.S. It's 5-something a gallon. If you look it up, it's probably going to be accurate for Nicaragua because it's stable for months at a time. The government, because it's government-controlled pricing on fuel here, and so they just put out last week, for the next period. And of course, they always put a message with it, right? In order to support the Nicaraguan families, there will be no price change in fuel this month. So they're never going to miss an opportunity to market. But there's been no price change in fuel for a while. But it is a little bit expensive. But Phil, things you need to know is distances are small here. So you're rarely driving really, really far. You might, but it's rare. And our roads are slow. So we get really good gas mileage. We can go weeks on a tank of gas. It's rare that you use a lot of it. So it makes sense that it's on the expensive side, but it's not crazy. Michael says, what's your favorite Nicaraguan food? Well, Michael, I'm vegetarian, so I'm not a great example of what people would like, but I really like Nicaraguan cheese. I really like gallo pinto. I never know what to answer. I like a lot of Nicaraguan food, but it's always altered for vegetarians, so it's it's a little bit tough. But I do eat Nicaraguan all the time. Lugo's here. Good evening, everyone. Pine Ridge Lodge in Belize. Hi from Belize. What part of Belize are you in? Michael Reed says, have you not yet obtained your Nicaraguan residency? I do have residency. I'm permanent. Victoria says, how do we drive down with our dog if we can't keep our car? So, Victoria, that's the part that sucks, but it's not the end of the world. The thing you do, and I looked at doing this too, and I almost did it. You drive down, you drop them off, and you return within the month. Basically, what we recommend normally is you come down, spend 29 days, and then go. Because you'll get a month. They'll give you 30 days, no problem. Use that to rest up after having done the drive, and then just drive it back and sell it, which is a huge amount of work. It is terrible, but it keeps your dog safe. Victoria says, hello, La Marcelita. Phil says, is the government there running a deficit, or are they in the black? They, as far as I know, they're in the black. It's just not stealing all the money. Bear Place. Oh, I don't really know where Bear Place is. Hold on. I should know. I don't drive when I'm in Belize, though, so it's... Hold on, I'm looking it up. Not found. What? That's what I get for using DuckDuckGo. NetJets. Where you say is the best place to live as an expat. Where would I say is the best place? Are you asking Pine Ridge? Are you asking country or within Nicaragua? Because I go all over, but I live in Nicaragua. I mean, so let's be fair, right? So if you ask a guy who moved to Nicaragua, right? So I've lived all over the world. I have evaluated a lot of different countries, put in a lot of effort doing research, and after all that, I chose Nicaragua. So if you ask me where I think is the best place to live as an expat who put in an outrageous amount of time researching and very carefully chose Nicaragua, you can bet that the answer is going to be Nicaragua. However, I have different factors than most people, right? There are things that I care about that other people don't. I don't want to, and this rules out Belize for me, I don't want to live in a country that speaks English because I want to be forced to learn another language. I want my kids to be bilingual. I speak English at home, in case that wasn't obvious. So my kids get plenty of English. My wife and I are very fluent English speakers. So our kids have a really good range of English, and they're going to hear that all the time. They're not going to lose that. But what they don't have is another language at home. So having my kids have access to living in a world where there's another language and they hear it natively, they speak Spanish better as children than I did after 4 years of Spanish and Latin American studies in high school, and probably quite a bit better after living in Spain. So that's a big deal. Also getting the cultural experience of being in a place that's different. Belize is certainly different. I work in Belize, so I'm familiar a bit. Certainly different than where we grew up, but Nicaragua's more different. Time zones, locations, there's a lot of things that safety. I have kids, right? So safety is a big deal. Nicaragua is a place that my kids are considering for the long haul, for their adulthoods. So those are all really important things for us, and relatively close to family in the United States. Right, that's not something that's going to change. Even though we don't want to be in the United States, they're not leaving. So that gives us a lot of reasons why we want to be in the area. If we didn't have family in the United States and absolutely no ties to the region, we would certainly be willing to look mostly at South and Eastern Europe, possibly Eastern Africa, definitely Southeast Asia, and certainly Southern South America would all be much more on our radar than they are now. But that's not likely to be something to change within our lifetimes. So it is... it's not something that's going to affect us. But if you're an expat without those same factors as us, then there's lots of places that I've lived that may be really wonderful for you. So those are those are things to consider when looking. But my context is I've really put in research for my family. And after 8 countries, we returned to Nicaragua. We didn't get to Nicaragua and stall. We didn't get here first and decide not to move on. We came here, loved it, moved on, lived a bunch of other places, and said we should go back, and did. Pleasures, guys. Lennon says, "Hola, Scott. Have you been before to Playa Santa Maria del Mar in Chinandega?" I have not. Where's Santa Maria? Okay. Sorry for the typing, everyone. That is, oh, I know where it is. It's right at Aposentillo. I've definitely been and filmed in like Corinto, and I've been just a little bit north at, where have I been? It's been a while. Wait, or have I been there? Has it been renamed? No. I've been nearby, for sure, but I don't think I've been to that beach. I should go up there sometime when I have spare time. Pine Ridge with a 6-year-old, Matagalpa or Esteli. They're surprisingly similar, right? For like, what is it that you like? Esteli is flatter and a little bit warmer. Matagalpa is a very hilly town. They're both elevated, but Matagalpa is actually in the hills, which I like a lot. It's also much larger, has a lot more going on. If you're going to live in the outskirts, right, they're both going to be kind of the same. I dig Matagalpa a lot more. I love the way the mountains are. I like the vibe of the city. It's my place. Esteli's nice. I'd be fine in Esteli. But I don't go to Esteli and get all excited about being there, right? I'm like, Esteli. Matagalpa, I love. So I would lean towards Matagalpa. It's not necessarily an effable thing. Matagalpa does also have the really good coffee culture. So that's really nice. Like, it's a great cafes and everything there. I really enjoy spending time in Matagalpa. Not that there like isn't a cafe in Esteli, but there's a difference between there's a cafe that I like and cafes everywhere, and I can spend all day moving from cafe to cafe. E. Garcia, you don't have that many options as vegetarian in Nicaragua. You really don't. That's a big one. Toby says best place is like best song, depends on many variables. Exactly. How are women there? They're mostly Latinas. It's Nicaragua is a very I don't know how to phrase this, like a very dating friendly culture, I guess. It is I think the question that if you are asking in that way is probably, is it easy for expats to go out and date here? And the answer is generally yes. It is a very going out social kind of culture. The ability to meet people is very easy. If you're coming from, and I'm just guessing, someplace like the US, where there's a very, the US famously has a very anti-meeting people culture. Like, it's very difficult to just meet new people. Nicaragua is very much the opposite. People would be shocked at what it's like in the U.S. You can just go out and make new friends and go to the bar and talk to people, and so it's a very different vibe. Victoria says, I really appreciate your research. You are welcome. Toby says, how's the Managua airport? Boring. It's a very small airport. It's nothing special. People complain about it not having air conditioning all the time. It is absolutely air conditioned. It's just air conditioned to 80. Like, it's fine. I don't mind flying it at all. It's just a little dinky airport. If you're wondering, is there something specific you want to know about it? It's not a entertainment venue by any stretch. Or so if you don't plan on returning to the USA, would you consider renouncing and getting another passport, i.e. Italy? Well, it doesn't make sense for me because I am an Italian citizen. I don't need to do anything. So first of all, you don't need to renounce to get another passport from the U.S. So That's but in order to renounce from the U.S., you have to pay an exit tax that is absolutely mind-boggling, and so generally it doesn't make sense. But the reason that you don't want to give up U.S. citizenship if you're going to live in the Western Hemisphere is that without it, even Canadians struggle a little bit to be able to fly around. But if you're from anywhere else, including Mexico, like powerful passports that can go anywhere, can't travel freely in the Western Hemisphere. You must have a U.S. passport. Everything passes through the U.S. and nobody gets a free pass. Not even Europeans, not Canadians, kind of. And that's it. So in order to live in this part of the world, you would never give up a U.S. passport unless you never, ever were going to travel, right? And never needed to have the freedom to travel, right? Like, I don't have to worry no matter what happens. I'm not leaving here, which is fine. Some people that applies to, then it'll be okay. But I'd have to be in that position. Otherwise, absolutely not. No, I want my U.S. passport. Even just to have the freedom to get to Spain reliably, I need that. Or to get to Europe, not to get to Asia or whatever. It's very important. But I do potentially have the ability to get a Nicaraguan passport because of my current cedula is on a path to that. So I might get lucky there. Edward says, what is the status of the new rail line Messiah to Managua? It's approved. It's happening. I just don't know when they're breaking ground. They approved it and got the budget. It's very early. It is the first of our belts and roads. So we know it's happening. It's belts and roads. But I have no idea how fast that happens or what needs to be done because I don't know if they're using the old rail line. I don't know if they're moving to a new one. I don't know if they're going elevated or on the ground or whatever. So I don't know, but it's definitely happening. But they're doing the Pacific Coast Highway is busily underway. The new bus stations, they're underway. The new parks are underway. The new airport is underway. There's so many things going on that they have to prioritize to some degree. Phil says, when building a house there, do people have difficulty finding land clearing services like mini excavators, bobcats, small cats? Small cats? What's a small cat? I mean, like a house cat? It seems to be an issue for expats in El Salvador. They're not common. I don't know of anyone having a problem finding a land clearing service. I also don't know of anyone using that type of equipment, skid steers and stuff like that here. They exist, obviously, but they're pretty uncommon. So I'm not sure. But I know people have cleared land, and they just hire out locals and they clear the land, so it gets done. Alan from Decentraland, what do people in Nicaragua think about gold and silver? Are they used, bought, sold, bartered with there? They are not. Nothing is used here. There's no financial instruments here whatsoever except for normal money and then businesses, right? Like, it's just the whole markets concept is just not a thing. Now, does that mean you can't? No, it doesn't mean you can't. It just means it's just not part of the culture. Now, we have a stock market here. I think there's 6 companies on it, right? Now, keep in mind, Nicaragua is also a major gold producer. So we see the gold trucks everywhere, right? They are shipping gold all over the place because it is just constant mining here. Renee says, my husband wants to know where to buy a TV. Well, so definitely the best deals I've seen is PriceSmart. You can get them at Gallo Mas Gallo. You can get them at La Curacao. You can get them at Mendoza in town. But if you just need a little TV, just running up to Mendoza, they'll plug it in for you. You can see that it works, right? But if I'm going to actually go out and get a TV, I'm going to go to PriceSmart. I'm over here trying to find a house to put it in while he was looking at the Walmart in Managua for TVs. Don't look at Managua. No. Walmart is generally, if you need something specific and you've already looked other places, then consider going to Walmart here. But in general, don't start with Walmart. Nobody does that. Walmart's a fallback thing. Now, if you're at the Poly and you're looking for the deals, yes. But if you're going to Walmart, you're paying a premium for stuff you shouldn't pay a premium for. Lennon says, this place is under so many Americans and French, I think. Toby says, guesstimate average age of expats in Managua. Wow. I have no idea, honestly. I know people of all ages there, right? I know young couples, I know retirees. Obviously, like expats anywhere for the most part skew old, right? Partially because 12-year-olds can't go be expats on their own, but also because people tend to expat later in life. Like you tend to establish yourself, get to a point where you can work online, retire, whatever, and then become an expat. And so, and I don't live in Managua, so like my general guesstimates of stuff might even be off compared to normal because it's a different city than I live in. There's plenty of younger expats around. But I'm sure the average has got to be 50s. It must be. I mean, I'm pushing 50, and I have to be on the younger side of average, right? Tim says, "Happy Thursday, Happy Thursday, Tim." So to transition through the U.S., you need a visa? Yes. I thought they would put transit travelers in special detention to catch transit flight. No, absolutely not. One of the reasons that the U.S. is so adamant about getting all the flights is they can block anyone they want. So Nicaragua is under an effective travel embargo because of the U.S. There are ways around it, but all the ways around it are super expensive. All affordable flights through Nicaragua require a U.S. visa. It is one of the ways that the United States manages to maintain that the super poor in Nicaragua never manage to get away from being super poor. They make it that only the rich have any hope of ever getting a visa, and so cheap flights are only available to the super rich, ever. And anyone they don't want to fly, they just stop them from flying. Are there ways around? Yes. Like Conviasa has come in to run the embargo. So we have a embargo buster flight that flies directly to Havana. And from Havana, it gets flights directly to Turkey to get around the U.S. embargo. PTY has several flights to Europe, Central and South America, as well as Caribbean. I know. I'm flying them in a few days. I believe Bogota as well. I'm not sure. Probably. Yeah. Copa would definitely go to... Oh, you're saying PTY in general. Yeah, PTY goes all over, but even just Copa out of PTY. Because remember, Panama is a child of Colombia, and Bogota is their neighboring capital city. So they're going to be going back and forth all the time. Those are traditionally sibling capitals. But they have really cheap flights even to Buenos Aires, for example. For those who wonder, a flight from Costa Rica through PTY, and for those who don't know, PTY is Panama City, on to Buenos Aires, which is an insanely long flight, $264. Same flight from Houston, $2,000. Luco, over here on the Carretera Messiah, there are two companies that rent construction equipment. Oh yeah, I've seen them. There's one on the Suburbana too. Bulldozers. You will surprise how many Americans and French people are living there. Hotels, yoga, and good surf there. Yeah, that's why I don't go. Small cats, bulldozers, caterpillars. Oh, small caterpillars. Right. I thought it was a thing, like a small cat. Luco says, yes, I'll get you info if needed. Toby says, thank you for your service. TJ says, why is ground beef so high priced at Price Mart? I don't know. That's a good question. Also, why are you getting ground beef at Price Mart? Go to a carniceria. I don't know if they do ground beef at a carniceria. I assume they do. Like Carnique and what are they all called? Sucarne. Sucarne is the other one. Really, really good, high quality meats. It's weird that there's so many Americans up in anything in the Chinandega zone. It's just such a different spot. And when you go to Chinandega, they're like, an American? What? Lennon, do you ever eat at Dragonfly? That's my favorite restaurant in Chinandega. Luco, thanks, but I was thinking of bringing equipment down there. I was just testing the water. Scott is very knowledgeable. Was curious if he had any insight on that. Bringing equipment down? The answer is always going to be bringing something is never going to make sense. Never. It doesn't matter what it is you're asking. It will never make sense. The cost of shipping things in is so high. The import taxes are so high. And everything you need is available in country. If you were going to open a Caterpillar store, like, yeah, you'd be working out some deal to ship stuff in. You'd figure like all these things out. But to bring in any one thing, like you have to drive it down. You have to put it on a private boat. Like it's just, it is not worth it. So yes, foreign to foreign is typically more expensive due to low demand in general. Yeah, exactly. Toby says, do you see any or many Chinese or Russians? I was at the China Mall and there was a Chinese guy working there. I was like, yeah. I'm not confident. Let me think about this. I'm not confident that I've ever seen a Russian in Nicaragua. And Chinese, yes, but only because there's like Chinese restaurants and Chinese shopping centers that are clearly Chinese owned, like they're authentic Chinese things. Once in a while, you will see someone from China working in one of those places, normally right as they open. But then once they staff them with Nicaraguans and get the processes going, normally they disappear. I know of a few houses of Chinese citizens. I know where the Chinese embassy is. But even being around there, like I've never run into anyone from China. The Asian population here in general is very low. This isn't like Peru where there's like a traditional interaction with Asia. It's low, very, very few. They're out there. Like you'll see people from different places, but you won't see many. Yes, foreign. Do you see many people begging in the cities? Very few in general. If you're in like Granada or San Juan del Sur, of course. Anytime you load up with expats, you're going to find people begging, but they're not beggars. They're just people targeting tourists. Of people actually begging in the cities, every so often we see some in Leon that are Venezuelan, and they'll stand on the road with signs "We're Venezuelan" because they're trying to escape Venezuela, and this is one of the places they can come. So there's a few, but nothing like you'd imagine, and nothing like Costa Rica. More Americans willing to fly to Managua than Europeans and South Americans. Well, especially because it's 2 hours away. Although the number coming in from Europe is really high, we don't take... So the thing, Turo Urso, is that we don't have an airport that can take the big flights from over there. So that's why there's all these flights coming in from nearby, is because we don't have a big runway. We can't take the 787 Dreamliners. We can't take the old 747s. We can't do that stuff. That's why they're building Punta Huete, because that's going to take the Dreamliners. That's going to take the big Airbuses, and we're expecting that LATAM and Avianca and Iberia are going to start flying in, and that's going to be direct flights from Spain, we hope, direct flights from Colombia and Peru. For me, Peru's the one I'm hoping for the most. That's the one I will use all the time because LATAM, Costa Rica to Peru is the most fantastic route. If we could get that out of Managua, out of Punta Huete, oh my gosh, that'd be a life changer. However, shipping foreign to foreign is significantly lower than foreign to USA and vice versa. Yes, so if you do want to ship things in, you want to ship them from China. But there's Chinese companies already doing that stuff. You'll never be more efficient than the giant companies already doing it. We went to the Isletas, this is Mike Rivas, in July and saw a large group of what seemed to be Chinese nationals all wearing black. Like on the boats doing a tour. The Domino, going next month. Are chicken buses good? Are they good as a cultural experience to learn what it's like to live in Central America? Yes. Are they good for your family to travel around in comfort? No. Depends what you want. They're dirt cheap, like ridiculously cheap. They're safe. You do have to watch out. People will pick your pockets. I had a girl that one time had her glasses stolen. She fell asleep and someone stole her glasses. So, watch yourself, but no one's going to like knife you on the chicken bus. And the bus is basically free. So just keep a good eye on your stuff. Make sure you don't take out devices. Don't play around on the chicken bus. Watch out for each other. They're confusing. They're slow, but you can get across the country for like $3. So it's it's pretty good. Domino, I'm sure you have more specific questions about the chicken bus. Go ahead and ask. I'm just not sure what you're looking for. How much does a laborer earn per 7 or 8 hour day in Nicaragua? So the way that it works is laborers are salaried by the month. Typically, they're going to make if it's like strenuous physical labor, $250 to $300 per month. A housekeeper could be $200 for a month, depends on what they're expected to do, how many hours. But normally they work 8 to 9 hour days, 6 days a week is standard. So you have a lot of business in Peru. No, my only business in Peru is the amazing transfers at the airport. That's it. I'd like to do more in Peru, but I have no business there. It's only that the airport is the ultimate place to going in and out in the area. And you can get to all of South America from Lima for cheap and on the airlines that I like. It's just where it all comes together. Phil says, Scott, if a person is planning on moving down there to start a business, it makes perfect sense if there is demand. Of course, as I mentioned, I was thinking El Salvador, which is booming. Nicaragua is booming too, but there just isn't demand for... So I do a lot of videos on this, right? And the same will be true of El Salvador. If there is a demand, they meet it, just like that. They have, in both countries, basically unlimited funding. This is something that throws Americans off. There's this assumption that North Americans can show up, not know the area, and be effective business people. That's not true anywhere, right? Moving to a new country, you're always at a disadvantage. These are countries that have funding. The governments will fund things. There's people in the countries that will fund things. If you think about Nicaragua, there are essentially unlimited expats in the country with deep pockets and a desire to be in business. If a Nicaraguan could come up with a viable business plan, it is funded just like that. No questions asked. And so the idea that there are gaps that you need to fill in either market, it's possible. It's theoretically possible that you will come down and come up with something. But coming up with something before you've lived here for a number of years and know the market, extremely unlikely. Definitely, and if you've heard about it from remote, it's too late. Everybody who could do it already solved it, if it's a real problem. And if it's not solved, it's because it's been determined not to actually be a thing that someone needs. Right? Just like here. Do you have bobcats? Not really. Do we need them? No. Don't know anyone who needs one. So that's kind of the thing, right? We have other ways to deal with it. Would it be nice to have more? Maybe, but no one's putting them in. Probably means that they're not needed. Right? We have this every week. We have this the exact same discussion. It is, as a foreigner coming to another country, especially one that's so different, there's essentially no possibility that you or I've been here for 9 years. I have no ability to identify a business demand because literally, there's 7 million Nicaraguans who all know better than me, and if there's something they need, they will come to me and say, hey, there's a gap in the market that people will buy. Let's fill it. And I'll say, wow, that's a great idea. Let's do that, right? They will have all the ideas, not me, because I just don't know what's available, how they deal with it, what the challenges are, why there's So moving to this region, the first thing that should be on your mind is, I will definitely not be doing business in the region. Right? Coming from a rich country to a poor country to do business is almost always the antithesis of business ideas. If you have the ability to invest in North America, you would want to do that. What you want to do is live in this region and invest in North America, not the other way around. The only time that you would ever want to invest down here is if you either got some miracle, niche that you managed to get into, like you had special access to something. And keep in mind, right? Anything that you can do as a foreigner, a Nicaraguan can replicate cheaper. So if you did identify that having a rental business for bobcats was a good idea, the problem is before your permits have cleared, a Nicaraguan will have raced through the system, gotten it all done, and have them at lower price with lower cost staff and lower tax rates than you will. They have less risk, less overhead, and fewer hoops to jump through. And so if you identify something that you are not bringing a unique skill to the table with, you're generally going to simply be a proving ground for the Nicaraguans. So it's generally not a great thing. Once in a while, someone gets lucky, right? Someone came up with the Pharaoh's casino chain. They seem to be making money, right? But it was decades ago, before anything was here, when the market was very different and there wasn't funding for things. So it's a very difficult thing, and every expat has the exact same reaction. Oh, there must be all these things I can fix, but I've never met an expat who actually got here and was actually able to do that. Like, that's just like starting a business for the purpose of making money in a new country is like, the things that do work is like, oh, I want to open I'm Canadian, I want to open a Canadian restaurant. Nobody is familiar with poutine, so I'm going to open a poutine restaurant, and it's going to be unique, and people are going to be excited because it's authentic, because I'm Canadian, and they're going to come, but it's not going to scale. It's just, here, I have this restaurant, it's cool. Could that work? Absolutely. Do I know someone who did that? Absolutely. Did it work? No. But it had the potential, at least, right? I'm sad that it didn't, because a good poutine is delicious. Phil says, employing locals is the fastest way to get a passport by buying one for $1 million. No, the fastest way in El Salvador is to qualify under the professional rules. It's instant. They have thousands of them. The real question is, why do you feel you need a passport? Generally, that's not a thing you want. But there's unique cases for everybody, right? But passports do not have. So I love Nearshore Living. He does a whole thing on the scams that people run trying to sell passports. There's been so much scam on passports. And trust me, a second passport's generally good. Not always, but generally good. But it's not the good that people often imagine. Right? 99% of people come to this region, no interest in ever getting a passport. Once they're here, they have no idea why they would have ever gotten a passport. But there's times it can be good. Domino, I'm definitely traveling by myself. I'm going to Managua, Leon, San Juan del Sur. I just wanted the cheapest way to get around and not get lost. Okay, so realistically, Domino, of those places, you can't get to San Juan del Sur without something like a chicken bus, because it's remote and not on the bus paths. But Managua, Leon, don't bother with the chicken bus. I don't care how poor you are, the extra $1 to take the UCA bus is worth it. Unless you are literally at the point where $1 is going to mean you eat or you don't, take the UCA. The Interlocale from UCA's terminal is $2.70 instead of like $1.60. It'll get there in half the time. You don't have to worry about people stealing things. It's a shuttle, and it's so fast. It's so fast and easy. But going to San Juan del Sur, very tough, easy to get lost. Chicken buses are about it. If you have deeper pockets and you're not worried about the money, which it's a big difference. It's like, I want to say like 40 or 50 bucks. Maybe it's not that much. Maybe it's like 30 to take one of the beach shuttles, and you can grab them out of Leon, and they'll go all the way from Leon in the northwest all the way to San Juan del Sur. I've done it when I don't feel like driving. It's nice. They pick you up at your hotel. They drop you off at your hotel. It's a little bit of a luxury. Yeah, it's still just a passenger bus or van, but you're not picking people up all over the place, and there's just a few of you on it, and they'll stop where you want to stop. Like, if you can spend the money on that particular leg of the journey, I would do that. But from Managua to Leon, UCA, that is the way to go. Can a Nicaraguan replicate specialized services such as selling insurance in the USA or financial services? Not sure what you're asking, but I believe so, yes. James says, hello, Scott from the Bay of Fundy. How do I find the UCA bus? So the handy thing, Domino, is that the UCA buses are called that because they come from the UCA terminal. That's literally it. Take a taxi to the UCA terminal, and you're good to go. So a business model to start up in Nicaragua to serve USA would be to train and certify English-speaking Nicaraguans to prove I do these services. Oh, that's real common. So that's labor arbitrage, right? So that's a business in Nicaragua, but doing business in the U.S., yeah, there's millions of. That's why there's no employees available anywhere in Nicaragua. Everybody does that. So things like, what did you say, insurance and financial services? Yeah, they're literally a dime a dozen. Like you drive through Managua, that's the main industry. That is literally the number one industry of Nicaragua. So it's everywhere. The thing that you will find hard is that you're in a completely saturated market. Everybody who speaks English well enough to do that is already doing that at high rates. So the price of those people is just going up and up because everyone's desperate to hire them. Another could be engineering services. Could be where you're going to find engineers is not a country where. So you got to. Are you going to open a university? What's your? Or are you just trying to sell engineering services? Or are you trying to do them remotely? London in Santa Maria is the first marina in Pacific Ocean, Nicaragua. The name is Marina Puesta del Sol. Oh, is that in that beach? Oh, yeah, I've stayed there. That's what I was trying to figure out, if that was in that beach. Yep, I've been there long ago. I didn't realize that was the... Boy, that was a long time ago I stayed there. Where is that on the beach? Why can't I find it? Yeah, I was there when that was the only thing. Like, we had to drive through the jungle. It was crazy. It's amazing how much all that has changed since I was there. Domino, okay, thanks. I looked at the routes and stuff. I think the most difficult was getting back to Managua from San Juan del Sur. That's probably true. But if you take the shuttle, they'll just take you to Managua. Like, if you're taking the chicken buses, yeah, it's all challenging. But if you're taking the shuttle, it'll be so easy. Because obviously people do that like daily. Everyone in San Juan del Sur wants to go to Managua. No one in Managua wants to go to San Juan del Sur is kind of the objective would be to train English speakers out of high school or the universities. I mean, yeah. If you want to start like training people through the entire engineering programs, yeah. But keep in mind that university here is free and you'll have no lock on them when they're done. But it's a tough thing to do. Like, that stuff is cool. But to learn a language, generally you need to learn it when you're really young. So you're going to have good English speakers early on. By the time they're about ready to graduate high school, they're already getting offers in Managua. So you've got to compete against people who are being offered salaries that are 5 to 6 times minimum wage. So they're looking at instant middle class right out of high school if their English is viable. So when you're looking at that, you have to think about, okay, so I'm going to grab someone who's already at this really high pay rate, and now I'm going to spend years training them into a field like engineering, and they're not going to get certified because you're not going to have a certified like, how are you going to get a certified engineering program out of Nicaragua for the U.S. or whatever? You're not. So that's going to be a really big problem. And then if you did all that, you're going to be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, right, per person. And then at the end, they could just, if they're certified, they can just fly to the U.S. and take a job. Because the entire time, the U.S. is advertising to them endless wealth and free jobs. They don't exist, but the advertising never ends. So it's really hard for them to believe that it doesn't exist. So I have people who give up good jobs to move to the U.S. to be homeless because the U.S. just pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed to get them to move up. And then once they get there, they realize there's no jobs. Other would be to train Spanish speakers to do the back office stuff that doesn't require face-to-face with English speakers. Yep, that stuff, absolutely. See photos from Hotel Amaras is good. My dad says good night. Good night, Dad. It's the biggest thing I would say. I mean, the biggest. It can't be overstated. You want to be in Nicaragua for years, any country for years, before you start looking at what business would be an investment, right? Cart before the horse. You never start with, here's a business, will it work, right? Because you have to start with what the need is. You have to start with what the opportunity is. Now, in some of these cases, Toro Urso, like you're looking at what's available other places that I need, how can Nicaragua fill it? But the idea that like to understand what resources are available, how hard it's going to be to teach them, how likely they are to stay with you, how you're going to retain them, and on and on and on. All those things are going to be very, very difficult until you live here and really spend time getting to know it. Now, if you're purely doing labor arbitrage, that's fine, right? Easy, easy, easy. You don't need to be here to do that, though. Why aren't you doing it today? Because obviously it hasn't hit your radar as important enough or valuable enough to be doing. You don't need to be in Nicaragua to be doing labor arbitrage with Nicaragua. So you're up against every American who could be doing that. So to be in Nicaragua, you have the advantage that you can talk to people. Like, there's some advantages to being here, and obviously the big thing is that your cost is lower. So yeah, like, get here. That's living here is what makes life better and more powerful in a lot of ways. But from a business standpoint, to understand how you're going to be able to do business here that makes sense here, you want to be here and put in a lot of time. Same as, imagine someone coming to the US from another country and being like, oh, look at all these business ideas I have. And you'll be like, that, but like, how are you gonna pay for this? How are you gonna do it? Like, instantly being in the US, you'll be like, okay, those things are all weird for the market. The same will happen here. The moment that you're here, you'll start being like, oh, I see why that thing didn't work. I see why that wouldn't be an idea. And I mean, some of these are viable ideas. I'm not saying they're not. I'm saying that you don't want to be leading with even thinking about business until you've put in time, because all you're doing is leading yourself into a position where you're likely to want to do something before you're potentially ready. It's just not a wise thought process for a business, right? As a business investor, if my team was coming to me with this, I'd be like, stop. Do not do this. We're a business. We want to focus on where we can make money, not wild speculation. That's reckless. It's dangerous. Now, it's fun. So it could be, if it's purely a hobby, you just want to do it, and it's not about making money. It's about the fun of running a business. Hey, I get you. I love running businesses. So, okay, just make sure you're acknowledging that, and that my goal is not to make money. This is because it's fun. That's cool. And of course, all the regulations and stuff, like just any of those kinds of things, you want to be on the ground, because you're not going to be able to run the numbers. You're not going to be able to approach people. You're not going to be able to see what the workers are going to be like, those kinds of things. Domino says, what city do you live in? I live in Leon. I want to move there, but live in a smaller city other than Managua, but not far away. Is Leon good? It's good enough for me to live in. If you watch my channel, I show every bit of Leon. You can basically map every street in the city from my videos. So you can really get around. E. Garcia says, I have plans to start a business in Honduras in manufacturing. I have an engineering degree and work on a business plan. All right. Why Honduras instead of Nicaragua? Just wondering. That is where most of the factories go, so I mean, it can make sense. Looking to move in 5 years, he says. Domino says, I'm in real estate in the U.S., so my income would be from my properties. Would be coming from my properties. Cool. So in my situation, if I work for myself in the USA, then move to Nicaragua serving USA clients, do I need work residency visa for this? No, you do not need a visa from the US to be working. You're already a US working citizen, and you're not working in Nicaragua, so you don't need anything. That is just called being on vacation. Any carnivores to discuss non-vegan food in Leon? Sorry, Scott. Not here with me. Domino, I got, and as when you responded to my question, I got an ad when you respond. Oh, did it cover up what I was saying? I'm never quite sure. I was watching Generic Expat's live stream, and it seemed like the ads actually covered up when he was talking. And I'm like, well, that's just crap. So the thing I was saying, Domino, is I live in Leon, so it's I definitely like it. It's very hot, but it's a really nice city. And if you watch my videos, I have basically walked every street in the city of Leon, literally. Like, in Leon, I am famous for being the guy who knows Leon the best. I'll talk to people all over, and they're like, there is nobody who knows Leon like you know Leon, because I am possibly the only person who's walked every street, every neighborhood, every block. I go everywhere. I go on the dirt roads, I go in the fields, I go in the barrios, I go in the repartos, I go downtown. everywhere with a camera, so you can follow along on different episodes and see basically any house in the city that you want to see. You can find it on an episode. So for example, So for example, I would need residency work visa to do that in Mexico and Brazil. Good to know. Yeah, that's the whole thing with Nicaragua, right? Nicaragua classifies income coming from outside of Nicaragua as not working. That is the thing that makes Nicaragua completely different. And so can you make money working in Nicaragua? That's why this is the thing. Everybody is like, I have to have a Nicaraguan job. They have to let me work. So many people get so adamant about that. And we're like, minimum wage here is $200 a month. Like, you don't want to work here. And they're like, I have to. But you can work with, and not only do you not need a visa, not only can you start doing it on day one, but it's tax-free. Nicaragua does not tax that income at all, ever, because it's not income to them. It is already your money. My only thing in Mexico and Brazil is, how do they know you're doing it? Because you're working in the U.S. and your money's in the U.S. So why do they care? How do they know? Like, they can guess. You've been here a long time. Are you rich? Just say you're rich. How do they know? Yeah, the ads overlay the stream so you miss the content. Well, that sucks. I'm Nicaraguan, but my wife is Honduran, thus my interest in a business startup there. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry, guys. You can use the bar at the bottom of the video to scroll back to see content the ad made you miss. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Thanks, Patricia. Did your plans to be in Panama City change, or is it the same? We will be there the 29th to the 1st. Yeah, it's the same. I'll be in on the 28th, but gone on the 28th. I'll be gone by I don't know, 9 a.m. on the 28th. Sorry, but I'm not even leaving the airport. What do I do for work? I run a international technology and business consultancy and outsourcing firm out of the U.S. Dale says, yeah, Pat, but then you're always a little behind. It is true. It is true. There's no winning with a live stream. Always something to go wrong. So Nicaragua's whole thing is living here is so perfect. They may not know, but if they find out and you didn't follow the law, it could lead to serious problems. It could. I always wonder about that one. Like, how would they find out? And even if what are they going to do? Accuse you of it? I mean, they can kick you out whether they know or not. But let's say it another way, right? Okay, so you, and this is a real example, so I really want to know. So you invest in a company, IBM. You buy IBM stock, and you move to Brazil or Mexico. Do you have to have a work visa to get money from that stock? So the answer is no, right? Okay. If you move to Mexico or Brazil and you're a YouTuber like me, do I have to have a special work visa to be there and just make videos? Generally, the answer is no. Mexico and Brazil tax on worldwide income if you reside there. They tax on, right, nope, stick with me. So if you're pulling a salary and you just don't report it, then you're lying. And yeah, they might not catch you, but they might. And you're really breaking the rules. I get it. It's when you don't get paid a salary and you instead take dividends. If you're paid on dividends, it's the same as if you had invested. And work is a very amorphous thing. You work when you sit on the beach and think about company problems. You work when you invest. You work am I working right now? How do you define that? Right? It's it becomes a very difficult thing because you're not clocking in, you're not clocking out. If you're doing that stuff, if you're clocking in and you're pulling a salary, yes, I understand that they may have problems catching you, but we're not trying to break the rules. We're trying to find where the rules don't apply. And generally, to business owners, they do not apply. They could avoid tax reporting to the USA for... I'm not talking about avoiding tax reporting. That's a total... I'm not... In no way am I talking about not reporting your taxes. I'm talking about reporting them properly. Right? So... until the USA caught up. So... So as a business investor, I don't get paid a salary, and I don't work an official job, but I do things, right? So in Nicaragua, I don't have to do this, right? I just who I am. But normally, if you have an investment and not a salary, you still have to report it if they're doing worldwide income. But you don't need a visa for the work. You could just be there on tourist. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to read. Yeah, Mexico taxes income tax. I don't believe that they tax your investments. Yeah, check on that. I think they may not actually tax you as well. And then we get lost in London, England, trying to ask locals of no avail, asked an Indian person they knew. Yeah, it's like that. When am I going to El Salvador so you can give a full contrast and comparison with Nicaragua? Soon, I hope, but I've got to go to Argentina first. Rich people thought they could, yep. If I'm in Brazil or Mexico less than 183 days, no reporting. If I'm there more than 183 days, according to their laws, all income, including capital gains and dividends and interest earned that year, is subject to levies. Okay, so, but in that case, you don't need a work visa. It's only the taxes you have to pay. So there's still more expensive places, but you don't need a work visa, right? That's the thing that I'm saying you don't need. So they'll get their money. It's just that I don't think in those countries you qualify as working, because in the US you don't qualify as working. So it's difficult, not impossible, but it's difficult for countries like Mexico and Brazil to classify you as doing something that in the place that you're doing it, you're not doing it, right? It's like them saying, oh, you're not allowed to do this thing. And you say, you're right, I didn't do that thing. Oh, yeah, I guess you didn't, right? It's a little bit complicated. But you have to pay the taxes on it. That makes sense. Are you sure that you're foreign? I've never looked into it for Mexico because I've never really considered. According to Ultimate Tax Guide for U.S. expats living in Mexico, if you're a non-resident, you'll only be taxed on capital gains from Mexican source. For residents, this tax will depend on the tax cost. It's really hard to find something mentioning capital gains taxes outside of property sales. Living in Mexico while not working, don't need a work visa, need residency. Right. So here in Nicaragua, if your income is coming from a investment source, then you just get an investment, not an investor visa. You get a, I don't even know the name of it. I always forget. It's not the pensione. That's the retirement one. It's the other one, the rentista. You get a rentista, and you just declare your capital gains as the source of your rentista. And obviously you don't pay taxes on it, but living in, Dale says, or do border runs every 6 months and eliminate the taxes if you're not a resident, but will be taxed on worldwide income. Okay, 2 ways that you can become a tax resident in Mexico. Physical presence, most straightforward, if you spend more than 183 days, or economic ties. Tax resident if you have significant economic ties, owning a home, having a business or job, spouse, dependent, blah, blah, blah. However, your taxes paid to Mexico do count against your U.S. taxes if you're American. Now, if I have my own business with USA clients but do the business in Mexico or Brazil, I would need residency with permission to work to do that job in their countries. Yes, of course. Except, oh, I'm already resident, James. Right, so this is the thing that gets difficult. This is what I was saying, Toro Orso, is if you have USA clients, you have an American company with USA clients, which I have, and I go to Mexico, and so I was just in Mexico. You can see my episodes. Mazatlan, I was in Cancun. Was I working? Do I need a visa? And real question, like obviously they let you take a vacation for the weekend, they don't care, but when does it become that you actually need a visa as an owner who's not being paid a salary? There's no question, black and white. You do not need permission to work in Nicaragua as long as you are not working in Nicaragua. See, that's the thing. You're not working in Nicaragua. Living in Nicaragua. You're working in the USA. Right? The work being done is in America. If you have a U.S. company servicing U.S. clients, then the work is being done in America. You're not working in Nicaragua. I get that Mexico and Brazil may claim that work is done where your butt is sitting, but the USA and Nicaragua claim the work is done where the work is performed, which is in the USA. So you don't need permission to work in Nicaragua because you won't work in Nicaragua. That's the magic of the system, right? There's no way to work in Nicaragua. Because you can't. Now, if you had Nicaraguan clients and you were doing, that would be a problem, right? That would be different. It's basically the most straightforward, obvious system you could possibly imagine. Like, everything just works the way it's supposed to. And surprisingly, coming from the United States, we have this sort of impression like the U.S. is convoluted and weird. And like, oh man, the U.S., it's so... But in reality, when you actually go abroad and start doing stuff all over the world, you go, oh, wait, oh no, the U.S. system is really, really straightforward, really basic, and that's it. Like, it's so easy and like logical. Now, they tax you heavy, right? Okay, but it's not hard. First test is are you resident there? First test of what? There is no resident test whatsoever. So, second is, where are you sitting when the income is generated? Also, not a test. None of these are part of the system. Or where are you using these for? Right? Neither the US nor Nicaragua care where you are when work is done. That's not a thing. They care where the work is done. I'm resident. Oh, you're saying in Mexico. Right, so they're saying if you're a resident here and, right, but when income is generated, but in my example, there is no income. There's capital gains somewhere else, which you do pay taxes on. but it wouldn't make you a worker, right? Because workers get paid, in theory, right? Most jurisdictions require workers to get paid. And that's why, Luco, they say the U.S. tax is way too much, but, and it does. If you live there, I was at 52% taxes. Nobody does that. But living abroad, you get $120,000 tax-free for income right from the top. Like, that's pretty good. Very few countries have it that easy and much. Canadians, in theory, can get more off, but it's so complicated to do. But I earn no income in Mexico, and I don't live there more than 183 days, so I don't owe taxes to Mexico. Right. You're not earning any income there, and you don't live more. New York State is trying to scam me right now, and I haven't been there in 18 months. Oh, Luco, no, that's different. New York State. So I grew up in New York. The first rule of moving abroad is you move your residency out of places like New York. That's not the U.S. taxing you. That is New York itself taxing you. And that is purely optional on your part. Everyone I tell, move to places like Texas and Wyoming first before you leave the country so that you're tax-free when you leave. That is really important. If you're an American moving abroad, it's really important that you do that. Mexican lawyers specifically asked us if we had a job in the USA and if we intended to do the same job remotely in Mexico. So that's a great thing. So the answer would be no in my case. The problem is that Luco says the problem is I own 3 houses there and keep one as a home base. Well, just don't keep one as a home base. Owning houses in New York doesn't tie you to New York in any way. If the answer was yes, we couldn't apply for a temporary resident card, right? We would have to apply for either permanent resident or a work visa. Yep. So that's the great thing about owning a business and not paying yourself a salary, is that the answer is a black and white no. You do not work a job and you do not plan to maintain it. Or you don't work a job and you plan to maintain not working. So it's... I know it feels like they want you to say yes, but the questions they're asking, the answer is no. And it's what you would expect. It would be really, really weird to make you have a work visa as an investor in a company in the U.S. Not impossible. It's up to the country, right? If that's what Mexico wants, they can do that, but it would cause so many problems. Because how would they make it okay? Like, how would they write the law that makes you have to say yes, but makes just a random retiree with investments say no, right? They would be creating a quagmire where people who are like, what? This is my IRA, this is my 401k. Oh, sorry, you're an employee now and you have to do all this weird, like, they don't want that to happen. It doesn't make sense for anyone. It would be a mess. It'd be very, very difficult to do that. Okay, Toro Urso. You cannot work in Nicaragua. The concept is out of reach. Like, that is not a thing. You will never be allowed to work in Nicaragua. It's not 100% true, but by all intents and purposes, you will never be allowed to work in Nicaragua. There is no thing that you can apply for that will give you the right to work in Nicaragua. There's no paperwork for that because you're not allowed to do it, right? So this is... Nicaragua does not allow you to pull a salary to Nicaragua. All money earned outside of Nicaragua by all possible means is not considered income. It is your money that you are then taking out of the ATM or whatever. It's as simple as can be. There's none of this weirdness. This is not the US. This is not Mexico. Drop all of the weird, convoluted, trying to get your... It is as basic and straightforward and honest as a system gets. It just works. But like, there's this assumption that there's a work visa. There isn't a work visa, right? There just isn't. You're not allowed to get those. In theory, if you're here for a really long time and you do a bunch of stuff, in theory, you can eventually get a work visa. That is only... We had some other discussions where we talked about why it exists to make some investing things like so that you can do local investments without raising some flags, because there's no case where you would want to take a Nicaraguan's job, right? The things that all these other countries are doing are like, well, you're taking a Mexican's job, you're taking a Brazilian's job, so, you know, whatever. But so where would I have a valid ID if not New York? So you gotta move before you move, right? This is just one of the rules of being an American. You got to get to a tax-free state before you leave the U.S. So Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Wyoming, Alaska, they're all good options. It's just one of the people I know that are serious about expatting. They move to there, establish their residency, get their ID, and go. It's super important. Otherwise, you potentially are tied to places for forever, including if you have kids and you're a New Yorker, your kids can't they can pull your passport. New York maintains the ability to pull your passport over your kids' schooling. So it's really, really messy. Garcia, I haven't been there in 18 months. I just own property that I rent. I rented property out of New York for a decade. Never had to worry about New York taxes or anything. It's that you have it as your residency is the problem, because you have to have a state residency, and that's the one you left it as. You just need to move up and change it. The investigation is to ensure that my presence and the activities that I do in a country are legal. Yes, what I'm telling you is that it is legal in Nicaragua to have a business in the United States and to do work in the United States. 100% legal. It is the thing they want. It can't get more legal. It is the desired situation, right? And just like in Mexico, though, if that's what you're doing, like your lawyer pointed out, you're good because you're not working a job, right? The idea that you're working a job is weird. That's not what you're doing. Read that 1,500 NGOs got expelled from Nicaragua. I saw that in the news. It's probably true. The thing that's weird is, where the heck are 1,500 NGOs? Why are there so many? Like, it's like every other person works for a nonprofit in Nicaragua. Like, the amount that the U.S. has put weird, fake NGOs into Nicaragua is crazy. Example on a different subject. If you grow weed in your backyard in the USA, depending on the state, you might get a slap on the wrist. Yes. Is there a bar in Nicaragua that shows hockey games? I believe so. It's like the Moosehead or whatever. I'm pretty sure they show them down in San Juan del Sur. Remember, Canadians are our number one expats. Like, Canadians are everywhere. So there's likely to be people showing hockey games. I can't say that I've actually seen one, but I don't watch sports, so it could be on almost all the time and I wouldn't notice. But do the same thing in the Philippines, that's life sentence. Yes, no, I understand. I'm just saying that this is as black and white, as easy as it can be. Nicaragua wants you, more than anything, to come to Nicaragua and have income from the United States. And in doing so, there are 0 limitations on it and 0 taxes on it. Period. There's no expounding to that. There's no ifs, ands, buts, whens, sometimes, and thens. None of that. At all. That is the whole thing, right? And it's not like, oh, does that really work? Every single American and Canadian, everyone does it. It's how everyone lives here, right? Like, this is the system. Yeah, you grow weed in Nicaragua, you get a smack in the face. Yes, don't do that. Do not grow weed in Nicaragua. Yeah, I don't think it'd be a lifetime sentence, but it would be rough. I know many foreigners getting green cards to the USA, but don't know that they are supposed to report taxes on earnings outside the USA. Yeah, it's amazing how many people. Yeah, the U.S. really encourages people to get into the tax system, and then they're just siphoning the money in. The thing is, if you think about it logically, right, Nicaragua doesn't have excess jobs, so they will never let you take a Nicaraguan's job. Never. That's their job as a government, is to protect jobs. But what creates jobs is money coming into the country. So if you work in the United States but live in Nicaragua, logically, at least some portion, and very likely a large portion, and decently possibly all, of your income from the United States is going to be spent in Nicaragua. That is 100% gift money to the country of Nicaragua. They don't have to do anything to get that money except let you spend it. Literally, all they have to do is say, okay, just bring your dollars in. And Nicaragua is a dollar country, right? It's our secondary currency. In El Salvador, it's their primary currency, and Bitcoin's their second. Here, Cordoba's our first, and dollars are our second, but both of us have dollars as an interchange, along with the U.S. and Ecuador and Panama, obviously. And so, to Nicaragua, they're not worried about foreigners taking the housing. We have excess housing. They're not worried about them taking the farmland. We have excess farmland. They're not worried about them eating the food or drinking the water. Plenty of food, plenty of water. We'll grow more. We're not worried about foreigners using the electricity. We generate all the electricity for the region. We're good, right? All these things. It's like we have excess of nearly everything except jobs. Nicaragua wants, especially, I'm pretty sure, no one's ever said this, right? But logically, what they want is older established Americans and Canadians and Europeans or anywhere. They don't care where they're from. They probably don't want Americans and Canadians, but they're willing to take them. And they want them to come in and not have kids here because Nicaragua has kids, right? It's not Europe where we don't have kids. It's not South Korea where there's no kids. They have kids. That's not the issue. They're not looking to supplant the future generations or find a way to deal with the flagging population. That's not the problem. The population's kind of low because the U.S. is sucking people out like crazy. So a momentary influx of foreigners wouldn't hurt, but it's not a big deal. Nicaragua can replenish its population quite quickly. But what they can't do is generate more jobs. There's embargoes everywhere that stop them from having free trade. So the thing that they need is a way to bring in outside money because they can't ship products out that easily. They ship some rum and sugar and there's some things, but there's so many limits on what comes in. By allowing people to bring in money, right? Every single person who comes to the country is like, wait, I can just make outrageous amounts of money somewhere else and spend it here? And Nicaragua's like, are you asking us if you can just hand us hundreds of thousands of dollars for fun? Yeah, go for it. And so it's this amazing system where your money goes so insanely far because the purchasing power parity is like 320% of the US. And things are just generally cheap. And you don't pay taxes on your money in Nicaragua. And if you're American, the U.S. gives you your first $120,000 of income tax-free. Now, I recommend if you're an investor in the United States, like you might be, and you're going to live in Nicaragua, unlike in Mexico and Brazil, where I'd recommend you don't pay yourself a salary, don't make yourself a worker, because then you have to pay those higher tax rates and declare yourself employed. Don't declare yourself employed. Keep yourself as an investor and just take your profits. But if you're coming to Nicaragua where they don't care about any of that, they're not worried about any of these weird external designations for no particular reason, then all of it's equal. But the US will give you a tax credit for your first $120,000 that you take in salary. So go ahead and take that tax-free and then pay the rest in capital gains in the United States and you're good to go. That's going to give you your best Nicaragua and best U.S. tax advantages if you're working and doing that stuff under normal circumstances. And to Nicaragua, that is just outrageous amounts of money that you're going to spend on rent, food, entertainment, beer. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to buy Nicaraguan beer. You're going to buy Nicaraguan steaks. You're going to hire Nicaraguan maids and cooks and drivers. You're going to buy your car from a Nicaraguan dealership you're going to have your house expanded and the new deck put on by Nicaraguan workers, you create so many jobs. Even if you're not an employer, you're still an employer, right? You may be the source, and legitimately, if you were bringing in, let's say, $250,000 in the U.S. a year, and you're doing all these things, and you're living in Nicaragua. Sure, you're still vacationing other places, like obviously, but you're going to spend so much on your house, food, beer, that kind of stuff here. You could easily, on your own, without even really thinking about it, create between 5 and 20 local jobs. There is no way that Nicaragua would ever consider taxing you and driving you away, right? Because to them, it's a windfall. It's amazing. But if they send you to Mexico, Mexico doesn't care that you're bringing in that money. Mexico has so much money, they don't care. They're like, whatever, you're still here taking a job in the way. We don't like having you here. There's too many of you. Okay, but you got to pay these taxes, right? And also, keep in mind, in Mexico, in Brazil, in the US, in Canada, they want the money to be in taxes because it's being siphoned off by government agencies. But in Nicaragua, the money goes back to the people. So they're not so worried about going in under the tax system. All they care about is that it goes into the system. Once it's in the economy, everyone gets better. Since their goal is to help the people, they don't care if it's going into taxes or just going directly into the economy. In both cases, they're just trying to get it into the economy. So it's like an IV to the system. So because they're not trying to steal all the money, they just let that work. So it's what makes sense. It's just when coming from countries that are so not focused on helping the people that it doesn't seem plausible that that's actually what they're trying to do. Canada, you can grow weed for personal use except Quebec. 4 plants in most provinces. I'm growing Gorilla Glue with wedding cake and grapefruit. I guess those are all types of weed. I have no idea. But yeah, Nicaragua is going to make it so good, right? The scenario is so good. As someone who has companies abroad, who works abroad, like it doesn't really get much better. It's people find it hard to believe because they start doing, like, if you start doing research on Nicaragua, it's like, well, that's how it should be. That just makes sense. But if you start with other places and get used to some of the places with really difficult tax regimes, then it's like, oh, the world's a terrible place. They must all be terrible. And then it's hard to believe that Nicaragua actually does things the way that they should, the way that you would hope they would. Because it's not like they're not making their money. It's not like you're not helping the system. It's not like you're not doing a good thing. But they're literally in a position where they're luring you away from Mexico or whatever other option. Sorry, just letting a couple people know that we're turning down a candidate. Nothing like having someone basically get fired for insubordination during the hiring process. What a dumb way to go. Like, sometimes I tell you, people just do not think in the process of being given an offer and burning your bridges and becoming ineligible for hire because you tried to negotiate harder is really, really dumb. Is there a reasonably cheap hotel in Leon? I mean, what's reasonably cheap? Probably. What did they do? They were told that they had one person to negotiate with for price, and that they may not speak to anyone else about prices. Like, we had it very clear. Like, you have lots of people in your interview process because we're all remote, and sometimes you're talking to clients, sometimes you're talking to other people. We actually had a quick meeting with them that's like, this is the person that you talk to about your benefits and all those things. So if you have questions about salary, this is the only person you can speak to. And he didn't get an offer that he wanted, and instead of saying no, I want more, and waiting to see if there's a counter offer, he just started randomly messaging people and saying what he was being offered and saying he wanted more and asking us to intervene. So the intervention was, he is not eligible for hire, he's not allowed to work here. Like, direct insubordination during the process of negotiating his salary. Like, what are you thinking? Like, that was so incredibly inappropriate. Like, he would have had so much more money had he just stuck to his guns and done what he was supposed to do. But instead, he decided that, I don't know what he was thinking. Absolutely crazy. You had a candidate tell you what they wouldn't do before they were hired. Well, apparently they told us they wouldn't follow directions. Hey, Red Dog, thank you. Wait, I was still answering. Alan, cheap hotel in Leon. So Leon has, I mean, we have a number of hotels. I like Los Balcones for a cheap hotel. Let me see if I can find a link. The manager who was hiring was like, woo, dodge that bullet. Wish all my managers were on the live stream. They'd be like, yeah. We just got rid of someone who was exactly the same way, and we were like, oh, I hope we don't get another one of these. And then this guy definitely acted the same way. Okay, Los Balcones. Do they have prices? I don't know if they have prices, but here is, I think this is the right place. Yeah, this is definitely it. Oh, it doesn't let me send it. Why? Why do places like Booking make the thing so long that you can't, like, share them? All right, there's a share button and everything, but, like, just make the actual link shareable. You know, don't make me hunt it down. Yes, that person probably watches my channel, wants to be third world baller. That's right. Like, you know, there's other people to like. I just don't. What would make you think that that was a good idea? Dale says, I'm thinking when I come there late next year, I'll stay at hostels outside the center and use tricycles to explore the barrios for rentals. Figure they might know the neighborhoods fairly well. Probably, yeah. Red Dog, buying a house versus renting. I'm thinking of doing an RV run from Canada to Nicaragua. Any thoughts? I think it's crazy. Everyone wants to do that, and I know why that seems cool, and it is cool. The problems are four things. One, the cost of fuel. Wow. Five things. Two, if anything goes wrong, there's no way to get repairs that whole way. Three, you're going to have entrance problems into each country. So you can do it, but it's going to be a huge headache to each one. Four, while Nicaragua has amazing roads, the other countries do not, especially not Honduras. You're looking at pretty rough roads. I wouldn't want to do it in an RV. And five, you cannot import an RV into Nicaragua, which means once you get it here, you have to take it back. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's got to go back to Canada. So an RV that you've taken all that way, that you have to get out and potentially have to get out right away, would probably be bad, right? Like, you'll be like, I'm so exhausted, I don't want to drive. They'll be like, we don't care. You'll be like, can I just keep it? They'll be like, nope. You'll be like, can I stay for 60 days? They're going to be like, no. And every 30 days that you're here, you have to drive it through Managua. Really rough roads, tons of road closures, really tight turns, nasty areas, and spend days dealing with immigration because you're basically importing temporarily an RV. I think you'd be super, 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 super sorry. I love the idea. I totally get it. If I had a big baller RV with like all the accoutrements and a super luxury, and there were places to park it, and I could drive across South America, my wife would buy one tonight. I'd be having this conversation, she'd overhear it, and it would already be ordered. She'd be like, that's the thing. She's been wanting to do that for forever, right? But we never buy one, and her sister has one, and they live basically on the Mexican border, so they could drive, I mean, not quite, but almost, right? They're in Texas, not far from the border. They could be in Mexico, yet this evening, and they have a big RV, but no one will do that. It's such a bad idea. Flying. If you're going to do it in a little car, you could possibly make it, as long as the car wasn't planning on staying, you could potentially pull off the whole thing. But even that, you really got to have a plan. And flying is so cheap. Not quite so cheap now because of Spirit pulling out for 3 months, but other than that. But yeah, it would be cool. There's also no hookups. So a bunch of the like things that would make it like cool, like, we're going to find a cool RV park in Granada and park there for a week, and like nope. You're going to be like someone's yard. Hey, can I park this in your yard? And they'll let you. Someone will let you, and you'll just pay for it, but it'll be a nightmare. Every single place that you go will be a big hassle. I don't know where my other half is. I could ask her if I can find her. Where, oh, where's that wife of mine? Somewhere down on my threads. Yeah, from Canada I would fly down Red Dog. It's just and renting a car here, often not fun either, right? Like it's, my wife is in the process of making fudge with my daughter. My daughter is the cook. She makes so many different things during the week. This week, since the last live stream, my daughter figured out how to make hummus, and we've made hummus at home twice this week, which hummus is not the hardest thing to make, but it's one of those things you're like, can you make that at home? Obviously you can make it at home, but like, can we make it at home? But we totally did. And my older daughter, so it's my youngest that does the cooking. My oldest daughter is like, this is actually the best hummus I've ever had. So she's very happy. And she's lactose intolerant, and we're vegetarian. So we're not vegan, so that she's lactose intolerant affects her because we could eat cheese and she can't. But hummus is vegan. And so for her, it's a really good protein source, and we can make it at home now. So, it can be late at night, and we can be like, we'll just whip up some hummus and make a big batch. And my wife makes bread, so she'll whip up fresh pita, and my daughter will make fresh hummus. It's a new thing. It's pretty cool. So right now we're just doing basic hummus, but next up I want to try like roasted red pepper and stuff, and I'm pretty excited because I'm not vegan, but I tend to like vegan eating quite a bit and don't get nearly as much as I would like. So it's and I really like Mediterranean cuisine. We lived in the area for a long time, so. Yeah, it would be good. Where you get the chickpeas? It's the grocery store. They sell them everywhere here, I'm pretty sure. I'm never the one that goes looking for them, but I think like everywhere sells them. And then, of course, so we're buying tahini that actually is coming in from the Middle East. That's what they have at the La Colonia, but Leon is a major producer of sesame products because we grow sesame seeds here. So I have no idea if we can find. I want to find some in the area. Where do chickpeas grow? I think we used to grow them on the farm when I was a kid. Native to Africa, Middle East. I imagine that chickpeas would grow here, but they like afternoon shade. Chickpeas need warm weather but are not a hot weather crop. Oh, no, that's not good. Yep, we're a bit warm for chickpeas. That is too bad. They're probably coming in from Guatemala. Everything grows in Guatemala. But we're just buying them by the can. It'd be nice if we could get big bags of dried ones. But you want the aqua, whatever. Why is renting a car such a headache? So renting a car, so the actual rental process isn't that big of a deal. The one thing though is that we couldn't get it for a long time, Patricia. It was a big deal when we found it. But now we call it the expat section. There's a spot where they have like all the weird foods that the locals would never buy. It's in there, which is weird because people eat hummus here a lot. So renting a car, first of all, is expensive. There are just a lot of insurance and stuff that goes with it. And so you end up with prices higher than the US in a place where you expect things to be cheap. It's literally cheaper under normal circumstances to hire a driver with his own car and have him drive you around than to drive yourself. Partially because the insurance is so expensive because the chances that you'll be in an accident are so high because you're learning to drive in a new country with a rental car. They don't like that, so it's expensive. Or the numbers don't like that. So it's expensive in that regards to start with. The second thing is that this is one of the things that everyone's talking about. Allison Blogs, whatever it's called, Allison's Journey? Anyone know the actual name? There's a vlog going on right now, but we had already made a video about it before she had this happen. But her husband accidentally killed somebody while driving in Nicaragua. And if you're involved in an accident where you've caused grave bodily harm, it's not unheard of for you to spend a bit of time in prison while they wait for the process to go through. And if you are a foreigner who doesn't have a lawyer and you're not prepared for things, the number of people who scam expats, many of them are expats themselves. There's a whole industry in the south of the country of scamming expats. Like the village of San Juan del Sur's main industry is the scamming of expats. You just carry this really high risk that if something goes wrong, you're not going to have the time and resources to deal with it as a tourist. As someone who lives here, I drive. Not a big deal. It's fine. But I live here full time. I have my own car. I get good prices on things. I'm familiar with the laws. I know exactly what to do. I know there's police stops everywhere. They're not scary at all. As someone who lives here and knows what they are, last time I was pulled over by the cops, we pulled over and they made the driver get out of the car because they wanted to look in the trunk. And I just hopped out and they're like, oh, he's getting out too. They're like, oh. And all the cops came over, there's like 6 of them, and they're all just hanging out. We're shaking hands, saying goodnight. They're asking about food in Leon because we were outside the city and stuff. And we were just hanging out and having a nice little time on the road. Right, when you live here, it's totally casual, super chill, no big deal at all. You wouldn't worry about it. But as a tourist and it's your first time or second time going through a police stop, look who's here. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, you're a little bit over to the side. Yeah, scoot you over. We have to be cozy.
It's because it's aimed more that way.
Yeah, you could turn it a little bit. There's a release that'll.
I feel very short. You're like this much.
Yep. You need something to sit on. You can sit on that chair, but it's not very comfortable.
Yeah, that'll hurt my back, I think.
Yep.
Here, pull the thing up and I'm going to pull it.
Hold on, we're trying to raise the seat. I think it went up. Oh, there we go.
It did. Oh, my feet don't touch the floor. Okay. Sorry.
Luco says, there she is. And so there's just a lot of these things that you may not be prepared for as a first-time driver. Is not a lot of time. You could easily end up just with things going wrong, and not that the world's going to end, but your vacation or 2 weeks or 3 weeks that you had set aside to do something could be really, really ruined. And it's So E. Garcia says, as a Texan, we are spoiled. There's no police checkpoints here. I think it's the opposite. We're spoiled because we have police checkpoints. I'm a Texan. The worst is being chased by the police and being scared of the police every time you see them. That's the worst.
Okay.
Just reading the note from Patricia.
I just need to comment. Patricia said that was a scary entrance. I thought someone was falling into the live stream. Hola, Dominica. Hi. The thing is that I pretty much am falling most of the time when I go to sit down. Like I'm half falling. It's like a controlled fall usually.
And I changed the lens this week so we'd be more in focus.
Yeah, I see that it's like the orange one.
It's the TT Artisan. We're on the TT Artisan f2.8, but we set it to 3.2, I think. Yep. And so, yeah, Garcia. So it's in Texas, you have to worry. Every time you see a cop, every time they pull you over, it's scary because they're always out for something, right? Not that they're out for it. You know what I mean? If they pull you over, if they engage with you, you're in trouble. You're always in trouble. In Nicaragua, they pull you over to like see if you're drunk or like a weirdo or a wanted criminal. They just pull you over. They want to check, make sure you have insurance, which I appreciate, right? In the U.S., people drive around without insurance. They get away with it, and people die, and then they're screwed because the person didn't have insurance. They're like, haha, I didn't get caught. Tough for you. In Nicaragua, they catch you if you don't have insurance. I really appreciate that. But for the most part, it's the most casual thing. Every time I get pulled over by the cops, just get out of the car, shake some hands, have a little chat. Like, we're just joking around. Like, they're not out to figure out if I'm, doing something. They're not looking for something wrong. I mean, they are, but they're looking for, like, big things wrong. Things that I would know are wrong. Like, oh, your trunk's full of drugs. Yes, I was smuggling drugs. Haha, it got me. Right? No, they're like looking for major actual problems. And when I've had little things like, oh, your light's out, they just pull me over. They're like, hey, your light's out? Oh, yeah. Okay, get that fixed. All right, cool. Like, it's all good. Like, it really is, I don't like the unexpected stops while driving. Like, oh, no, they're pulling me over. You pulled over, you get out. You're gonna lose a couple minutes. You're like, but other than the time, it really does keep the roads much safer than in the U.S. because people don't react in a panic to police because it's not a panic kind of situation. Am I from Dallas or just worked there? So I'm originally from New York, moved to Dallas long, long ago, for a long time. So we lived there about 11 years. My youngest daughter was born there. Her whole family lives not in Dallas, but in Texas.
Did you talk about the tahini and the chickpea question?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
I assume.
Where did you get the chickpeas?
Yeah, we talked about that. Where did we get them?
La Colonia.
That's what I had thought.
They have two brands. They have Goya, and it's slightly more expensive than the brand that we got. So I told her to get the cheap ones.
They have to
it was
charge,
like 110 cord per can.
They have to charge extra because a little bit from every purchase goes to Trump.
For Goya.
Mm-hmm. I think it's Goya.
Isn't
it? I'm pretty sure Goya is the big political brand.
I think that you can get garbanzo beans dried. I don't know that our cook has ever cooked them dried, so I think I'm going to talk to her about getting the dried ones and seeing if we can get them to the right softness.
Right, because if we can do that,
that
salud.
could save some money.
Yep. Hey Garcia, I see your point, Scott. I have driven in Honduras and pulled over once. It is hard to get used to. It is. It's very different, but once you get used to it, it really is. Normal, and we're used to it all throughout the world. That's what's done. It's the U.S. is actually kind of unique in the whole, and Canada, in the whole, like, cops chase you and they surprise you and you've got to be like watching for them. Like, that's dangerous. Like, one of the things I hate about the United States is I know every single driver on the road, they're not watching for me or dogs or deer or kids. They're watching for cops. That's your focus when driving. So it's dangerous because the way that cops behave makes people not pay attention to the things that are important. And then if they do see a cop, people have a tendency to panic and do erratic things that are dangerous. And then if the cops chase them, it gets even more dangerous. But even under no one's doing anything wrong and the cops are just standing there, they become a danger in the U.S. But here, it's just there's regular checkpoints. You slow down. They either pull you over or not. There's bumps. You know exactly what to do. And all throughout the world where we've lived, when there's checkpoints like that, yeah, the first time as an American, because you're taught that cops are scary, but once you realize these aren't American cops, these are just normal cops, then you're like, oh, these are just nice people I can talk to, because I'm not a criminal. So we're in Texas. You're from? I'm from Dallas. We were in Carrollton. Yep. And Patricia says, Trump does have a very big family to support. Phil says, after 9 years living there, what temperature is too hot for you? 35. In today's vid about coastal living versus inland, how much is heat and humidity a factor? They're fairly a factor. So we live in Leon, hottest zone, second hottest city. Chinandega is the hottest. And, I was out filming, was it yesterday that I went out to the park in the morning? I went out filming. There's going to be an episode coming up in a few days, and I can't remember the name of it, but it's already posted. And in it, I show the park. I talk about how it's not that hot. And I'm out in a park, and I actually go jogging in one of the parks on the video. But then I joke because it was actually the hottest day of the year, and it was 94 degrees with a feels like of 102. But on the video, I am not sweaty, and it was actually pretty comfortable at the time that I did that. I had done another video earlier in the morning, and it was a little bit more humid, and I was a little bit uncomfortable because of that. But yeah, I would say 35 is probably about where we start to be like, oh, that's pretty hot. For me, the humidity matters so much more. It could be 37 if it's dry, and I don't care. But if it's 28 and really humid, I'll be like sweaty. So I'm really affected by that, by a lack of air movement. But yeah, 34, 35 is where we start to like actually take notice. Short of that, we've kind of adapted, I think, and it's not that big of a deal. When I go to Managua, so when she goes to Managua, she says she doesn't really notice that it's cooler. But when I'm in Managua, I notice that I really like the temperatures. It's just enough cooler than Leon that it's like, when I'm in Leon, I'm always a little bit warm. But I don't really notice it because we do it every day. But when I'm in Managua, I'm like, I'm not a little bit warm. It's just right now after having lived here.
I guess it depends on what I'm doing in Managua. And nowadays, now that I'm a resident and a professional Nicaraguan, I wear pants when I'm in the city. So like during the day when I go into Leon or when I go into Managua, I'm wearing pants.
Yep.
So
I don't do that for day-to-day stuff, but if I'm going to anything, I'll put on jeans. And it's like,
you can tell the difference with jeans.
You definitely
for
notice.
Sure. That's why I bought a whole bunch of light, flowy pants to wear like during the day because it's just so much more comfortable than jeans.
Yep.
They're so much lighter weight.
Lucas says, they really don't bother cars here in Ticuantepe. Only motorcycles really get pulled over for them checkpoints. That is true. That's mostly.
So I find that
everywhere.
they go in cycles. Mostly what you see getting pulled over are motorcycles. They have like, ever so often you'll see one motorcycle after another being pulled over, and you'll see like a group of motorcycles that they're confiscating because they didn't have insurance or they weren't registered properly. So they'll confiscate them for a while. And sometimes there'll be like a truck, like a pickup truck with a bunch of motorcycles on the back. I've seen that happen that they're taking.
That normally happens when they do a stakeout at the beach and they catch all the drunks.
That might happen, but they're also looking for registration and expired registrations, and no insurance, I think, is what gets it taken.
Yes.
Not registered won't get it taken, but no insurance, it'll get it taken. And then I find that it'll be like a cycle. So they'll have done a whole bunch of motorcycles, and then you'll notice that they've started pulling over cars, and they're just being like, show me all your paperwork. And then they'll be like, okay, now open the trunk and show me that you have your triangles, because you have to have 2, and you have to have a fire extinguisher. And it's good that they check that, because every car that's legally on the road is going to have a fire extinguisher. So if somebody's car or motorcycle or something is on fire, like somebody passing by is going to have it if you can't get to the one in your trunk.
And the reason she's bringing that up, I told the story earlier that we had to go out and block traffic. To do that, we grabbed the triangles out of our trunk. In our car, we couldn't put our car in the road because the stuff was blocking it, but we were able to get out by person and sneak by the cables and the electric and put triangles in the road. And so we were actively using them. And even when the police showed up, they were like, "Yeah, leave them here."
They commandeered them for a while.
They had their own cones, but they're like, "We need more," and so they kept ours too.
Yeah.
And we weren't going anywhere, so I'm sure if we needed to leave, they'd have been like, "Okay," but they used them. Yeah.
They did.
It really was good to have because it's emergency services are farther away here. You tend to be out in the country when things happen quite often, and it's like, it may take a few minutes for someone to get there, and then the roads are dark. That's actually the biggest thing, is that so much is dark here. You get used to North America where there's so many lights everywhere that, you could have a broken down car on the road. Chances are you'd see it. Even if it had no power, no lights, nobody around, the guy ran away, just left a car on the road, you'd probably see it and not run into it. Here, you'd be in total darkness, and often you wouldn't know until you're slamming into it. Especially anyone who lives along the coast, you've always got salt on your windshield because there's salt in the air. We're off the ocean.
And it's just the majority of it. It feels like driving in the country in the U.S. with 2-lane highways through the country that tend to be dark.
Yep, like rural New York in the 1980s.
Yep.
E. Garcia says, "Wealth Management, I'm north of Dallas in Denton." Woo woo. Yes, we were Carrollton, but Denton County representing. Yeah, but Luco, yeah, they rarely bother cars. Here in Leon too, definitely, I would say it's like 80% motorcycles that they pull over. The average stop is only for motorcycles. Mm-hmm. And sometimes cars not at all, and then sometimes they're doing quite a bit of cars. They'll always pull you over if like your lights are out or something. Like if they notice something wrong, they'll pull you over. But
well, the majority of accidents involve motorcycles. So the fact that they concentrate on making sure that motorcyclists are insured and that all their paperwork is in order, it's not a bad thing. Mm-hmm. It keeps them paying attention to those things.
The number of times that I've seen just motorcycle on motorcycle accidents, like so many, I don't know, half of all the accidents we've seen are 2 or 3 motorcycles hitting each other, not cars or cars hitting motorcycles. It's them hitting each other. I mean, the average vehicle is
going off the road.
Oh gosh,
just hitting gravel or whatever.
That's what just
and going
happened.
Off into a ditch. Yeah.
That was yesterday.
Yes.
2 girls coming back from the beach just drove off into the ditch. I think they were okay, but
one of them was in bad shape, according to the witness that spoke to me.
Oh.
And the ambulance went by.
Yeah,
quickly
I heard the
with the sirens and the lights going, so which is good because she was alive, but also she was banged up. One of them was okay and like talking, and the other one was not. So hopefully they're both okay.
It's deep ditches out there. Tusk the Ripper. How did you and Dominica meet?
We met at a wedding. It was a friend of mine from university and a friend of Scott's from high school. And I went with one of my best friends and my roommate from college. And so we met at the wedding. Scott was the best man. So I met a different guy first, and I dated him for a couple of months. First, just because I met him first. And Scott likes to say, "I was the best man. I was standing in the front. I couldn't meet you first. I had a job to do." Yes, but still, it was only fair.
Yeah, and then we went to Howard Johnson's with everyone for dinner. Not everyone, but like all the people who are our age. It wasn't dinner.
It was the after party. It was the after wedding, after reception, after party at the Hojo, and the waitress thought that we were married.
Yep. And we're like, we just met. And we're really young.
Yeah.
What?
It was that weird short hair I had then. I think
it
made me look older.
I guess. Me too. The short hair I had back then really threw people off. Dale says, "Oh shoot, I stepped out for a couple of minutes and missed the answer for the required scooters." No, I didn't answer it yet because we knew you had stepped out. We're connected like that, Dale. Driver's license technically is required, definitely for scooter. E-bikes are not well regulated here yet. Like I think there's still a lot of like confusion around them. But legally, according to the letter of the law, e-bikes are just motorcycles. So yes, but the chances that you would get in trouble on an e-bike, I assume, is very low. I'm assuming. Because they're a bike. So they're not used to pulling over bicycles for things. But if someone noticed it was an e-bike, technically they're supposed to treat you the same as a motorcycle. Along with the scooters and stuff. So.
But a driver's license from
the
your
US
home country is fine.
Right. It's North America. All the driver's licenses are valid. Phil says, in your earlier vid, it sounded like you're not a big fan of living on the beach. Why?
I wasn't here for that, so. And it wasn't my video.
Yeah, some other video. So the beach is cool, and for really short periods of time, living on the beach is pretty nice. There's several things, right? So San Juan del Sur is a little bit different because it does have more going on, including like grocery stores, but they're really small. But if you want to go shopping, can't do it on the beach. You want to go out most nights of the week, you can kind of do it on the beach, but it's a struggle, right? A couple nights, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, you're good. But a lot of nights it's like, okay, there's the one towny bar. Yeah, you can have a beer and listen to the jukebox, but that's like it. Whereas in town, you can go dancing 7 nights a week at a bunch of different places. You can go watch cumbia bands till 4 o'clock in the morning, several different places. You can go do karaoke every night of the week. There is always something and almost always a live show. There's just a lot. Grocery stores, we have, 8. They have 0. We have mini marts that are full of good things, like ice cream. They have a pulperia with a couple bags of chips. We have the beach now, I think, has passed the city in actual quality and number of restaurants, which is just a sad statement as to the limited selection of Leon. Leon has 100 times as many restaurants, but no more selection.
I'm going to say, okay, you have to remember that part of the problem for us is that we don't eat meat and we don't eat poultry either. So our options are so limited. And really, it's the kids and I are the ones that get sick of the food. It's really the girls and I are like, oh, gosh.
I get a bit sick of it as well.
Yeah,
I put up
like
with
the
it better,
same
maybe.
thing.
But I'm definitely like, what's the next variety? And like, I don't have a single good veggie burger in town. Mm-hmm. And that's a real simple request. And there is one restaurant in town that I know of that does a veggie burger, and it's gag-inducing. And I don't mean that from like it's bad. I mean it's actually got a texture that
it's the texture
everybody gags on. Like actual.
I took one bite of that burger and went, oh my gosh, I can't. Yep. I cannot eat this.
All
absolutely
3.
not.
So her and both of the daughters threw out their burgers, right? And they were like $12. Like it's the most expensive burger place in the western part of the country, and we threw them out. I suffered through mine, but basically ate it as a soggy bread stew. And 2 years later, I tried it again, and it was maybe improved, but really close.
I feel like I was so disgusted by it that I wasn't thinking about things that I could have done with it, and I probably could have like chopped it into pieces and sauteed it in oil and like found some way to eat it, but not as a burger. Absolutely not as a burger.
Well, it was physically impossible to eat as well because it was like you took a big burger bun and poured stew on it.
Yeah, texture is difficult with making your own veggie burgers, and I have heard from food scientists on YouTube that I've watched about this that it's because commercial ones have methylcellulose in them, and that helps improve the texture. So I need to experiment with that. It's just a lot. So so that's why I have not yet come up with the right recipe. I keep trying them. I haven't come up with the right texture. I've had some that are okay. I make excellent veggie bratwurst and hot dogs and Italian sausage. That I've figured out has really good texture, but the veggie burgers, I've not mastered that yet.
No, but Saeed has at the Simple Beach Lodge, when they're on point, those are some of the best veggie burgers I've ever had. Not the best, but they're definitely the best I've had in Nicaragua, except for Nimu, which went out of business. They were on point.
That's the one in the food park in Managua.
Yep.
Oh, those
that
were
closed.
those
they
were
had
really good.
3 epic burgers, and yep. But the Simple Beach Lodge has a good veggie burger now. But that's one of the things. I can get a good veggie burger on the beach. I can't in Leon. Mm-hmm. So, but other things on the beach. I find it warmer. Now, downtown, the city is warmer than either, but we live like outside the city, and so I find it much fresher out here. The constant traffic and noise and dust and dirt and everything at the beach is a little bit much. I love the ocean, like that part's really cool, but I can get to it from here, and it's just, the city is just so much more convenient for a lot of things. But one of the biggest things is, like, we're expats living on the beach. The beaches aren't that big, and so we're really well known, and it's very, very, very difficult to be anywhere but really remote on the beach and not be like, everyone thinks you're on permanent vacation. And so everybody, and I appreciate that people want to come by and hang out, like, it's fantastic, but it's everybody, every neighbor, every worker, every acquaintance, everyone you know from the city stops by the beach, and they're like, oh, they know where you live, so they're just going to stop by, and it's the beach. They're going to walk in from the beach, they're going to walk in from the road, they're going to call, they're going to write buenas, like whatever. It's going to be never ending, and what we found is we couldn't do anything. It was quite literally every 30 minutes from 6 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock in the morning. Just one random person after another was like, hey, let's have a beer, hey, let's sit on the beach, hey, let's grab a burger.
Well, it was exacerbated by the fact that we lived in a business, so we couldn't, it's not like we had a wall.
Right.
Because, like, most of our friends have houses with, like, a wall or a fence, and you have to, like, you can't just walk in.
Right,
so
it definitely,
that
yeah,
helps.
For sure, and there's ways, like, I'm not, at no
Scott's
point in my
saying
video.
that he's so popular that he can't live on the beach because he's too popular and people can find him too easily.
I was out directing traffic in the dark. I want to point this out. This was great. So sometimes I get recognized on the street, but I got recognized on the street with no streetlights in the complete darkness. We were directing traffic, and a motorcyclist pulled over and pushed up his helmet thing, and he's like, I watch your show, and then he's like saying people he knows from the live stream, and I'm like, okay, got ID'd in the dark.
Not just that, but several people have said to me, so you didn't have power Tuesday night, and why were you guys in the road, and everything okay? Like, I heard you were in the road, and we're like, who told you that? Yeah.
Here's my doggy.
Everybody knows us.
She came to say hi. She's stretching. Oh, hi. Were you sleeping all this time? Oh, she needs to go out. I think you need to go outside. Yes.
I bet you would.
Oh, she took out the monitor.
Again,
that's her third time today.
It's with her tail.
I moved all the cables, too, to specifically address that.
Go ahead. Go outside. Go outside. Go ahead. I'll let you back in. Go ahead.
She'll be back fast, I guarantee. But, oh, she's back.
She wanted me to go with her.
She does. Actually, if you want to talk for a minute, I will go with her and make her happy. I need a quick bathroom break, and yeah, you can do it. You got skills. Talk about the beach. You don't have to answer questions if you don't want. It's the Dominica Show.
Now it's a takeover. Okay, let's see. Okay, the price of meat was already answered. Thank you, because I have no idea, because I don't eat it and I don't buy it. So I don't know how much meat costs. Yes, there is. Okay, Victoria says, also my son is really into skateboarding. Is there a skateboarding scene there? We did talk about this a little bit, but yes, there is a skateboarding scene in Nicaragua. And actually recently, in the past couple of years, like, since we moved to Leon, They there was a park that Scott was calling like the dumpster fire park, because literally he and our older daughter went on a walk and the dumpster was on fire, like people were burning their trash there. And now it's a skate park. So there's a small skate park in Leon. There's a huge skate park in Managua. And I know that there's one in Hinotepe, but I think that there's like, it's part of their park improvement directive that they are putting in skate parks where they have space. And like, I think at least one of them also has a basketball court. And I've also seen some new playgrounds lately. So I think they have like a general park improvement thing going on now. But yes, there are skate parks and there is a skateboard scene. And actually the skate park in Managua, right in like the downtown area where the government buildings are, in that section, I don't know what that neighborhood is called. There is a huge skate park, huge, and they have competitions there on a fairly regular basis from what I understand. And there's like a club, and there are like the slightly older teenage or 20-something skateboarders teach kids how to do it. So they're actually actively trying to get younger kids involved in the skateboarding scene. And so there's clubs and they do lessons and things like that. So yes, there is a skateboarding scene. I think pretty much wherever you end up, you're probably going to find a skate park not too far away.
Yep. And I don't think she's on right now, but sometimes, so she wanted to go out because this little dog was out in the yard eating poop.
Oh, gee.
And she ran straight out and
You're disgusting.
called him out.
You're disgusting.
Sometimes, who was it? Was it Victoria that asked?
Yes.
Sometimes
her son likes to skateboard.
Yeah, sometimes on the live stream, Johanna Rodriguez is on, and she is the skateboarder from the video that I sent. No, I'm using the bathroom yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought he was coming back.
But you can ask her stuff about skateboarding because she skateboards all over Nicaragua, and sometimes she hops on the live stream.
Oh, okay. I don't know if she's on tonight or not.
It's too late now. Sometimes she's.
Oh, that's right. She's in Spain, so yeah. Different time zone. You're welcome, Victoria's son. I'm glad he was listening. Yeah, and it's one of those things. It's like we've traveled extensively with our kids, and we lived abroad for 3 years, but in all different countries in Europe and some Central America when our kids were much younger, and because now they're 13 and 15 and a half, and we found that in Romania is a really good example of this, that one of the kids actually spoke English and the rest of them didn't, but the kids would play together. And our girls were really into Barbies at that time, and I literally had a huge suitcase full of Barbies and Shopkins and Play-Doh and just all kinds of toys like that. And the entire village, every kid at the school, when school was over, would come to our house for a while, which got to be too much for me because I'm an introvert, and it was literally 20 kids in my house. But they would play together, and it didn't matter that they didn't speak the same language. So it's a way for your son to make friends. It's kids, if they speak the same language of a common interest, that's a good way to make friends and meet people.
Now I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm back.
Scott's back. I'm moving.
I need a slightly bigger studio.
Yes. Oh, Cool Carl Mods is Romanian. We loved Romania. We lived in a tiny village in Transylvania.
It's Cool Car Mods.
Oh, Car Mods, not Cool
Modifying
Carl
Carls.
Mods. I was like, whatever you like, that's cool. Oh, that's funny. No, we absolutely loved Romania.
Yeah.
Oh, I keep going off screen because of because the camera's not where it was last time. Let's see. I don't want to miss questions.
Cool Car Mods. Hey, how's it going? Can't wait to come. January 6th.
Dell asked about tofurkey Italian sausages. There are no tofurkey Italian sausages in Maxi Pali or anywhere else, unfortunately. But I think that the ones that I developed, that recipe I just developed, was equivalent.
Mm-hmm. Those are really good.
Yeah. I have figured out I found a really good bratwurst recipe that's like a seitan bratwurst that has the snap texture of sausage, and I have adapted the flavors I can make any kind of sausage product at this point. And my Italian sausage is just as good as the tofurkey, and I think many fewer calories. Those are very calorie heavy from what I remember.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Edwin says, "Hey, Mr. Scott, how do you like Nicaraguan television, live morning shows, novellas, TV series, movies, and sports events?" I only watch so much TV, but I like the morning shows. I've been on a few, so that's fun. Live I've done, which is fun. I am actually a big fan of telenovelas, so I don't normally watch them on Nicaraguan TV because that's live, not live, but over the air. And I only want to watch things that are recorded because that allows us to know that I'm actually going to see them. But I'm a big telenovela fan. Sports I only watch when I'm out at the game or whatever. Patricia says, "Is he gone? Tell us all the secrets."
Yeah. I was too busy talking.
Thank you, Dominica. My son is excited. He was listening to. Oh, cool. Yep. I've been to cool skate parks in Jinotega. Cool
I
ones
said
up there.
Jinotega. I said
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there's a good one in Jinotega.
Yeah, Leon has one, and obviously
Yep.
Managua. Basically all of them have it.
That's what I said. I feel like there's going to be one fairly nearby wherever they end up. And traveling around, too, if he happens to bring his skateboard with him when you guys are just coming to visit, then he'll probably find opportunity.
Yep. And Cool Car Mods, thank you very much. We saw that come in.
Thank you.
A little heart. There we go. And the woes of the third world ballers.
I've never been able to.
Her arms. She doesn't know how to do that with her arms.
I can't cross my arms. There's no space for that.
Third world problems. James says, "Found the beach, humidity becomes a problem." That is true. The humidity is higher on the beach.
My hair on the beach is so wild because it's the combination of the humidity with the salt content and the wind that it tends to be a lot frizzier. I've actually
Mine
maybe
too.
Yeah, maybe the ladies can weigh in on this if y'all have an opinion, but I was thinking about doing my own TikTok channel where I talk about stuff about being an expat that personally affects me, which is it's different than Scott. We have different interests, hobbies sort of interests, like my woes of baking and how I can't find meat substitutes and have to make them myself. But I was gonna do my hair in a tropical country, how to do the curly girl method in a tropical country, and how I have to modify it so that it mostly will hold up to the humidity here. And nothing holds up to going out dancing and sweating.
Yeah.
That's what I've discovered.
Yep.
So I'm thinking about doing that. I don't know.
Edwin says, "Oh yeah," and then you already mentioned that Cool Car Mods is Romanian.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And we lived near Reagan. Edwin says, "That's where Hormiga de Oro, the Ant of Gold." Seriously, Hormiga de Oro.
And Michelle Richardson Pool
Complex is where in the early 70s the old Calle de los Bancos was.
Edwin, are you talking about where the really awesome, enormous skate park is? It is near there's a big pool complex. There's a huge playground there, and then there's also the skate park. So it's part of the Managua park system there. Their park complex is what I'm looking for. It's huge. And that skate park is really cool. Although I don't skateboard because I want to live and I'm not coordinated enough to skateboard. My little brother used to. But I think it's really cool, and it's not very old. It's like past few years has been built, so it's cool. But I think that's what Edwin was talking about.
Yep. Cool Car says, having a beer too. Cheers. Can't wait to try Tonya. It's delicious. Edwin says, 2 of the buildings that belong to the government today in the 70s were both Bank of America and Old Nicaragua Central Bank buildings. Oh, like the executive building, I bet.
Oh, okay.
Victoria says, okay, so I need to ask, why are you guys vegetarians? I was like, for 3 years, I want to understand. I was really the original vegetarian, and mostly it goes back to when I was 5 years old. I saw a pig roast at my neighbor's and realized where meat came from, and that was kind of it for me. It took me a long time because my mother was convinced that without meat you die. She grew up basically Mennonite, and so they had lots of wacky ideas. And so once I moved out from home, pretty much I was like, wait, I don't have to eat meat anymore, and just stopped.
For me, I dated dairy farmers in high school so that I could hang out with their cows. And I made a lot of friends. There were cows. I used to hang out with the calves. I would go hang out at their houses and just kind of sit in the barn with calves all around me, and loved it. And the last farmer that I dated, the last dairy farmer, they had pigs. And all of us, like, the pigs kind of appeared one day, and I was like, oh my gosh. And I made friends with the pigs, and I would visit them. Every time I was there, I would spend a lot of time in the barn, and I would visit them, and they have very human eyes, and I made friends with the pigs. And because I was very naive, I was very innocent. And one day I went into the barn, and there was one that would come running and then nuzzle my hand and want me to scratch between his ears and scratch his snout. I can if I think about it hard enough, I can feel the hair on his snout. I remember what his little snout felt like. And I went there one day and they were all gone. And then they were serving pork sausage that night, and I was like, is this those pigs? And I wouldn't eat pork sausage there, and his mother promised me that she was buying the portion for me at the store. She was probably lying. I believed her at the time, but that was the beginning of the end for me, really, making friends with the farm animals. And then at university, my roommate was Filipina, and she introduced me to tofu, which I did not like the first time I tried it, but grew to like it after that. And so sometimes I would go to the dining hall and I wouldn't feel like eating meat, and I would get a plate of rice with tomato sauce on it. I did weird things in university and sort of cut down on how much I ate, but I still ate meat. I was still keeping my options open. I hated cooking chicken for myself. And then one day Scott was working, and we were dating, and Scott was working in DC, and I was driving to visit him for the weekend, and I was driving down the highway, and there was a billboard. It was near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and there was a billboard for Applebee's with steak on it. And I looked at it and I went, ugh. And I couldn't eat meat after that.
That's the secret to eternal vegetarianism, just Applebee's.
Or make friends with animals. I'm too soft-hearted.
Yeah, I was never able to really handle eating animals. It just, my whole life.
Yep. And that was in 2001. And Scott says he's the original vegetarian. You're so full of crap. By literally a month.
Yes, but originally she's like, well, I just won't eat meat with you, and I'll eat it when I'm not around.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
But I didn't like meat.
These dogs may need to go out before they knock over the camera.
Come on.
But they're so sweet, but they're wild. They're play fighting on the floor. They nearly knocked the camera over. And it's on a heavy tripod, too. Victoria says, thank you guys for taking the time to share your story and experience. John Blair, hey Scott, where would you consider the best middle-income communities in Nicaragua? By middle income, I mean something comparable to the U.S. in standards, not necessarily in income amounts. Boy, that's a tough one. I think, there's kind of little pockets all over. So Managua on the Messiah Road. Do you see me think? You ever see like my eyes kind of go? It's because I'm thinking. The Messiah Road has a lot of like resident. So nothing's exactly like America, which hopefully people understand. Like things can be America-ish, but it's never the same, right? They can be the same income, they can be same purchasing power, but like life is different here. But so the residencias in the Messiah Road have a lot of places that would be very comparable to fancy American neighborhoods. Here in Leon, there's Fatima, Residencia Fatima. The style will be different, but I think you'll have like you can imagine, Leave It to Beaver happening in these fancy little little houses kind of things.
With the occasional tarantula.
Right. And loud cumbia music playing at night.
Yes.
So they're really going to be spread all out. Some city neighborhoods are going to be really fancy. There's a few in like Chinandega has some fancy neighborhoods, and a lot of the city's awful. it's a weird mix.
I would say like the residencias in general, like the newer residencias in general, is probably that feel that you're going for. Yeah. Like Scott said, yeah, there are a bunch of them like on Messiah Road towards Vivian Palas.
Yep.
Like that whole area. Or past it, yes.
Yeah. Sprinkled throughout the Carazo zone, sprinkled throughout the Pueblos Blancos, through the Pueblos Blancos, what am I trying to think of? The northeast side of Matagalpa. There's quite a bit as you go up into the hills. There's lots of places. Pretty much anywhere that's of any size, you're going to find some. And then it's really about finding the vibe that you like. That's going to be the biggest thing. You really do have choices. If you want a large amount, like one after another, and you can just have choices everywhere, you're going to be in Managua. Everywhere else is going to be limited small amounts because there's limited small amounts of everything. Like, we're just not that big.
Yeah. But it's, it's one of the reasons why Scott is always talking about, please come and visit and stay for a while before you buy anything. Like before you sell all of your possessions and move here, we recommend that you come and visit at least once first, just to make sure that you like the feel of it and that you can handle the weather. And if you've never experienced tropical heat, it's the idea of tropical heat is one thing, but like the heat in Texas, yes, it's hot in Texas, but everything is air conditioned. It is hot here, and almost nothing is air conditioned. Like none of the businesses are air conditioned. So you're hot outside, and it's not like you can go into a place and there's air conditioning and you can cool off. So it's such a different feel.
But you also don't go in and out. So in Texas, if you get overheated, you can go into the air conditioning and cool down. But here, you have this consistency. So as long as you don't get overheated, it's easier not to end up overheated. You're not coming out of air conditioning and being hit by a wave of heat. It's what you're in all day.
It's consistent. That's true. That's true. But definitely exploring and getting a feel for different areas before you make a decision about where you want to end up, we really recommend that. Because, you may find that you don't like being in a residencia. Like maybe you would rather be in the center of things and you didn't realize it. Mm-hmm. Or maybe you really want to make sure that most of your neighbors are Nicaraguan because you like the feel of those neighborhoods. And a good way to know that is to give it a try. Like do some exploring, stay some different places.
Yep. I just noticed because Cool Carmod said, I think it was him, that meat is the best for us, though. We can agree to disagree. I'm not a judgmental person. Was a vegetarian for 1.5 years, too. Rough period. It just made me think, him saying for I don't know why 1.5 years made me think of this, but I was a vegetarian for 1 year, or when I was younger, and I'd given it a try, but it was before there was, like, any support. One of the things is when we became vegetarians, we lived in Ithaca, New York, which is, like, the vegetarian capital of the East Coast. Mm-hmm. So it made it really easy to kind of get into it, and it made all the difference, I think. Because restaurants, like we could go out anywhere.
The most famous vegetarian restaurant in the country at the time was there, the Moosewood.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I forgot
They had a
about
whole
that.
bunch of cookbooks because we were vegetarian before it was super mainstream.
Right.
And so even the cookbooks were few and far between.
And when I had first tried it, it was before there was like Morningstar. Like there was nothing.
Yeah.
And it was like, what is being a vegetarian? Just don't eat meat, right? And there was no support, no
like
information.
The vegetarians in the 70s, like before the 2000s, those vegetarians, but especially like the ones in the 70s, they were hardcore, man.
Yep.
They were hardcore.
Yeah,
they
so
had
I
to make
tried it.
everything from scratch.
I tried it in the 90s, and I don't cook, so like it was just hard. But that really made it. But so I just realized this year is the year that I hit the tipping point. I've been vegetarian most of my life.
Oh.
This year, because I have that one extra year.
Oh, I already am.
But you already am
Yeah.
because you were younger.
Yep.
Already am.
It's true.
Already are.
I already are.
Why did you guys decide to be expats? You want to lead with that one?
Because we were bored.
Yeah.
No.
It's funny. We just kind of always wanted to be expats.
We did, and it's something that we, like, I feel like when we were dating, like before we got married, I don't know that we talked about that particular thing that much. It was more like a general desire to travel, and we used to watch a lot of British TV, like BBC TV and,
That's true.
and
Always.
TV and Irish TV, and we liked it. Like we liked that stuff, and like. That was sort of getting a glimpse into life in other places but I had always wanted to travel, but I am an introvert with social anxiety, and so in my early 20s or even earlier, like before I went to university or right after I graduated, would have been an ideal time to take a solo trip, and I was a chicken. I wish I had done that. I actually encourage everybody in those age ranges that I meet to travel, because there's a special that's a special trip. Taking that backpacking trip when you're like 21 and you're just out of university and you're completely clueless and you don't know anything about the world, and just like discovering it as a backpacker, I think would be amazing. And I took a trip with a niece when she was 18, and she and I went on a backpacking trip to Ireland and the UK, and we stayed in hostels. And so I met a lot of people that were taking that trip, just like solo travelers too. And it was really cool to get their perspective on that. And I wish that I had done that. And so, travel was always something I wanted to do. And then after we traveled, we were like,
It kind of came up because we had talked about it for a long time, and we moved around a lot naturally because of work. So we sort of had this thing where we were sort of expats anyway, right? You have to understand that, so for those who are not Americans, this will need some explanation, and Americans just kind of need to understand the context. But we're both from upstate New York, so rural, westernish New York, central and western New York. And, sorry, a lot of beer going on. And I went to school in Michigan at 2 weeks, 12 days out of high school. Got done with high school and immediately just packed up, did one weekend camping with a buddy, and then headed to Michigan I moved there to go to university and to study. And so I had this instant, I'm out of here, even though I'd lived on the same farm my whole life. And then when I came back from university, I moved to the city, not New York City, but to the local city, but still a decent-sized city, about the size of Managua, and lived there for a little while and ended up starting a company. And then because of the way that the company worked, I basically had to move all the time. And so ended up just constantly moving to different parts of New York, down to Virginia, Maryland, Washington, D.C., South Carolina. We worked for a while in Connecticut, but lived in the Hudson Valley. We moved to New Jersey at one point, Hudson Valley, while working in Manhattan. Basically lived in New York City. we moved to Dallas for a long time.
We just liked living in different places, and we would be like, oh yeah, it's time for a change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
let's take that opportunity and move somewhere else.
yeah, so we were expatting within the United States, basically, which is not quite the same, but it's awfully the same when you're really going over large areas. Like, you're
Honestly,
seen as a
our
foreigner.
parents felt like it was the same.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. It's not your dad as much as, like, my parents, who just sold the house that they bought just before I was born. So, yeah, same house from right before I was born, and they just sold it and moved to Texas, and have made a change after they've been retired for a few years. So, like, my parents were like, why are you moving so much? And my sister moved to Texas, but then married a Texan and stayed in the same area. Like, she's moved just a little bit. She's taught for the same school district since she started teaching since 1998. Since 1998, she's been teaching for the same school district and living in the same general area. And as soon as my brother and his wife graduated from pharmacy school, they moved to Texas too. So now my parents have finally gone there. So, like, everybody just went to Texas but then stayed in the same place. Nobody moves the way that we do. Yeah. It's just kind of we've always been sort of vagabonds.
Mm-hmm. And so, you want to let the little dog in?
Yeah.
So when I was working on Wall Street, my job gave me an office in London. I actually worked in London. We have these conversations about, like, live in Nicaragua, work in the United States. Well, I worked in the United States. I worked in London, but lived in the United States. I lived in Manhattan and worked in Canary Wharf in London. And so we went over and used my office in London, and then we went and used my office in Belfast and spent a little bit of time over there, and then tried to take a job to move, like, it got us thinking, like, oh, we could go do this. Like, we could just move to Europe, and, like, that would be an adventure. But we were still thinking of it in, like, a job mode. Like, oh, let's go take a career path somewhere. And so we get really close to taking a job in Switzerland at one point, and almost took a job in Paris. And I think those things, like, during that time, we really were watching a lot of, like, House Hunters International, a lot of Rick Steves, Best of Europe. We were getting to know places virtually. And when my career started teasing us spots in Europe, we started visualizing ourselves like, wow, we were getting ready to have kids, and it was like, we could be raising our kids abroad and teaching them culture and languages and just this completely different experience, and what a great way to raise the family. And suddenly the world seemed a lot more accessible during those years. And then we're like, why wouldn't we just do this? And then we just kind of did.
Yep. We spent a long time, actually. A lot of our travels and our time when we were living abroad for those 3 years, like, not really having a home base, we spent traveling around to try to decide where we might want to have a different base.
Yep.
And it was in that time period that we found Nicaragua, that we were here for the first time, and knew that it was a contender. So,
yep.
Yeah, we've never really wanted to live the status quo. We've always sort of seen, we would rather be able to explore the world and travel than have a huge fancy house that would, keep us just in that house. We'd rather have a smaller house or whatever, and be able to travel, be able to see the world. And actually, the hardest thing wasn't deciding to be expats. It was deciding where we were going to have a base, because we were kind of like, but are we sure? But are we sure? Because that's making a commitment.
It's like, do we have to try more places? Do we need to, like, really think about this?
Because I'm always like, but just over the horizon, there's something I haven't seen, which on several trips that we've taken with our kids, including the very first one that we took with our kids, our 6-week train, pretty much train only. We did take some airplanes, but train backpacking trip with a 13-month-old and a 3-year-old, where we had a stroller and a baby carrier, and we each had a backpack and rolling carry-on size luggage, and then a diaper bag that hooked to the baby carrier, and that's all that we had. And for 6 weeks and 9 countries with a literal infant and a toddler. Like, that was insane. And the reason we did 9 countries is because I kept going, but this is so close. But this is so close. But this is so cool. But we could just keep going, and this is so close. And that's how we ended up traveling so far. And I was so tired. I was very, very tired. It was awesome. It was amazing. But a lot of it, I swear there's parts of it that I don't remember. And like, you'll start talking about something and I'll be like, oh my gosh, I had forgotten about that because I was so tired. It was awesome. It was amazing. It was amazing. In some ways, it's easier to travel with tiny kids because their only opinion is that they want to have some time on playgrounds. So we actually call that trip in our first year and a half when we were, of those 3 years that we were living abroad, it was a tour. It was like a world tour of playgrounds. Yep. We went to so many playgrounds. So many playgrounds, and some really memorable ones were like in hill towns in Italy where the swings were like, they would sort of make you feel like you were going out into the, into nothing because you're way up on top of a plateau in a hill town in Italy. And, just things like that.
This was a very long time ago, 12 years ago, but hopefully that just went in the raw footage from that trip before we were really vlogging. But it's the first time we took a camera. And we did get some video of things that we did on that trip. For those who are interested in 19 minutes of random footage around Europe from 12 years ago. But
it was amazing and exhausting.
It was. And it's every time I stop and think about that trip, it's like, oh yeah, remember this. Like the boat ride on the Rhine.
Yeah.
And, eating cheese on the square.
And the little hotel that we stayed at on the Rhine, where it was the father and the son running the hotel, and the son got his toys from when he was a toddler out for our kids to play with, and he's like, this was mine when I was little. And they spent so much time playing with his garage. It wasn't Fisher Price, but it was a lot like a Fisher Price garage. But just like things like that, when you travel with kids, it's best to travel at their pace, and you see things in a different way, like from their itty bitty perspective, like playgrounds and meeting kids and things like that.
Yep.
Hi, come here.
So that was really big for us, and that was really important because we did that first scouting trip and spent almost 2 months seeing Europe really quickly, and then when we went back, we had this like really good scope of what we could do. If you hold him up a little bit, everybody can see our little visitor here. Maybe. He's so little. There he is. The troublemaker. Yeah. Aw. And there's the big and the big one jumped up. Oh, come here. She wants him to play. Surf Ranch in San Juan del Sur has a great skate park. Why did we decide to be expats? Hormiga de Oro is a place where you... it scrolled away. Oh, it scrolled away a lot.
Gosh, we're talking too much.
Hormiga de Oro is a place where you get ice cream and drink various products like milkshakes. Oh, well, cool. We already did that one. Red Dog, stay in a hotel for a few days and walk around to have a feel of Leon. That pretty much works. Victoria says Applebee's.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Larry's back. It's a Christmas miracle. Bears. Bears beat Chiefs, and they're still on live. I thought you were saying that beer beat the game. And
Larry, actually, I had to read that several times and contemplate it to realize you were talking about football. That's how much I watch sports. But yes, we are still here.
We actually ran into Larry yesterday at the cafe. We were not expecting to see him, and he was sitting right next to us. It was very funny. John says, wow, interesting perspective. Thanks for sharing that. By this point, I have no idea which perspective that was, but you're welcome.
Sorry.
Could be anything. Guillermo says, Red Dog, looking for passengers? I always do the wink. If people send winks, I do winks. Janet says, I somehow don't love chickens as much as animals with 4 feet, so I will eat chicken and fish. I can't say I absolutely never eat beef or pork, but never by choice, like someone's house. Victoria says, Janet, imagine my husband wants to be a cattle rancher. Now, this is the country for it, but like every other business, I will say, the chances that you will be able to compete with the local market is very difficult. TJ says, I'm ready for the cooler temperatures.
I keep finding it so pleasant in the morning, and then as soon as it hits noon, oof.
Janet says, my family was from dairy country, Tillamook, Oregon, but even then they eat the boys.
I know. I made friends with some boy calves, and they're like, don't make friends with the boys. But those pigs caught me by surprise, for sure.
Yeah. Curtis says, leaving the military industrial complex is my reason for leaving. Tired of supporting murder. That's serious stuff.
Yeah, we get it, Curtis.
Yep. Lucas says, I hear you, Curtis. I've seen my fair share of military ugliness. Curtis says, my relatives are Seventh-day Adventists with Loma Linda Foods. Great stuff. Not familiar with Loma Linda. Did I miss something? Oh, New York. This one?
Yep.
It's Buddhist. Oh, nope, this one. We missed a few. It scrolled at some point. We didn't know. Hold on, we're working on it.
Applebee's.
This is, we didn't see this one either. We didn't see this one.
Yep.
Would you say, there we go. Victoria says, would you say no one gets acclimated to no
would you say one gets acclimated to no air conditioning? Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. The trick is to limit the time that you spend in air conditioning.
Yep.
Because if you stay in an air conditioned space all day, you are never going to acclimate. You'll always be feeling the heat. And so, I have rules about some days I don't put it on at all until I go to sleep, and like the ceiling fan is enough. And some days I'm like, okay, I have to wait until afternoon, or I have to wait. Like I try to be like, I have to wait until after 2. And then I'll be like, oh my gosh, it's hot today. I have to wait until after 1. Oh gosh, no, I can't. At least until afternoon. So I try to, and this is just like my own personal challenging, because one of my goals is to be able to go out and listen to bands and be able to look cute and not be like dripping in sweat on a normal night, and be able to wear jeans. That was one of my goals the first year that we moved here, was someday I was going to be able to wear jeans, and I totally can, and I can wear jeans during the day and I'm fine.
And look cute.
And look cute, yes. But if I dance, all bets are off and I am sweating.
But everyone sweats when you dance.
Everybody sweats.
That's the thing, is you acclimate to no air conditioning, but you also acclimate to the culture of it's the tropics. Everybody sweats. Everybody's cool with it, which is actually the biggest thing. Like in the United States, or millions of other places, just that's where we're from, growing up in New York, I didn't sweat that much less than I do here. But I was the only one. And that made it really uncomfortable, because it was like, oh, why is Scott sweating? Because I just do. I'm a bald guy. I sweat, right? But I only sweat from my head. So when I was an athlete, it was no big deal because no one would notice. But when it's like every day, it'll be like, it's kind of cold. You could go out in winter and my head is like steaming. And people are like,
for real, you can like the steam is like up this high off his head. Like you really
it's really weird. Steam. And living here, everybody's sweating all the time. And so I don't sweat really anymore here. I probably do sweat more, but not much more here. And so here, for me, it's like, now I'm just like everyone else, and it's normal. So I'm just, I don't know, built for warmer temperatures, I guess. I don't know. But it's worked out.
No, it's true. Like, it's so normal to sweat that you don't feel weird that you're sweaty here.
Right. And especially if you go dancing. Like, you could have the skinniest, tiniest native person who's never been in air conditioning, and they're going to be all sweaty. And it's just, you can only exercise so much in heat and humidity with no air conditioning, and you're going to sweat. It is what it is. Which, sounds terrible until you experience it a few times, and you're like, oh, it's kind of like that book for kids. Everybody poops. Welcome to Nicaragua. Everybody sweats. That's what it is, and it's just life. And it's like, oh, okay. It just makes things better.
And actually, Janet said, I got acclimated, you just need a fan or some fans. And it is true that if I have a fan blowing on me, I can sleep without air conditioning. And I never thought that would be true, but it totally is. Yep. It's really about the airflow.
And honestly, most nights I can sleep without a fan or air conditioning.
Yeah. Dale said he lived in Jamaica for 6 months with no AC, and airflow is key, and you get used to it. And it's true. With airflow fans...
And Jamaica is hotter than Nicaragua. I just checked that.
Oh, is it?
It
Okay.
is. Obviously, we're all really close.
Mhm.
So it's Jamaica just above us, then Venezuela, then Panama, then Cuba, then El Salvador. For those who really want to know. But I have to research these things because people tell me things like, it's so hot. And so I have to look up exactly how hot we are. Victoria says, you don't seem to be an introvert. Wow.
I'm one of those extroverted introverts. So like I actually find this live stream to be social interaction, because even though we're not directly talking as I'm answering questions, like I have a really good imagination too. So like in my head, I am talking to you guys like you're an audience in front of me, and I'm talking to you, and so it's social interaction. And tomorrow, I will need to spend the day in my room with minimal people talking to me to recharge if I'm going to go out tomorrow night and socialize again.
I don't want to make this rougher for you, but that is an actual audience of real people.
Shut up. No, I mean, like, I sort of picture, like, your wood wall is like people.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yes. Shut up, Scott.
I actually connect a lot, I think, mentally with the audience. Like, when I'm recording, you know, I say the people in my GoPro, but like I do kind of feel like I'm carrying you guys around in the little box and
talking
you know,
directly to you.
right?
Yeah.
Like as we're having a conversation. Like I feel like we're having a conversation most times, and I think you can tell when I don't feel that way. Like I drift and I get disconnected, and when I'm like really mentally speaking to you, you can tell. But yeah. Luco says, I live in a neighborhood that everyone is related. I absolutely love it. They always look out for me as if I'm family. Try getting that from
New York.
New York. Oh, that's where the New York came in. Yeah, for sure. Dale, my mom used to make gluten steaks from scratch. I grew up vegetarian, so much easier now, but assume that Nicaragua will be closer to 70s U.S.
Yes.
in that regard.
Yep, it is. And I do make seitan. That's what that is. Gluten steaks. It's seitan, and I do make that. And my awesome sausages are actually seitan. I use Vital Wheat gluten. But I also know how to make it from flour and like make seitan from washed flour. It takes forever. It is labor intensive, but it's the most reliable way to make seitan because...
Oh, we lost the camera. I gotta get up. You can keep talking.
Because I...
Oh, the sad little dog.
I import my Vital Wheat gluten from the U.S. So I carry it in a suitcase, 4-pound bags, and, I have to, first of all, I have to go back to the U.S. to get that. If I were to order that from one of the shipping companies and send it by air, that would be $7 a pound. So, or more, it depends. So that's a lot extra on top of the cost of things if you're going to import it through one of the shipping companies. So it just makes sense to carry it in luggage, but then I have to pay for the luggage and I have to sacrifice something else in order to bring the wheat gluten. So it is very much like the US in the 70s. And I'll be like, oh, okay, got to figure out how to do this. And, our older daughter, actually both of our daughters are pretty lactose intolerant. The older one is much more affected by it. And so, in a lot of the things that we eat are with cheese. And so I've been trying to, like I just recently experimented with making vegan cheese using agar-agar, which I initially had exposure to with Petri dishes in biology class. And so I have a little bit of a mental thing about it because I'm thinking about Petri dishes with bacterial cultures because that is how my brain works. But I made some pretty decent cheese from coconut milk for her. But those are the types of things that I have to do, be inventive, which is why I was thinking about the TikTok channel of all the things that I have to do to be a vegetarian with curly hair.
Yep.
Buddhist.
But it says, I changed my diet according to who I was dating and where I was working. Vegetarian 2 years, macrobiotic 1.5 years, pescatarian 5 now, full-blown omnivore.
Because that's like you got to make your girlfriend happy. So I can understand why you would do that.
Cool car mod. Should I consider a seriously off-road car for my family there, or regular sedan will do?
Depends where you live
Yeah.
and what you plan on doing.
We're okay without. We have a Corolla. Mostly works. Sometimes you wish you had higher clearance, for sure. So Leon, we still have colonial streets. So sometimes you want higher clearance. The Corolla is the lowest thing to consider. Like, we're right at the edge of not being able to go some places. Something like a Nissan Rogue though would be, or a Toyota Corolla Cross, whatever it's called.
Yeah, small SUV with more clearance.
You don't need like a Jeep. Just that little bit normally does it. You rarely have like rough roads. You have little rocks. You have dirt roads. You have really high bumps, like speed bumps, and some of them are built from bricks because they're colonial era speed bumps.
Yeah.
So they're not meant for your car to clear, and you're like, what?
So but if you're adventurous and you're going to want to explore some of the more remote beaches, the roads are terrible and you're going to need something with high clearance.
Yep.
And maybe actually you're going to want something that has four-wheel drive. That's mostly if you're living on top of a mountain and have to go up a really steep driveway, if you're living in a remote beach and have to take roads that get washed out with rain and things like that, yes, then I would consider something off-road with very high clearance, like only consider a truck sort of a thing. Mm-hmm. But I would say a small SUV with a family would be ideal, and that's really what we want, a big SUV. But
we do, because we have 2 kids, 2 dogs, and we often take people with us. So we really do have a need for something larger in many cases, and we often do. We have businesses, so sometimes we haul things. Mm-hmm. So it just makes sense. If it was just us and the kids, or we were being limited, we didn't drive other people around. For me, because I love Nissan, a Nissan Rogue or very similar would be like the ideal mix of hardy enough but still car-ish enough to be comfy and useful and good most days. Parking in most of the cities is a little bit more towards European than American, so big vehicles do kind of suck sometimes, but lots of people drive trucks because there are lots of people who need to. If you're going to live in like Leon, Granada, Managua, you want something leaning towards a car-ish. Mm-hmm. But if you want to be in the mountains or something, go watch Elton's channel, Immense Coffee Movement, because he's got to put it in 4-wheel drive in his Hilux and is struggling to get up those roads up in Nueva Segovia. So it all depends on what you're going to be doing. It really will vary. But, I mean, the same anywhere, right? If you're in America, should I have an all-wheel drive car? Well, it depends. Are you going to off-road? Are you going into the wilds? Then yeah. So same here. But the average Nicaraguan is not considering getting a 4-wheel drive vehicle. The average Nicaraguan is driving a tiny little car like a Kia Picante or whatever they're called, and something like that size, Toyota Yaris, itty-bitty little things, and dealing with that. So that's completely normal. That's what the roads are built for. Okay, so we're down to where Curtis mentioned Loma Linda Foods. I don't know Loma Linda.
No, neither do I.
Sorry, you got us there. There's a lot of Seventh Day here in Nicaragua. We skipped. That was before the. Okay. Curtis says, did you guys buy there? Yes, we did.
Yep.
More than once. We're pretty much all in. Like we've pretty seriously invested into Nicaragua.
We have, it's true.
Dale says was raised SDA. Loma Linda and Worthington were staples. So much salt though.
Are those those are vegetarian or vegan? Dale, I'm not familiar with that, but just curious.
Marty G says, hello from California, Nicaragua, born, living in the States since 1983. Well, hey, Marty, welcome to the channel. Marty says, like your videos and the info you provide. Thank you very much. Victoria says, at Dale, we are Sabbath keepers as well, more on the Masonic Jewish side. Messianic.
Yes.
What did I say?
You said
I said Masonic. Yes, not like Masons. You know, the Jews who commonly built buildings. Obviously, they exist, like everyone else. They have buildings too. Watching from Paris, Texas, Kevin Kelly. Hey, my most famous ever picking up hitchhiker story was picking up hitchhikers from Paris, Texas.
I wasn't there.
Victoria says, no, thank you for sharing. Andrew says, hey, Scott, hey, it's Andrew. Andrew, who was just on the show like yesterday. You mentioned something along the lines of New York having the right to take your child's passport away if they don't agree with the schooling you're doing. Can you share that link? Yeah, it's just the New York State school rules. So, Andrew, I know you're coming from New York, and you had asked this in one of the videos on one of on somewhere it's buried, I have no idea where it is, about switching states before you leave. You definitely want to switch states before you leave.
Because if you don't, you will have to continue reporting to New York State, or they will require a lot of paperwork. A lot of paperwork. And they require quarterly reports. They require standardized testing for certain grades. And I actually heard, I think they've expanded the grades that they're requiring standardized testing. So you really want to change your residency to a state like Texas that you have a lot more leeway. You have a lot more freedom.
You have two things. One is if you have kids, you want to be in a state that does not try to control your kids. When you're in the U.S., that doesn't necessarily make sense, but when you leave the U.S., it's really important. So that's like Texas, Connecticut, New Jersey. They're really good for that. The other side is when you're going to leave the U.S., you don't want a state that's going to tax you. And so you want to make sure you get to it. Now, some states have high taxes but don't tax you when you're out of the state. So some of those are okay, and I don't know which ones those are. But I know places like Alaska, Wyoming, Texas, Florida, Tennessee, they're all really good about having no state taxes. So you don't even have to report to them your income. Your income becomes just an American thing, and then the U.S. doesn't penalize you for not having a state tax. So you just win. But I know some people who moved abroad and they don't have to pay federal taxes, but they have to pay state taxes. So they have rather a serious burden of effort and payment and the amount of money they lose, all because they didn't switch states. So all you have to do is get to a point where you would report taxes to that state, and you're good, which can be a little bit of an effort. So it's something to potentially invest in before you leave, before you get on the road. Patricia says, I will never become acclimated to no air conditioning. But it says, lol, you drop sit like me. Janet says, me too. I'm an extroverted introvert, so I do better working online, talking to only one person, and I'm exhausted talking to people so much.
Janet, I'm exactly the same.
Dale says, yeah, my mom did the washing flour thing to make steaks about twice a month.
Yep.
Delish. You would also like... It's different. It's not seitan, but it's very similar.
What?
In Romania. What were they using?
They were using textured vegetable protein in various sizes and styles. Romania had some of the biggest selection of TVP I have ever seen. They had cutlets. They had chunks. They had ground. They had every form factor. It was amazing. I really enjoyed that. I had never seen most of those before we were there. It was,
and
that
they
was
did
fun.
them like Wiener Schnitzel.
Yeah, they did schnitzel. Yeah,
it was good.
And like there was a
was
restaurant in Reagan. There was a restaurant in Reagan that we used to go to, the nearest city, and they had.
It was a hotel.
It was a hotel with a restaurant, and they had vegetarian schnitzel, and we took that drive quite a bit to go there because it was good. And it was something different and I didn't have to cook it myself. That's always fun every once in a while. Are you going to post a link to
I'm trying to find.
Yeah.
I can't find. There's Reagan. It's right there.
There's Reagan.
Give me a minute, folks.
Are you trying to find the restaurant?
Yep.
Scott is looking for the restaurant. Do you remember the name of it? How do you remember the name of it? My goodness.
Where's the park? Oh, there's the park. That's why I was off.
Yeah. Okay, now that I'm seeing the park from the aerial view, I'm kind of remembering, like, it was on a very narrow street, remember?
Yeah, I think it's this one.
No, that street's too big. It was on like an alley, wasn't it?
No.
feel like Romania is the first place that we went where they served ketchup with pizza, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
And we were like, why are they giving us ketchup? But here it's very common to give ketchup with pizza. I think you're going to have to give it up.
No, I'm going to find it.
Maybe for next time you can find it.
Yeah. I thought it was like
it's going on a little bit, dear.
It is. I'm sorry. I thought I was going to be able to go right to it. I thought it was right on the park, but is it just before the park?
I feel like we had to cross the park.
I remember driving in through here. We will find it. We'll let you guys know, just in case you're going to be in Reagan.
Really, you need to check your blog for the name of it.
Oh, sure.
And then you'll just find it. So just find the dates, and then you'll be able to find it right away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Anyway, so
Patricia always makes me laugh.
I have a question about your monetization. Someone told me their monetization from YouTube is much less in Nicaragua. I have 6,000 subscribers and I'm averaging about $300 a month. Do you mind? So,
do you mind me asking?
Yeah, you don't mind me asking. So, Kevin, where you are does not affect your monetization. I mean, because I'm the YouTube authority. And more importantly, your subscribers does not influence your monetization. Neither of those are considered factors at all. What YouTube uses to determine your monetization of things you have some visibility into is where your viewers are and how many and long views you have, along with some other things, including content. So if you are making content about cars and people are potentially buying cars because of your channel, your per minute, your per view will go way up. You might make $10 per whatever CPM. But if you're making things about relocating to Nicaragua and there's no marketing for that, then you may make $1 because they'll show some ad, but it's an untargeted ad because I'm not producing something of value. Right, so that's really the biggest thing. So I'm much closer to $400 a month in YouTube monetization, which would track by the subscribers because I'm roughly that much subscribers larger than your 300 number. But that's not what's doing it. It's complete. If you look at my hours, like how many view hours do you have a month? That's your most meaningful number as far as how much you're making from something that matters. And that's where you'll see that you're making way more money than me, but it's not because I'm in Nicaragua. It's because my subject matter can't be monetized in a meaningful way. I'm not demonetized. I'm just not valuable. And that's something that I'm aware of. Like, I just know that that's a fact and I can't make money off of monetization on YouTube. It is what it is, right? But if your goal is YouTube money, then you have to make a topic that will suck in ad vendors that will pay real money. So that's why shows about like cameras do well, because the camera vendors will try to sell something or things like that. I am Sophia Sambraham. Is crypto used there for commerce like Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, etc., or is it a cash economy? It is mostly a cash. Well, using those technically is a cash economy. It's not so much a cash economy. We have credit cards and banking and bank transfers that are actually used, I would say, credit cards less than the U.S., bank transfers more than the U.S., cash a little bit more than the U.S., but not a lot more.
Depends on where you are, because
absolutely
anything that you buy on the street is cash. Anything you buy in the markets are cash. But then every actual restaurant, every actual store, you can use transfer or cards. And a lot of the small places you can take, they take transfers too.
Mm-hmm. Because transfers are free and instant, and people don't necessarily have cash. People are very interested in those. But, so we talked about this earlier. Someone's going to be like, crypto again?
Yeah, brief.
But, so basically it's everything that crypto makes easy, all the things that it fixes in the U.S. or El Salvador. Nicaragua didn't have those gaps in its financial infrastructure. So is Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies permitted in Nicaragua? 100%. Yes, absolutely. We're a full on the is crypto permitted chart. We're green. We're one of the leaders. We're like easier than the United States, which is pretty good already. And so you can basically, we're like El Salvador in that regard. But in El Salvador, they had a bunch of banking gaps, and Bitcoin works to fill them. And so they don't need to fix them some other way. Bitcoin fixed them. So that's what they did. We don't have those gaps. We actually have a really impressive banking infrastructure as far as those kinds of things where you're able to transfer money between people, make payments, and whatever. We basically have all the things that people say are benefits of Bitcoin, and they are, but they're benefits we already have. We don't need to go to Bitcoin. We have those benefits with the US dollar and with Cordoba. We're already a dual currency official country. That's where we're different than El Salvador. El Salvador has Bitcoin as an official currency. Here, it's just completely allowed, but dollars and Cordobas are official. Curtis says, are there many RVs around? Is that common there, RV parks?
I feel like I've literally seen 2 or 3 RV type things since we moved here. Because, yeah.
I remember
like
seeing
I'm including one of those ones that goes on the back of a pickup truck.
Right, that's what you see is like on the back of a pickup truck, it's a hippie or a surfer who's driven up from Argentina, and they're in a 1970s Ford F-150. They threw a cab on the back, and they're sleeping in their pickup truck as they surf around the world on an annual budget of $300. Those are the RVs that we've seen once or twice. Anything bigger than that won't make it down the roads. Not in Nicaragua, you're fine. Right, we have excellent roads you would be careful where you drove, obviously. But you can't get to Nicaragua because Costa Rica's roads are terrible and Honduras's roads are terrible. So how would the RV get here? It's just not a thing. And there's no RV parks, not a one. No RV hookups, not a one.
Oh, yeah. Like, where would you would never be able to, like, I don't know how you would dump. I don't know how it would be really difficult.
It would just be all the manual stuff that you do when you don't have, RV people know how to do it, but they also know it's not fun. Unfortunately, Curtis, a lot of people ask, and like, we're not RV people, but if we could use RVs in Central America, we would be RV people. Mm-hmm. Like right now, if they put RV parks around the major cities in Central America and upgraded the roads so that we could move between, because we're CA4 residents, we have unlimited right to use border-free all 4 countries of the CA4. Well, if we had an RV, that would be amazing. We'd be like, throw the kids and the dogs in the RV. We're going camping or whatever. Not really camping. We're going luxury. Take our hotel. Yeah, we're taking our hotel with us on the road, and we're going to have it all set up with my studio, and it would be amazing. I mean, that's the dream. That would be so much fun. Like, for real.
But
you can't. Nope.
It's not happening.
So, sorry.
So do a lot of research before you bring that.
Do a lot of research and don't do that.
Yeah. Don't do that.
I hate that that's the answer. I wish it was not the answer. Dale says, meat substitutes before Morningstar and beyond. I'd say most SDAs are vegetarian, so those brands are associated with the church somehow. Oh, okay.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, things we didn't know. Weird, because there's a lot of SDAs here and not that much vegetarian. There is vegetarian, but it's lean. Gooch. One thing that I don't understand about vegetarians is the desire to make a vegetable resemble and taste like meat. I eat meat, seafood, etc., but I would say that my diet consists of 95% vegetables.
And I like them to taste like vegetables. Having vegetables resembling meat is something I've never wanted. Yeah. Okay, so for us, I cannot speak for all vegetarians. I can speak for us. And for us, it's more of a comfort food form factor issue. So, for example, sandwiches are a nice way to eat food. Like, I like sandwiches.
I love sandwiches.
And I like sandwiches that are just like grilled vegetables. And I like peanut butter and jelly. And I like cheese. But I also used to really like bologna, for example. I liked lunch meat back when I ate meat. I liked turkey sandwiches. And so in my comfort food memory is lunch meat in a sandwich. And so I strive to, originally I would just buy it and find the ones that tasted good, and then now I make it myself so that we can have sandwiches and our kids like it. It's not about like missing meat. It's more like missing, oh, I used to be able to have sandwiches with proteins that had like different flavors. I used to have more variety in sandwiches. And like hamburgers, so like veggie burgers. Like a hamburger is a convenient form factor. And I eat fish burgers, but
because we're pescatarian. We're
pescatarian. But I also like variety, and that's a sandwich category. Hamburger's a sandwich category. I have one of my favorite comfort foods when I was little was my mother's meatloaf, and it took me a very long time to find the right recipe to make my mother's meatloaf, but make it vegetarian. And it took me, it took me at least 15 years to find that. And I have a really good recipe, and so I make meatloaf, and I think about being a kid in my mom's house. And actually, my mother's meatloaf is the last meat that I ate on purpose. I'm not saying I've never been meated since then, like somebody dosed me with meat accidentally since then, but the last purposeful meat I ever ate was my mother's meatloaf. And it's just, like food has memories associated with it. And so like, my mother's chicken pot pie. So we'll make sometimes vegetable pot pie, and sometimes I'll make seitan in a chicken style and put that in it for protein. Sometimes I'll use chickpeas. So it's more about, there are things that we're used to ways of having protein. And I have all these memories of comfort foods that were meat because I ate meat as a kid, and it's more trying to recreate those memories and also trying to recreate them for our kids, so I can be like, this is something that I loved when I was a kid, let me make this for you. So it's familiarity and memory and comfort and like family memories, and wanting to give those to our kids. And to a certain extent, it's a cultural thing. Sometimes for us, it's a family thing. Like when we visit our families, and especially my family, and the rest of my family is eating, for example, lasagna, or they're eating potato hash, which is just like potatoes and ground beef. Like, in order for our kids to not feel like they're completely different, and like to have some of that, this is a family dinner, so we're all trying to eat like the same basic thing, I will use meat substitutes so that like our family is eating the same thing as them, just a vegetarian version. So that, I don't know, I guess, and I don't know if it's my heritage, but I feel like Scott grew up with, because his mom was such a good cook, there's a lot of food memory for you too. Mostly dessert, mostly pastry.
Very little meat. She made terrible meat.
Yeah, she made the most amazing pies. Like, she had no equal. I will never have a pie as good as my mother-in-law's pie, and it has been almost 21 years, and I remember her rhubarb custard pie. I remember it. If I think about it, I can taste it. Like that, the best pie I have ever had, and I'll never have that again. But so I don't know, like I said, like food is family. Like I have so many good family memories, like eating at my grandparents' house, my Italian grandparents especially, and trying to recreate some of those things for our family too.
For me, I don't have the food memories like that in the same kind of way. For me, a lot of wanting to have, it's really just variety and protein. I have really no desire to recreate meat as a flavor. It's the meat as a convenience.
It's more about the form factor. That's what I try to explain. When
I have like a veggie burger, like I'm happy with a big mushroom on a bun. I'm okay with tofu on a bun, but I want variety. I want We can get that tomorrow. When I want a veggie burger, right? Like, I want it to be veggies, not almost meat. In a lot of cases, they're not. Like, a Morningstar chicken is nothing like chicken. It's not even close. But I like breaded protein, and it gives me, like, I'm not going to go bread some protein to put it in there. I want something that I can pull out of the freezer, throw on a bun, throw in the microwave, slap on a piece of cheese, slap some mayo on there, and run back to my office and eat, and have something that tastes good and is enjoyable that I can hold. And meat substitutes, which is not really, that's really a false term in a lot of cases. It's not a meat substitute. It's just a tasty vegetarian protein for sandwiches. And that's what I'm looking for most of the time. It's very rare that and I've had things that recreate meat a lot, and I'll be like, why would you want that? Like, I don't want this.
I don't want it to taste like meat. I just like, ooh, I like barbecue sauce.
Right.
What thing can I make that I can put barbecue sauce on?
Right.
Ooh, I like wing sauce, buffalo wing sauce. What thing can I do that I could put buffalo wing sauce on?
And if you think about it from another perspective, like we're doing with hamburgers, the same thing you would do with pasta. If it's someone who's, having a chicken Caesar salad, right? Well, that's adding chicken to a Caesar. If we just had a Caesar salad, would you say, oh, that's a meat substitute? You just took, why are you recreating something that would have chicken? Well, it's, I'm not trying to get the chicken portion. It's the rest of it. It's the salad or the bun and one of the things that I noticed is, when I still eat meat, I like Burger King Whoppers. I learned long ago it wasn't the meat that I liked. It was the mayo they used, the mixture of the ketchup, the lettuce, the bun that they had. I used to get them without the meat, and they were okay. But with a veggie patty in there, it needs something. Like it doesn't have protein. But I do not want it to taste like the meat. I just want it to be firmer.
And for a really long time, our kids would not eat beans. And there's such a huge source of different flavor and style of protein for vegetarians, and like our kids just refuse to eat them, and now they will somewhat. Mm-hmm. So some things have changed. We have some more options now, but survival and trying to get because they were both really skinny little kids, trying to get them to have enough protein was difficult. So variety was good.
Yeah, and it's like I still like tacos. I love tacos. But you know what? I like bean tacos a lot more than I ever liked meat tacos. Mm-hmm. But beans are not a meat substitute, but you could consider them that in that context. Right. Patricia says, ketchup with pizza is just wrong. No offense, Nicaragua. Just so you know, they don't put ketchup on the pizza normally. They give you ketchup packets with a pizza.
And people put it on the pizza.
I don't want to think about that.
But
we don't know why.
I watched it and was like...
like there's already a sauce on there. What are you doing?
Yes.
We
do, and so Dale said, you don't put ketchup on the pizza, do you? Or have you acclimated that much? We will never acclimate that much. Listen, dude.
Bite your mouth. Bite your tongue. Bite your tongue.
Bite your mouth.
There's a phrase there. I don't know what it is.
Bite your nose. Yeah.
Do you bite your thumb at me, sir? I bite my thumb.
We will never, not even spicy ketchup will I be ever putting on pizza. I do like ranch dressing with my crust sometimes.
Or blue cheese.
Yes.
But we can't get good
Can't
blue
get blue cheese. I've been looking for that.
That is a very New York thing. Buddies, today was marathon upgrade day at the farm. I'm exhausted. As always, enjoyed the stream. Look forward to the next. Ciao. Have a good night, Mario.
Good night, Buddhist.
Don says, lots of places will raise the price if you use credit cards. Yep, small hotels, small stores. That is true.
That's mostly because they have fees that they have to pay. And so, profit margins are small, and especially for a small place. And so if they don't pass that cost on to you, then they're literally not making any money.
But normally those places will take a transfer.
Yes.
For the lower price, because they don't pay anything for that. I still want to know what happened to the people with the converted school bus. Yeah, me too, right? Like, what the heck? I don't think my wife knows about them. There was a couple that moved to Chinandega, but they didn't want anyone to know it was Chinandega, but they didn't realize that everything they did was very obviously Chinandega. Oh. So they were staying in the outskirts of Chinandega and bought a farm and came down on a converted school bus and did this whole video series about how they got across the border in their converted school bus and convinced people to do all this stuff, and it was a bit much. And And then they started making videos, but like half their videos were like putting up a greenhouse, picking some fruit, discovering new fruit. It was very mundane. They did a good job. Like, they were cool, nice couple. But then like half their videos are like going to the border to try to renew because their bus had to leave all the time, and like and then making mistakes of taking their dog over the border, and like all kinds of things. So it was like this nonstop like story.
They made it really hard.
And I think they were trying to be super private, thinking that Nicaragua was like the United States and that you would never know. But we could recognize, like, in every video, people are like, "Oh, you're in Miramar. How's it going over at this restaurant?" And like they're like, they'll never say where they are, but everybody knows where they are.
This is a very small country.
Yep.
The number of times that I see people that I know, like in Leon, it's daily. I can go to Managua and see people I know. Scott and I were walking down the street one time in a neighborhood in Managua, just randomly there. We hadn't told anybody. We were walking to a restaurant and we saw somebody we knew. They were like, "Hey, Scott." And we're like, and this was before the channel. It was the web developer. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And we were just, and I'm like, how, what? That was before.
It was one of our employees.
Now it was one of our contractors, and it happens all the time now, and it's subscribers. Like, I'll look, all of a sudden the girls and I will be walking, and Scott will disappear, and we'll be like, wait, what happened? And then we'll see that Scott's talking to somebody that recognized him. That happens all the time now, but this was before that. But yeah, I see people I know all the time. This is a very small country.
Yep. Yeah. So, and every location, like you can basically take a picture anywhere, and someone's going to be like, "We know what road you're on. We know what neighborhood you're in." Like, even though they were on a farm, like you can tell from the lay of the land pretty much where they are. So it was, so they had all these problems going across the border, as you can imagine, and then the
vehicle across the border thing is rough. That is rough.
Their channel just vanished one day, and all their videos were deleted.
Oh.
So who knows? But they were.
I hope they're okay.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
But
sounds like they just made things really, really difficult.
Well, and it's also, I think that they, my guess, from what I know, as we just talked about, they probably figured out that monetization was out of their reach, and they were never going to make money on YouTube. And it was probably part of their plan. Like, I think that was her job, was going to be a YouTuber.
Oh.
And then it was like, oh, it's going to take us 3 years, and then we're going to make $5. Because they were on a very slow path. It's kind of like Scott from There's Gotta Be Something More. Like, he's been doing this like for a long time, and I can tell you from his numbers, he's in the $10 range, right? Like that's years of posting from Nicaragua and Guatemala. So it's very tough, and so I think they figured out that it had no upside for them, but it was exposing something, and they had this vibe of wanting to be overly private.
Oh.
While not understanding that they were really exposing everywhere that they were and could be tracked. And I think they were showing tons and tons and tons of border control as like a main theme of their channel. And so it's like at some point Migracion is going to be like, "Hey, maybe this isn't where you film,"
Yeah.
Because they definitely had the camera on at times they weren't supposed to have the camera on, not like really bad stuff, but like driving through and
yeah, no.
Yeah, it was. I think everything was. My guess is that they really didn't think about how visible they were, as a lot of people don't. Come to a small country and everyone knows. We're Cheers. Everyone knows your name.
Yeah.
For real. It'd be so cool to travel the continent in an RV, just not practical. Victoria says we would come. We would definitely come.
Yeah,
so this is where there's supposed to be a post from Patricia going, "Business idea, RV parks in Nicaragua." Go. And Gooch says the American RVs will be destroyed in no time. Or if you would like to feed the local termites, it would be considered an act of charity. Oh, gosh. Yeah,
that's a really good point. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lesio says, did you know that Nicaragua is the country with the most hospitals in Central America? I didn't. I'm not surprised because they're everywhere. We have so many hospitals. And they're so big. We have healthcare, let me tell you. Come to retire, stay for the healthcare. That should be our thing. How are the pastries in Nicaragua? Any good? From AA.
So, something about Nicaragua that's always confused me is that
This is going to be the long explanation. The quick answer is no. Okay, go ahead.
There are some good ones. They're very different. They're not as sweet as what you're probably used to. The pineapple ones or the guava ones tend to be okay. Okay, there's two things. One thing is that the vanilla extract, or what they use in place of vanilla extract,
the vanilla replacement.
The vanilla replacement is not a flavor that you're going to be familiar with, and you either like it or you hate it, and I hate it. I don't like it. I can always taste it, and I'm always like, what is that weird aftertaste? And it took me a while to realize that it was the vanilla replacement. So if you find a place that's using vanilla instead of that stuff, yes, those can be decent. Chocolate.
Salud.
Thank you. Sorry. Chocolate grows here. Cacao grows here. But the local chocolate cake and chocolate pastries and just chocolate desserts don't have enough cocoa powder. Like, the chocolate flavor is not strong enough. And obviously these things they're a preference and they're like a cultural normative thing. I like very chocolatey chocolate things, and so I tend to be dissatisfied with anything chocolate from a local place. I don't like Pinguinos because they look like Hostess chocolate cupcakes that are one of my favorite things, and they taste like sadness. But a lot of people love them. And like, I have Nicaraguan friends that love those, but like for me, all I can think about is how they're not a Hostess cupcake, but they look like it, and it just tastes like sadness to me. Like it makes me miss food that I can't get here. So things that are not chocolate and not just flavored with the vanilla substitute, yes. Sorry. I actually think he's making me allergic.
Oh, it's the puppy.
Did you roll in something, Polly?
He might have.
Depends on what you like.
Yeah, in general, I think we found the pastries to be very dry.
Yeah.
For the most part, very little flavor. They're very big on being like bread with a little bit of flavor. Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's like, this is pretty good. But on average, you're going to, if you're like us, like if you like French pastries at a patisserie in Paris, then this is not likely going to be the exciting thing. If you're used to Argentina and Bolivia, Mexico, this is not it. Central America has very non-European taste in pastries. Let's put it that way. It's completely different. You go to the bakeries here, and the experience is totally different. That said, there's exceptions, of course. It's the non-Nicaraguan style places. So if you're at the Plaza Callí in Ciudad Sandino, there's a complete European patisserie in the plaza, and it's fantastic. So
there is Scandinavo in Managua that has Scandinavian pastries, and they have school bread, and they have cardamom buns. They have excellent, authentically Swedish, authentically Scandinavian pastries there. So you can get more, you can find more of the style that you're used to. And some of the places make more of a European or North American style of pastries on their own. Like there's Sakura that's across from La Colonia. I find their desserts to be very good, very high quality. They even have an apple pie. Their banana bread is excellent, so good. I like some of the desserts at Duomo. Janet, I saw you mention that. I don't like their cheesecake, and I don't. I'm trying to think if I've tried the triple chocolate cake. I don't know that I've tried that.
Yeah,
because I tend to not try chocolate because I'm always disappointed. So I might be able to give that a try. What is good? I'm so sorry. My nose is like, I'm having an allergy attack right now. Price Smart has like their cakes are the Costco cakes. Mm-hmm. And so they are actually chocolate, actually vanilla. Their donuts are American style donuts, not American donuts.
There's a place here called American Donuts.
Yes.
It specifically does not have American style donuts.
Yes.
Do not eat there.
Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. If you want actual American-style donuts, PriceSmart has the closest thing for sure. Their muffins are very good. Their chocolate chip muffins are the Costco chocolate chip muffins. Like, if you're looking for something more familiar in a cake and a pastry, PriceSmart is a good bet. And their cakes are quite good. And so they're so good and so desired here that there are places that resell PriceSmart cakes, and like that's all that they do is resell PriceSmart cakes.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go to PriceSmart, you will see people buying them by the pallet, basically. And they'll have a whole, they're buying 500 cakes at a time, sort of thing.
Yep.
So that's the pastry question.
Yes.
Gooch.
I cannot eat processed meat. I could not take a bite of a hot dog. Not a health problem, it just disgusts me. Strange considering I eat a lot of things that disgust most North Americans. While we're on that, TJ asked, why is ground beef so expensive at PriceSmart? And I said, why don't you get it at Sucarne or Carne Nique?
I don't know, because I don't eat ground beef. I can't really answer that question. I don't
We're
know.
not
Hey,
the
maybe
experts.
Janet knows if Janet's on, if you know why the ground meat at La Colonia is expensive.
Not La Colonia, at PriceSmart.
Oh, at PriceSmart. I don't know.
Lesio says, is it easy to be vegan in Nicaragua? No.
No, absolutely not.
Vegetarian is okay. Vegan, very hard. Doable. I like anyone.
Yeah,
do
it's
it.
doable, and if you always cook for yourself, the problem is going to be like cross-contamination, going out to eat at a restaurant that's not a vegan restaurant and trusting that what you have is vegan. Like, those things are going to be really difficult.
And
There is a vegan restaurant in Leon called Coco Kalala, and it's all vegan.
And there's one in Hino Tepe that is amazing.
The buffet place?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. And I just found a vegan store that in Managua that sells things like, they had a vegan tiramisu that our daughter tried, our lactose intolerant daughter, and she really liked it. It wasn't a coconutty flavor. It was like tres leches. Did I say tiramisu?
You did.
I meant tres leches. I'm sorry. And it was like an authentic tres leches kind of a flavor. So if you don't cook for yourself, it would be difficult. Your options would be very, very limited. Oh my gosh, Janet, is putting ketchup on Chinese food a thing here?
I don't want to know. Don't tell us. Don't ruin Chinese food for us. Gooch Gooch says, great explanation. I never have met many vegetarians. I may not have known that they were vegetarians. For the most part, they look like other people. Kind of, but they live longer. Don says, you can get an American chocolate-covered donut in the large mall in Managua.
Those are American donuts, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure, and they're not my favorite. I grew up in a town in a town of Sicilian heritage, like predominantly Sicilian heritage, and we had a little bakery. There was a Sicilian bakery there, and it colored my view of donuts for the rest of my life. Like, that style, those donuts are my favorite. The chocolate dips from there, the fingers, the chocolate fingers and the vanilla fingers from there. Oh my gosh! And ask Scott, because they're his favorite too.
Yep.
And actually, that bakery in my little hometown was on that show that the Cake Boss did, the Bakery Rescue Show. They were on that show, and it did help their business for a while. And then the guy retired, but then it reopened, right? And then it reopened. We were very sad, but now my parents moved and they sold their house, and I have no reason to ever go back there, and I'm never gonna have Half Moons again.
Yeah.
And that makes me sad.
Yep.
But anyway, we already talked about the triple chocolate cake in Dumo.
Yep. And let us know if you guys can hear us, because we're trying to buffer. It says our cache is there. It still says that YouTube's not receiving enough data, but it'll probably be okay in a minute.
Oh. Loves Penguinos. They have the cookies and cream. You know, I felt like those were better. But no, I mean, the cream's not right and the chocolate's not right and the frosting's not right. And I just, like, I grew up with the Hostess ones and I sort of, like, that's my road trip food. Like, I love them so much that I couldn't buy them because I have an addiction. I also used to hide them, like, on top of the refrigerator. And if other people ate them, they would be in trouble. Yeah, Scott definitely remembers. So, like, I really, really love the Hostess cupcakes. And the Penguinos are just not similar enough. Victoria asks, Dominica, do you buy from the local small markets often? So, I will only go to those markets if I'm with a Nicaraguan friend. And I don't know if other people have the same experience, but I've been through those markets and I in the men yelling Jayla after me the whole way. And one time this old man saw me coming. His jaw dropped to the floor. Like he was almost, I don't know. He was completely shocked and he went, Jayla. And like, he was shocked. And like, and I had to go way around him because he was just standing in my path. And so the attention makes me uncomfortable. Like I said, I'm an introvert and, concentrated attention from strangers makes me very uncomfortable, and I have anxiety in new situations. So like I can't handle it. So I send somebody to buy produce from the local markets if that's what we're going to do, because it makes me uncomfortable. And like Scott, he wouldn't care. That wouldn't make him uncomfortable. And a lot of people, it wouldn't make them uncomfortable. It's, you know, and I recommend trying it because if it doesn't make you uncomfortable, it's a great place to buy all the produce. But I don't tend to go myself because it makes me too uncomfortable. I can't handle it because I know that I look different, and the like cat calling and the just staring, it just gets to be too much for me. Oh,
is La Colonia is 88 cord for chopped beef. Okay. Victoria says, Luco, is it grass-fed? American beef is terrible. I think everything here is grass-fed. Like, no one's bothering to do anything else. Dale hears us. Victoria says, we can hear you. Dale says, oh, now the whole thing is buffering. Oh, no. Oh, no. We'll go back to the Nicaragua Live poster.
Oh, okay. If you stop trying to do the video, sometimes the sound doesn't buffer.
It's as long as I do this, the sound should be okay because the video drops to a tiny bit. Oh yeah, our cache is down to 50% and still dropping even though we're on this. There, it's climbing back up. Yeah, it's definitely struggling. It's dangerous in those places if they know you're not from there. They will pull you into a store and try to sell you something and then pick your pockets. Yeah.
Then you have to pick pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luco, it's true. And you know, the markets are so close. Like there's not a lot of space. So people can be close to you. It would be easy to be pickpocketed. I only ever, I don't recommend having anything in your pockets. I recommend having a crossbody purse or even better, a belt bag or fanny pack, whatever you call it, where you're from, across your chest or like right at your chest, really close to you, or very tight to your waist, directly in the front with your hand on it. You keep track of your stuff. Don't actually have your wallet in a pocket unless it's a zipper. Be smart if you're going to do that. They're not dangerous. the way that like a North American would call something dangerous. Nobody's gonna hurt you, but you might get pickpocketed, and they're definitely gonna try to sell you stuff potentially aggressively. And you know, sometimes my no me jodas face is better than other times. Sometimes I forget not to accidentally smile at strange men just because I happen to be looking around and I'm in a good mood. Sometimes I forget, you know, about like making eye contact and stuff like that. So if you are smart, if you're street smart and you know you keep an eye on your stuff, it's not it. I don't think Luca meant dangerous and like your life is in danger. It was more like you know, if you're going to be pickpocketed, someplace like that is pretty likely. Someplace like that, dancing in a club, it would be easy to be pickpocketed dancing in a club because people are so close together.
Nicaragua uses the term dangerous differently than North Americans do. North Americans use the term dangerous to mean, you know, bodily harm, and Nicaraguans use it to mean like pickpocketing or snatching your bag or something, which is still annoying and whatever, but it's not what we call dangerous. You're not in danger.
Yeah.
They use it more like, oh, you're in danger of being hungry later, or you're in danger of being late to work.
Yeah, and Gooch Gooch is right that, you know, he says he chooses to buy most things from the markets. You're going to save a significant amount of money if you buy your produce like at Mercado Terminal, for example.
Mm-hmm.
It is a lot cheaper there, especially if you first go with a Nicaraguan that's used to it, because they are not going to they're going to be told the correct price because everybody knows, and then you'll know how much things should be, and then you're not going to have a problem with the price because you just say, that's not how much it is, it's this much. Or actually
hand them
saying,
the money.
Yeah, hand them the money, hand them the right amount of money is the better way, or saying, it's this, it costs this much, right? And then they know that you know. So you can avoid some of that, them trying to, you know, gringo pricing and them trying to overcharge you by just knowing how much things should cost. I recommend making a Nicaraguan friend that, or, you know, an expat with a lot of experience would be okay too, and having them take you to the market.
Yep.
Somebody who knows and can show you around. Because the other thing is that there are markets where it's better to buy produce from, for example, in Leon, Mercado Terminal is where you buy produce versus the other markets. Mm-hmm. But like, I wouldn't know that if people hadn't told me.
Right.
They have the freshest produce at Mercado Terminal.
Which is annoying because it's really far away.
Yeah.
Janet says, for me, everyone is looking at Ramon, and sometimes at how I'm taller, but that part's okay. I have to go do another class. See you guys. Yeah, Janet's okay in the market. If she takes Ramon, no one would mess with her.
Yeah, true.
Gooch Gooch says, good advice on the purse fanny pack. I carry a purse now. It's very normal for a guy to carry a purse here. Not that I ever cared about being normal anyway. Yes, this is true. Danger is different here.
Yeah, Gooch Gooch, like everybody here, every man that I know has a fanny pack. Because Scott likes to live on the edge, but a fanny pack is how you avoid being pickpocketed. Because you have all of your stuff right here on your chest, and you can see it, and you're protecting it, and I really recommend it. And I don't know how men survive without carrying a bag anyway. And like, Scott is always complaining about how he can't put anything in his pants because they fall down because he has no hips. So why he doesn't carry a belt bag like a practical person would, I don't know.
Well, because I also can't put that across my hips. That also doesn't stay up.
No, across your chest.
Yeah, but then it makes you warm.
It really doesn't. A small one right here is not going to make you warm. Stop being whiny. Okay, I'm making a new rule for Scott now that Gooch Gooch has said this, that I don't want to hear Scott whining about his pants falling down because something's in his pocket, because he should be using a belt bag. That is
I need to find a good one that is, like, size.
Well, but I have a lot of them, and they're all black. I have different sizes.
You do have a collection.
I do, because you need different sizes for different things.
Everybody got quiet all of a sudden. For a while, we were going to keep up. Our restaurant in
something, yeah.
Yep.
For hotels?
No. Wait, that is it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we found
Maybe
it.
No.
It was definitely not. These are just fake pictures. Who knows what that is?
Mateo says if you're how long you're there for a long time, like 6 months, they're sizing you up to rob you. I always say, or don't say you're visiting, say you live here.
I mean, we do live here.
Yeah, we
For
do
other
here,
people.
but yeah, for other people.
When people say, I say, no one's robbing me. Like the look on their faces is just.
Victoria says it's midnight here in Eureka Springs. Headed to bed. Thank you for sharing. Good night.
Good night, Victoria. And family. Tails buffering again. Is it? Oh, yeah. We're at 97. It's coming back. 99. There we go. We're full. Buffering should have stopped. I'm new to the YouTube stuff. Wow. Oh, yeah, look. Yeah. Yep, it's... Normally we don't have internet issues. I'm testing other things. I don't think we're having internet issues here. It's got to be YouTube. Sometimes it's YouTube. These two puppies sleeping in here.
One of them is on my lap.
You are. When we are done with this, we have fudge to eat with our kids.
Yes. Luciana and I made fudge.
My daughters are waiting to play The Walking Dead with me. Nope, it did it again. Nope, our cache is still full. Our data stream is freaking out. Look at those numbers.
I don't want to be an... I would like it if you used a... like, soften these lines. I have a weird shadow going on over here.
I don't have anything to run it through. I don't have a processor. You're buffering bad. Yeah, it's a problem here. Like, I'm watching it do something weird.
It says the stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended bit rate.
Yeah. Be having a problem. I'm gonna sneak through it. We're doing this.
Push me back if you need more room because I have the baby on my lap.
You do. All right. You keep talking. I'm going to look at the camera, people.
Somebody... I lost the dog.
Oh
gosh.
Been.
He has a trick.
Yeah. Poor little baby.
Anyone have any questions?
Oh, poor little baby. Oh. Where are you going? You go?
La 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 la. To talk about if you don't give me something to talk about. September is a whole bunch of holidays and parades and things all together. A lot going on in September. October is going to be rainy, like usual. October is the rainiest month and tends to be like the slowest tourism month. You have nothing to say?
Nope. I didn't know what the question was.
There is no question.
Oh,
I'm just randomly
she's
talking
just
because nobody's asking me a question.
Oh, I don't know. What can we talk about? We can talk about our delicious restaurant in Romania. How many of you all have been to Romania? What other countries are you looking at visiting? Oh. Yeah, normally our internet connection is really good. Well, as far as I can tell, the internet connection is really good. I don't think it's us.
Although, don't forget they did cut it.
We do, yeah. We just had a new fiber put in, but I'm testing that over here, and we're rock solid.
Okay.
So it doesn't look like us. We haven't dropped a single packet this whole time. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to do a speed test. This is going to kill her.
Yeah, we're losing viewers.
Oh, no. I got the Try Fitness Gym in the AM. You guys have a good night. All right, Luco, have a good night.
Good night.
I'm doing a speed test to see if we're getting our full bandwidth. It's doing a download. When it doesn't upload, you'll have you'll lose us a little bit. And here it goes. Yeah, we've got loads. It's not us. It's definitely YouTube.
Can you still hear us, or is that like you can't even hear us anymore?
Oh, it's still caching. Yeah, YouTube's having an issue, or our equipment's having an issue. Well, guys, maybe it'd be smart to call it a night. A lot of people are dropping off. We're obviously having problems. And I don't think it's anything we're going to be able to fix because I'm pretty confident it's not us. I just tested. Our connection is good, and we're getting full bandwidth without any problem. But how difficult would it be to find a maid or cook that could cook vegetarian dishes?
I teach them. So everyone that we've had, I've taught them what I want them to make,
including making seitan.
Yep. So I start them off slow because typically they've never cooked anything but Nicaraguan food before. So I tried to have them start with things that aren't too difficult before I get complicated, like making seitan is like the concept of it is weird and it's multi-step and it takes a lot of time. So and some things like I haven't taught anybody how to use my Vital Wheat gluten because it's so hard for me to get it that I don't want any of it wasted. So I make that stuff myself. We have done both, but I am preferring having one person do both jobs because I think it's more efficient. So right now we have a cook we have a housekeeper that cooks right now. My father-in-law wants to know how my birthday was. It was good. We went out for coffee with the kids, and one of their favorite things to do. And then I sort of let them choose what we were going to have for dinner. So we had salmon and broccoli sauteed with garlic, and we had steamed rice, and then papas asadas, potatoes on the grill, which is one of my favorite things. And the salmon was grilled too, marinated and grilled. So it was good. It's one of the girls' favorite dinners too. And then we had family game night, and we played one of our cooperative games together for the rest of the night. It was a good day, Dad. Thanks for asking. Love you.
I'm just noticing how far behind the video is. Our video stream that we're getting is very, very behind. Gooch says he's hearing us loud and clear.
Yeah, Dale says, being a single person, I can't imagine needing a full time of either. Yeah, Dale, get a person that does both.
Oh, yeah,
and
sure.
Actually, most of the people that I know have one person that does everything. We had 2 people to start with, and it did not work out. they were sisters and conflict was created, like all kinds of conflict. It ended up just nobody was doing anything, and there wasn't enough cooking for us to be paying a cook full time, because our kids have a strange schedule because they are homeschooled and they make their own schedule and they are night people. And so they don't really want to get out of bed until noon, and there's no reason for them to be up before that.
2 in the afternoon.
Depends on the kid. Depends on how long they stayed up. But they do a lot of their projects and their homework and all kinds of stuff happens after midnight. So they have an opposite schedule, but why not? You know, there's a lot of research about natural schedule for adolescents, and it's not getting up early in the morning. So because they don't have to, we don't force them to do that. And when I was their age, the absolute worst thing was having to wake up for school. Like, I hated it. And I was a night person, so I could never go to bed at the proper time to get enough sleep because I just couldn't go to bed. So we let them sort of self-regulate their schedule as long as they're getting their stuff done. So for that reason, you know, half the family doesn't want breakfast. They want to have lunch. And so there wasn't enough cooking for us to have a full-time cook.
Yep.
There is enough cleaning.
Yeah. Well, we have a big place and we work from home. So it's, you know, we definitely generate.
We use the house. So we just, and, you know, the house is open to the air, most of it. And so you get a lot of dust. And so, you know, one of the ways to avoid having ants is to mop the floors every day, mop the patio every day. And you can avoid having ant problems because, man, the ants here, whoo, Nelly. Mm-hmm. You can get some aggressive little guys, and they just invade. And if you have a problem, it's hard to get rid of it. So it's much better to just avoid those problems. And one of the ways you do it is by mopping the floor every day. You keep everything really.
Yep.
You keep the floors clean, and it really helps with that. And it helps so much with the dust. And we have dogs, and their dirty little feet are all over the house because we have a garden that they love, and they're very happy, and they like to dig because it makes them happy and makes them feel like dogs. So we try not ever let them do doggy things, but because of that, they track a lot of dirt into the house. So yeah, we really need to have a full-time cleaner every day because there's a lot of us.
There's just a lot to do.
There's dogs. Yeah, there's just a lot to do, and it's a big space. So, but Dale, absolutely, you can find one person to do both of those jobs, and especially because it's just you don't need a full-time cook. And if you have a place that is one person sized, you're not going to need a full-time cleaner. So yeah, I recommend that. Absolutely, that's very practical. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, definitely a cleaner is big. The dust is a big deal. Like, the country just gets a lot of dust. And that is hard to believe how dusty everything gets, but it's crazy. Yeah. Wow, we're still live, the Domino says. Yeah, we typically do a 6-hour live stream. I think the shortest was 4.5 and our longest was just over 8, but pretty typically we're around 6. Dale says, can you do test runs of a week or 2 to find the right one, or do you have to pay them for a full month if they don't work out?
No, when you hire somebody, tell them that you're starting as a 2-week trial. And after 2 weeks, it's a test, and then you'll see. And you can do that it's very normal to do that, and we say that when we hire somebody new. So definitely do like a 2 weeks makes sense because they pay on the quince here. They pay every 2 weeks. So that would be really normal, and it would be easy for someone to start in the first or second 2 weeks of a month and then to find another job if it doesn't work out. So that that would be just fine.
Salud.
Excuse me.
Did you buy a new car or used in Nicaragua? I heard importing can be taxed 50% value. So basically you never import. Like that's just not everybody. So I don't know what it is, honestly, but everybody, there's this set of things that like just everybody wants to do. Import cars. Get a job working in the lowest paying country in the Western Hemisphere. Start a business where there's no like, there's these things that just like everyone wants to do, but if you came to Nicaragua for a few days, you'd go, well, I don't want to import a car here. And if you're in like the United States, if someone said, oh, you want to get a car, would your reaction be, yeah, I'm going to call someone up in Nigeria and see if they can ship me a car? No, that'd be super weird, right? You go to the local store. So can you import things? Yes, but you're not going to want to under normal circumstances. Importing is a big pain, and there's normally a lot of cost. Now that said, when you get your residency, if you get your residency, you do have an opportunity to import a car under very special circumstances and get a tax benefit. So there is a little bit of importation that happens because of that. But outside of that, you just, everything you buy in country, like the same as you would in the US or Canada or whatever.
And make very sure if you're going to do that you know all of the rules, that you've consulted a lawyer and you're doing it correctly.
If you're importing.
If you're importing.
Yep.
With residency, I mean. Dale says, yeah, ants and bugs in Jamaica was rough and the cleanliness was paramount.
It's the tropics.
Absolutely.
It's just how it is. You gotta be clean.
And they will get into everything. When we were living in Grenada, with that first time we came in 2015, we had an ant infestation of the toaster oven. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Holy shnikes. Because we only had a cleaner like twice a week, and we had been using the toaster one week and we hadn't used it. Oh, Scott was making open-faced grilled cheese, and you got cheese all over the bottom of the toaster, and we hadn't had a problem, and then the whole thing was full of ants, and it was the big ones, and I hadn't really seen ants that big in a house before. And there were at least 1,000 of them, and it ended up that morning the cleaner came, and so she cleaned it out, and I didn't have to because I was like ready to move.
Do you remember when we lived in Spain? We had so many ants they were pouring out of the electric sockets.
Oh yeah, like ants are just, you got to control the ants. So and getting a cleaner, I mean, it's so worth it. It's so worth it to have a housekeeper. And then having somebody that will also cook for you. Even Dale, if you decided that you didn't want somebody there full-time, you wanted half-time, and they only cooked you like lunch and dinner or breakfast and lunch, like it's still so worth it.
Domino says, gotcha, I'll just sell and buy another car. Yes, that is absolutely the thing to do. Because even if the only time you would want to import is like, I got a Ferrari and I'm a Ferrari collector and I'm moving to Nicaragua and I have to move my Ferrari collection with me. Okay. You can't drive them. The road won't let you, but if you want to put them in a museum, knock your socks off. Even if you could import, even if it was free, the problem is you want a car that can be maintained in country, and you can only get those in country. So you'll end up with guaranteed, even if you're like, well, I got a fairly new Toyota Corolla, like everyone has these, it'll be fine. And then you bring it here and realize we have different parts in our Toyota Corollas, and suddenly no one can get the parts for yours, and it causes some complications. It's not worth it. Even if you have that exact car that seems like it would work. But if all it takes is having a Honda, and then you realize we don't have Honda in this part of the world, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, the first time you need anything, an alternator, your car is dead.
You have to change your way of thinking when you decide to move to another country and really think about those things. Like, yeah.
Same thing with phones. Someone was asking me the other day, some friends in Nicaragua want me to import a whole bunch of iPhones. Will I pay taxes? What's going to happen? And I'm like, a whole bunch of things are going to happen. One, you're going to get confiscated. Like, they're not going to tax you. They're going to take them. Like, you're not allowed to do that. And two, it's going to flag you as a smuggler. So, because that's not going to be like, oh, you're not supposed to bring those. Don't do that. That's going to be obviously.
Are you opening a store?
Right, like clearly you're smuggling iPhones, like.
Yeah.
And three, for the people who are here, they're like, well, they asked me for iPhones, and I'm like, yeah, I understand that they want iPhones, but why do they want iPhones? I mean, I have an iPhone. I like my iPhone. Nothing against iPhones, but you can't get them at a reasonable price in country. And people who couldn't afford their own phones were asking for a donation of iPhones because they wanted to have showy phones to be like, I got an iPhone, right? And it's like a big deal, but you can't get them fixed here. There's no Apple store in any bordering country to any bordering country to here. Like, we're the only country in the world that can say that. We're more orders of magnitude far from an Apple store than anywhere else in the world. So we are literally the place on earth farthest from Apple. I got Apple to be like, oh my gosh, you're right. Like, I was on the phone with them. They're like, of course there's an Apple store, at least in a neighboring country. I'm like, nope. Nowhere on the continent. I have to go to, the closest one is I have to fly 4 countries away in South America. And they're like, what? And then they looked it up on a map and they're like, you're right. We have a gap on the globe. And it's, yeah. So having stuff like that here was people who wanted to just show off. But I'm like, so they're going to move all their apps and all this investment and all their cables over to the iPhone ecosystem, cost them all this money on top of smuggling a bunch of stuff. And then what are they going to do when they have to replace it? They got to go back to Android because we don't sell iPhones in the country. So it's not a solution to anything. It was just people who wanted to show off and be weird. But it's one of those things, like in the States, the people were like, well, of course, why not get them an iPhone? Just not the highest end one. Just get them a cheaper iPhone. That seems reasonable. Get an iPhone SE. That's not an expensive phone. Well, it's still 6 times the starter phone. Well, probably not that. 3 or 4 times the cost of a starter phone here. That works perfectly well, and they could go get a brand new phone today that they could replace and work on and whatever. But Domino says, I'll be in Leon on September 13th, is the Florida where I'm from. It's not in like Florida. It's warm.
Let's see, September, potentially less humid. You are in Florida. In general, Florida is more humid than Leon.
Yeah, we're warm normally on an average day, but less humid.
Yep. Happen to hit some rays, it's going to be pretty humid. So it depends. But yeah, like the heat is probably going to be like summer. Probably more like August than September, heat wise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gooch Gooch says North American cars are useless in Nicaragua. It's pretty much. It says 1 grain of rice we missed on the white tile floor, and an hour later there were solid black lines 4 times fighting over the.
Totally believe it.
Gooch Gooch says everyone who imports a car regrets it. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can do it, but you won't recommend it after you've done it. The first time there is a problem with it, obtaining parts is a nightmare. Finding anyone to work on it is a nightmare. I think the worst part is standing out right if you get one that people will notice right away. Don mentions the wheel sizes are different in Central America.
Yeah, we had friends come in with a different, and they drove their car, and were recognized everywhere because it was literally the only one like it. And it was like, oh, those ladies in that car, it was like, yeah, definitely you will stand out. I mean, people are going to recognize you by your car anyway, no matter what it is. So like, we have a pretty anonymous car right now, but people still
recognize us everywhere.
Yeah.
I'll be on the road to Managua, out in the country, Via de Carmen, middle of nowhere, and a car will blow past me, someone laying on the horn because they know who I am. I'm like, and you'll hear your name screamed out a window on the highway. You will be recognized. Yeah, there's so many things with importing a car. There's so much cost, and like the shipping cost, right? Where's it going to come from that it's not going to cost an arm and a leg? if you already have a container coming and it fits in it, I guess, but I don't know what it. And if you're shipping other things like your household goods, you can't get those until you get residency. And while we know people who've gotten residency pretty quickly, Jerry managed to get it in just under 2 months, I think, much closer to 2 years. And because you get to stay while you're working on residency, even people who are like, I just want to start it right away, there's not really a huge hurry, and a lot of people end up just taking a long time for whatever reason. Sometimes it goes faster, but sometimes it goes slower, but there's no like pressure. So the department that deals with that stuff, they're not under any obligation to move you along quickly because it shouldn't affect anything. But people who are waiting to ship a bunch of stuff are sometimes like, oh, but I was gonna ship all these things. Then they replace them, and they're like, why did I save all that stuff that now I don't want to ship?
Gee, that sounds like
Sounds
you
like
know that
somebody.
from experience. That's exactly what we did.
Never wanted to ship a car.
No, never wanted to ship a car. You quickly learn the things that you had to save that you can actually definitely out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Other than things that are memories that there's no way to ever replace, basically keep nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. Clothes, obviously. But not your winter clothes. Even that, nearly everything is like, oh, there's just not a lot of need. People are getting quiet again.
Well, Don, those sizes are different in Central America.
I said that.
Oh, you
That?
I don't remember you reading that.
Yep.
And I
Yeah,
don't
the
think
wheels
we
are a little bit
read,
smaller down here.
Okay, I don't think we read Gooch Gooch saying the answer evil. I've stepped on an anthill and paid the
Oh,
price.
I didn't read. I read it, but not out loud.
So we actually have an evil anthill that managed to knock over our bird
Perfect.
bath. Like, they came up from below through the bricks or something, or like around the side, and they actually unbalanced it and knocked it over. And I need to call our exterminator and be like, this is a problem you haven't taken care of. We got to do something. They're trying to knock the bird bath next to the house. Like,
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah. The ants will take your house down here if you're not careful. You need to be on top of it.
yeah. It's gotta be. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, it's 11:30. I think it's probably a good time to wrap up. We have kids waiting for us because they would like to have fudge, and we're going to play video games. I hope the computer works. And it's been a good live stream. Thanks everybody for joining us. We really appreciate everyone who came out tonight. We've got 5.5 hours out here, so we're pretty respectable. I don't think anyone's got any pressing questions that they're waiting on. And go out and watch a couple extra videos, put something on. We're wrapping up a little bit early, so your responsibility is to go watch another video, or at least let it play in the background or whatever. We got to get the hours up. That's what makes all the difference, helps the channel grow. Tell some people about the show, and go check out my other channels. If anyone hasn't gone subscribed, so this is the Scott Allen Miller vlog. But just drop off the vlog on the end, and you can see my daily updates that are just like 2 minutes long. See what's going on in life, and raw footage from the show, and random stuff. The one link that I sent is over there. Go check those out. And boy, I guess